praise due to God. Peace to the God. Sun, moon, and stars. You a monster star. Models and cars. Rap hooks and bars. Cannabis and jars. Twisted in cigars. My brain on Mars. Whole body charged. I can feel the haze like Timmy when he play guitar. Battle tested scars. Shadow boxing spar. Master like Ferrar. General like Tsar. I am no facade. Hard as James Todd. Waves analog. Name all in the blog. Press dialogue. Know the epilogue. Wrapped in my guard. You are just a car. I make heads nod. Against all the odds. Going in hard. Overtime hour show. I've been on my dog. Made like the mob. Move like massage. Spray up your squad. Put a body on your guard. Lay up in your bra. She praising the Lord. Phone call ignore. You making the ball. She wanna be explored. All up in her jaw. She swallowed the sword. Sex tape, press play and record. Microphone cord. Silence on the board. I'm up in the booth sharp as a samurai sword. Audience applaud. Dudes can't afford. I'm a town board. You pushing the floor. Penthouse experience. You just lower floor. I am the allure. Excellence endured. Lyrically mature. Flows are assured. Haters rush assured. I will put you in the morgue. Chess pieces will be taken off the board. Progress report.
It's your girl Lila Shepherd. Hey, boss, but the most lit. What's up? It's your girl DJ Excel, and this is the Progress Report.
Wednesday at 9. Tune in every time. We don't do no cap. Report only facts.
Yo, what's going on? It's your boy Trinidad James, and I just got my progress report on the progress report, and I got all A's. So, A-Town, baby.
The Progress Report.
All right, what's going on? It's your girl, Lala Shepherd.
Boss Brit, the most lit.
Okay, this is the Progress Report podcast, man. We got a very special guest. That man, Trinidad James, is in the building.
The motherfucking GOAT.
Yes, sir.
Bells.
Hey, man, as long as we've been doing this, we never had you on the show, which is so weird, because it's like, I feel like you should have been here. So it's just, salute to your team. We appreciate y'all for making this happen, man.
Shout out to my team.
Absolutely. So, what we like to do before we get into the Q&A of things, we like to do a little icebreaker, a little ting, just to
have a little fun.
Yeah, just have a little fun real quick. All right, so what we're going to do is called a this or that type game, okay?
All right.
So you just pretty much just let us know which one you going with.
Okay.
All right, let's get it. So we going to start with FUBU or Fat Foreign?
FUBU.
Silver or gold?
Gold.
Braids or a silk press?
Silk press.
Reggae or Afrobeats?
Reggae.
JR Crickets or American Deli?
American Deli.
Ooh.
Oh. Onyx or Magic City?
Magic City.
Okay.
I feel like I knew he was going to say all of those things.
Word.
Yeah.
Period. Well, okay, again. Well, let's make a toast to the 10-year anniversary coming up, to the Progress Report, all that good shit. We in here. All right. Hell yeah. So let's take it to the top. He did that.
The Anejo, that's the strongest one.
It's all right.
Okay.
I mean, I shot a deli on, man. It's black on.
Okay, shout out to
Deli.
Nyack
I
is
was
black
going to
on.
say we got 2 black-owned joints.
Well, you got all black on joints.
All black-owned shit.
That's facts.
And we know that you big on supporting black-owned brands
I
and
try my
shit.
best.
For sure.
best.
I respect that. So let's take it from the top. So let us know, how were you as a kid?
In what aspect? Just like what?
Just every aspect. Like, what was your energy like? Was you, when you was like a toddler, like what type of aura did you have?
I had a head injury when I was a child, so I don't remember my childhood.
Got
I only
you.
remember at like age 9 onwards, which that starts me at like 2nd grade.
Right.
So anything before 2nd grade, I couldn't really tell you because I don't know.
Damn.
But starting in 2nd grade, I mean, I remember, like, I'll tell you, the key thing that I remember is like the house that I grew up on when I was a child. And this is like before I came to America, because I wasn't born in America. It was behind somebody else's house, and we had a really big mango tree that I used to climb. And I remember there used to be these 2 big Rottweilers that were the neighbor's dog, and you used to always have to run past the dog to get to my house. So it was kind of ghetto, but at the same time it was kind of fun. It's kind of like I've been living an edgy life because I used to mess with the dogs and then make them chase me. And they were big. They were bigger than me because I was a child.
Right.
So that kind of just ties into like what type of child I was, to answer your question. That's what I'm telling you that.
Gotcha.
And then coming here to America, It wasn't no Eddie Murphy type story, but it was still good because I lived a lot of places. I've lived in Canada, I've lived in New York, I've lived in Florida, I've lived in Atlanta, I've lived in South Carolina, as a child. But when I came to America, I came to Jacksonville, Florida first. And in Jacksonville, the only thing I remember was that's probably the first and last time my mom ever gave me a whipping. I was just young and restless. I used to like to run everywhere. That's how I hurt my head. Running. I used to like to ride my bike through people's houses.
Damn.
Through people's houses?
So
Like
like
the
over here
backyard
on
or
Auburn
something?
Avenue, they got like the shotgun old school houses like Martin Luther
Right.
King, where you could see straight through somebody's
Little
house
front
and get in
yard
front
and shit,
or whatever. So in the Caribbean, we grew up, we had the same type of houses, and so I was just used to be a madman on my bike, just
Play too
That's
much.
crazy.
going through people's houses. It wasn't random people though.
Okay.
No,
Yes.
I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not
What the hell,
degenerate.
Jordan?
Keep
Okay, I
running my
got
shit,
you.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm not
Word.
like Neanderthal. I'm just a child.
Got you.
So once again, but still edgy.
Yeah.
Again, once again, answering your question.
Free spirited.
Yeah, free spirit. I mean,
Okay.
just doing what I want to do.
Got you.
Coming
Just
to
being a
America.
kid.
Yeah, just normal kid stuff.
Yeah.
I think a pretty good kid because even though my mom gave me that whipping in Florida, the reason why she never did it again because I just wasn't that bad where she felt like she had to really do that again.
What'd you get the whipping for?
Right.
Just
Do you
the
remember?
things that she used to consistently whip me for, which is like just not
okay.
listening.
Multiple then.
You know what I'm saying? But after you realize it's like, oh, he's just not going to listen.
Yeah, yeah.
Then you have to understand how to adjust to what type of listening your child does.
Right.
True.
Whooping a child for something they won't change starts to turn like abuse.
That's true.
Nah, facts.
You
That's
need to
facts.
take that because I used to
gotta
get a whipping for
Get
everything.
your parenting skills if you care about
Yeah.
the future of it because you don't want to associate your child's mindset with like if somebody say no, whoop their ass.
Right.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
I
Or
got
somebody,
you.
that's how children take things. So I appreciate my mother having grace with me. And then my father, he only put his hands on me like one time. You know
Oh,
what I'm
wow.
saying?
Oh, you had a good child.
Right. No
Yeah.
chest. Usually with dads, they
Usually
be
the dad be
straight
ready to-
punch in the chest type shit.
Facts.
Yeah, it's just I was one of those type of people where it's like I'm offended if you put your hands on me. You know what I'm saying? But I'm aware.
I got you.
You know what I'm saying? It wasn't like for nothing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? When my pops put his hands on me, I said something crazy to my mama in the back
So
seat.
it made
Well, you
sense.
deserve
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
You
yeah,
can't-
you know what I'm
can't
saying?
talk
It
back to
wasn't like I
moms.
didn't do anything
Right, right,
crazy.
right. It was rightfully
You know what I'm saying?
deserved.
So once again, I'm only telling you these things because it ties back to your question.
I got
Or
you.
whatever of like being edgy, being reasonable, being able to like
Free-spirited.
understand like, oh, okay, there is a consequences for your actions. I've always kind of
Facts.
moved that way as I grew up.
Facts.
Facts.
And once you came to the States, was it difficult or easy to transition living in America?
The first year was hard because, well, no. I tell that a lot. I was too young to understand what it was to struggle yet. We weren't rich or anything or well off, but my pops was just a hard worker. So you know, and he's a hard worker and he had a great poker face. So you wouldn't know if like, damn, are we hurting? Are we broke? Or
Yeah.
are we up? You know what I'm saying? Like we had to stay with my aunt before and things like that. You know, so that shows us that like, well, we wasn't just killing it. We had to go stay with somebody, right? You know, there's family, but that's somebody else's house and not ours. So, you know, it kind of just goes to show we had to kind of move around a bit. So like we went from Florida to New York, stayed with my aunts and uncles in New York. And then we came to Atlanta. And Atlanta is kind of where I really like, was like, okay, I'm here in America now because now I got to go to school. All these other places I didn't go to school. I was just moving around. My mom was teaching me. And also Trinidad education is way ahead of America's, and I don't mean that in a
crazy.
disrespectful
Yeah,
way.
yeah.
I'm just telling you the truth. Like when my first primary, all the education that I learned in Trinidad right before I left, it was first primary. That's what we call it. Our iteration of first grade, we call it first primary. But the knowledge, the actual things that I learned in that school year of being in Trinidad, it literally was first, second, and third grade of America's
Damn.
curriculum
Nah, facts. I hear that a
in
lot.
our one primary. You know what I'm saying? So when I got there, I could have been in third grade when I got to Atlanta, but my mom put me back in second, just so that I wouldn't. She didn't want me to. I don't know, be necessarily younger or older. She didn't want me to be awkward. She wanted me to come up with kids that were kind of
Got you.
more my age.
Which makes sense.
Which was cool
Right.
from a standpoint, but that's the year, going back to your question of like, how was the transition,
Yeah.
right? That's your question. the transition, it really didn't count till I got to Atlanta and went to second grade. It was a school over here, around here, like on the south side, Zone 3. It was called Minnie S. Howell. I don't know if it's still there. But that school taught me a lot because that school was, that first year, I got picked on the whole year, like the whole year. And because I had an accent, you know, and back
Kids
when
are so mean.
nobody understands what it
funny.
is to be from the Caribbean.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, you African booty scratching, nigga.
Type shit.
Yeah,
know,
I could see that.
It's not
So-
funny, but
So yeah, I mean, what's it called? It's definitely
Right.
hilarious now.
Right.
But at the time, it was like, damn, I am the losing end of this joke
Right.
every day, like bitch, every day. You know what I'm saying? So you know, the type of person I am, taking it back to what I told you about my pops and my mom. Like after they put their hands on me like that last time, well, my pops one time and that was one and done, and then my mom that time and then never again. It was because I pay attention. I took those losses every day. But I didn't take any ever after the next school year.
Period.
You know what I'm saying? Anybody that ever picked on me or whatever that first year, I made them cry every day. Every
You had
day.
a list. You
Every
had a
day,
whole list
every
like
day.
y'all
I went
fucking
and
this nigga
attacked
up.
everybody every
Be
single
nice to
day.
kids.
You know what I'm saying? Turned into the demon that they made me. You know what I'm saying? So that's kind of like how it was awesome because it allowed me to understand American culture fast. Like America, like when I started going to school was like, you better catch on or we gonna tear your ass up. So I was like, all right, cool. So third grade or whatever, I was caught up. You know what I'm saying? And from then on out or whatever, I just never stopped being caught up or whatever. I learned to not have to like make people feel bad in order to feel
Right.
good.
About yourself.
You know what I'm saying? It was
yeah.
just like,
Yeah.
I mean, as a kid, I wouldn't understand. It's
Of
like, oh, we're
course.
not getting
Right,
taught
right.
culture and other black culture, and it's just like America for America and fuck every other black person
Right.
that's not American. I wouldn't know that. I'm a child, and I'm an immigrant child at that. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? But as I, got older and older, middle school to high school, and it was a big transition for me going from all black schools here in Atlanta to all white schools in South Carolina.
I saw you say that on
Yeah,
Dread Taps.
you know what I'm saying? So like going to like white and black schools.
Totally different.
All 4 years of my high school, I went to a different school every year in high school. You know what I'm saying? Just because of issues that I had, I just didn't want to stop listening to people. You know, I was just like, if I get into too much trouble, it's just like I'm gone or whatever. So I'll go leave and go to another state. And I get into too much trouble there, get into it with my pops, I'm gone. Or then I'll come back here and get into too much trouble, get into it with my mom, I'm gone.
Damn.
Or whatever. So I kind of did that back and forth, lost my eligibility to play basketball and play all sports really in school. So that kind of like, that kind of put me in a weird place because that's all I really had. I had being cool and being really good at almost all the sports. Except baseball. You know what I'm saying? So it was like
I'm shitty at baseball too.
when I lost
I
that,
couldn't get that baseball down pat. I just
losing that kind of like it taught me another lesson. At first, it was kind of like, damn, like I don't know if I'm gonna make it here in America because the older you get, is the less for me as an immigrant mindset, the older you get is the less you can depend on your parents. Is the more that you have to start defending your parents, taking care of them.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
Because
facts.
like we were still immigrants. I was just goddamn getting through the system and shit. Shout out to my pops for that. And that kind of like taught me all the great lessons. That's why Atlanta, I'm always going to be indebted to it because it showed me how to be a man. It showed me how to talk to people. Going to South Carolina showed me how to deal with all people. It showed me how to understand white people from the top. Like, okay, this is what white people own because my friends were white, their parents was white as hell, and I would go hang out with them. You know what I'm saying? I was cool. Like I was that black person. It wasn't many of us that went to the school, so it's like once the white people felt like, oh, this is gonna be our guy, a token guy, or whatever, you become that guy.
it's our black friend right here,
Yeah,
man.
this is, you know what I'm
He
saying?
cool as fuck.
He cool as fuck, mom. He can come over whenever he wants. He's good at basketball. He plays on the team with me.
It's not
You know what I'm
funny, but I
saying?
know what you mean.
It's just that's the reality of America,
Question. So, at what point did you start to understand racism or experience racism? Because I'm only asking just hearing your background. Because I went to a mixed high school.
Okay.
So I appreciated going to a mixed high
Same,
school.
yeah.
And college was the same. I went to a mixed college. But when did you realize or understand racism? And did you experience and you know what I mean?
So America taught me racism. In Trinidad, we're not really taught racism. Not to say that segregation or classism doesn't exist. It's
course,
everywhere.
facts.
It's literally science of America, of the world. I'm sorry. So it's just not taught. I think when you take racism and you make it a curriculum, or you take racism and you make it a point to defend a point, you use racism as your case or whatever. Is like, well, now you have planted that as like, oh wow, this is that serious that you put it with this crime or this thing or this. The reason why you're homeless or you just lost your crib is because these racist ass folks keep raising the rent on me. Or whatever. Those things that people don't say in Trinidad, but people say that consistently here in America. Or whatever, you know, say especially in the South, because that's where racism, segregation kind of like was rooted to a certain extent. Right? So with that being said, I have never had a racist act done to me.
Well, that's great.
I'm not. I wasn't looking forward to it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But it didn't like. But to answer your question of like when it became like I'm aware of it.
Right.
It would be in high school. You know what I'm saying? For other people, I feel like my other black friends would get the shitty end of the stick. But I think they would get the shitty end of the stick is because they wouldn't stand any ground on like who they were. I think that once white people realize that you're becoming white too and you're black, it was like, well, bro, I got you.
Right.
You
Super ally.
You're like, what? Like, please give him a white picket flag. Give him a flag. Like,
right.
Carry it for us. You know what I'm saying? That type of thing. So I just wasn't that person. Like, even though I'd be cool, respectful, all that, or whatever, it's like, bro, first of all, I'm not even from here. So I don't even think like these niggas or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, at all. So it's a whole different ball game for me. And I feel that the white friends, you know, shout out to like my boy Richard. I used to know this tall white boy named Richard.
Big Richard.
Rich.
What's up? Where you at,
You know
man?
what I'm saying? Like, Rich was trying to figure it out and whatever. Like, you know what I'm saying? This mom and them, it was white as hell. You know what I'm saying? And like, you know, Rich had his own version of soul or whatever, but at the same time, he still really appreciated being a white boy. And I think like that's what I really appreciate. It's like, bro, if you are proud to be white, then be proud to be that. Because I'm proud to be me too.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Type of situation, like walk in that or whatever. I never would call it segregation or like take it as a microaggression because a white person is being white. I expect a white to be white because that's what white people do.
Why do they call people named Richard Dick? Why is that their nickname?
I
That's
forgot.
the weirdest shit.
I actually
Like
know the
William-
answer,
Really?
but I
Okay.
forgot.
William
'cause I
and
always
Bill,
wanna know,
like, that is so
Dick.
random.
Like, what the fuck?
I want to ask you, since we're talking about racism, so how do you feel about the Kanye West situation?
White lives matter? Or just in general?
Well, we can talk about
Oh,
that
we talk
part
about the
too.
Jewish
but
thing.
Yeah, how he's
Okay.
been, you know, a lot of companies, just recent Adidas, have cut ties with him. He's even been cut off from banks
Right.
because of the anti-Semitic comments he made. But everyone's more so only speaking about what he said in that manner, but not really about the anti-black comments. So how do you feel about that situation?
Well, I mean, we're working on ourselves. When you see things like that, I mean, it's obvious that it's a divide in the level of racism. Like, you could say this to this particular demographic, and it could be a racist remark, and well, this would be the maximum consequence or whatever. But if you say this to this particular race, well, then this is the maximum consequence. I think when you realize what your maximum consequence is for your actions or whatever, then you got to move accordingly. When I look at a person like Kanye West, who I don't know, never met.
Same.
So, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, I never met
anything
yet,
I'm
never.
saying, you should take with a grain of salt or whatever. You know, it's like, am I telling the truth?
Right.
Yeah. You know, I feel that he is aware of what is happening. Everything that he lost, he's not to say he had it already written down, like, oh, I know I would lose this.
Yeah.
It's just like, once he decided what were the big things that he would lose, then all the other small shit is like, bro, you don't matter.
Yeah.
Or whatever. And that type of business and that type of money, or whatever, when like that person all the way in the back is like saying something crazy, nobody sees you. We will never care about you. And you will always be that person in the back. So with a person like Kanye, because has the giraffe's perspective compared to the lion's perspective, like everybody wants to be a lion, but a lion can't see what a giraffe sees. It's
That's
a different type of power game and power struggle that he's dealing with too. That for us, lions, black lions, Black Panthers, we can't see it because we're not giraffes. We haven't leveled up to that level yet to see the things. Is he right on everything he's saying? I don't know.
Right.
Because I don't know.
Right.
I am not in the situation.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? we always wish that when you look back at certain situations in our own personal lives, damn, I wish I could have said it better.
Definitely.
I wish I
Facts,
could have.
definitely.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Of course.
When I heard this one white guy or Jewish guy say to Kanye, it was like, hey, you have a problem with particular Jewish people. You don't have a problem with Jews.
Right.
Or whatever. You could have been more specific. I wasn't mad when he said that
Yeah.
because, if you really actually have a problem with 5 people, don't make it on 5 million.
Right.
Because you have the power to make it on 50 million. You know what I'm saying? You got to always remember the what is it called? The intensity, but actually more importantly, the impact of your power. And I think that he's very aware because he's a very intelligent person. But even the most intelligent, the most rich, I still see them as human, and they still are subject to make mistake. But even outside of mistake, do something intentionally, like actually, like fuck you. I don't give a fuck how you feel,
Right.
and I'ma dig myself out my own grave. Fuck all y'all who don't want to dig a shovel with me. Some men are just like that. Some women are just like that. And
Yeah.
is it not kind of crazy? From our perspective, or for somebody who never bet on themselves, yeah, it's crazy. But if you've been down $50 million and ended up a billionaire in like a 5-year span of shit,
yeah.
then you know what it is to actually really bet on yourself. Everybody else is a nigga who ain't never went that hard for
Right.
themselves.
Nah, for
so
sure.
you damn
Facts.
sure can't go hard for me.
It's
And that's
facts.
okay.
I respect
respect.
that. Yeah, facts.
And so Trinidad, I definitely want to get into music too. I moved down to Atlanta 2013 in the summer
From where?
from Cincinnati, Ohio.
Ooh, that's a gangster place.
Man,
Hell
it
yeah,
is,
that's
it
where
is.
I'm from
We're,
too. Yeah,
We're
we
from the
both
same city
Cincinnati,
too.
Yeah.
So okay, listen. So I just remember when your song, the I'll Go Everything, fucking took over. Like it was, you couldn't go nowhere and not hear it. And just during that time, like I said, that's when I first got into it. That's when music was fun.
Okay.
So I want you to just kind of reflect back to the 2012, Trinidad James, and just before the song had took off. What was you doing? What was you going through at the time? And like, talk about just getting ready to release that song.
If I could give you a breakdown of the timeline, it's 10 years ago, so excuse me if I leave out the
All good.
main points or the main people. But what I do remember is that 2011, my buddies, they always been doing music. So like my close clique of unit friends that I built from like way back when I was like a heavy Jehovah's Witness as a child. Those people are people who I stay cool with because that's how I came up. So when like we all stopped like really being Jehovah's Witness or like going to the Kingdom Hall, which is like a Jehovah's Witnesses version of the church. Kingdom Hall is what you call it. That was something that kind of like kept us together because it was like, for a lack of better words, we're rebels together. You know what I'm saying? You know how dudes just make dumbass gangs. Anywho, we did that, and when we did that, they were very musically inclined, and they inspired me to be musically inclined. But once again, it's always a different dynamic for me and my friends because I am an immigrant. They're not. If they get locked up for some bullshit, their mama could come get them out. It's all good. If I get locked up for some bullshit, I could get deported.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So it's always been a different dynamic for us. So it's always kind of put me where it's like, oh, we the X-Men, but I'm actually Wolverine.
Right.
Where I'm going to leave y'all niggas. I'm going to go do my own thing. And it ain't nothing personal. It's just I like to boom by myself because I got to, because I can't do the same things that y'all do. It's almost kind of like a privilege that y'all have. It's not a black privilege. It's an American privilege. Actually being born from here privilege that
Yeah.
I don't have. So anyways, I bring all that up to say that those guys coming up with them, they were doing music, right? Doing music. I'm hustling. I have a lot of hustles. Like I'm in the streets. I'm running the boutique. I'm a stylist. I'm selling sneakers. I'm selling this. I'm selling that. Like I'm like the plug or whatever, right, for certain things. And they were doing this music thing, and to me they were hustling backwards, and I hate hustling backwards. So I decided to help them out and become like I didn't know what the term was at the time because this is before I knew anything about the business. What I was actually becoming was like their manager, like their project manager, and somebody to speak on them. I had kind of an in because I'm working in one of these popping boutiques right over here on top of the underground called Ginza Boutique. It's not there anymore, but it was a legendary place. If you know, you know. We really put the city onto some drip. Anywho's, because I had relations with the brands, because I'm ordering the brands for the store, certain brands that were really cool. I'm gonna use one brand for a name because I remember it's called Joy Rich. Joy Rich is the name of the brand. We started carrying their brand in the store right here on top of Ginza. When, in my mind, I got the bright idea, it was like, ooh, what if I take these clothes to my job, give it to them to wear, get my other friend, who she's starting to shoot pictures, get her to shoot their pictures, take those pictures of them in the clothes, then send it to my rep, who I'm ordering the clothes from, like, oh, check out these artists from Atlanta that's rocking Joy Rich.
That's smart.
I remember they brand.
We want you to come skip class with us and share your story on our new segment called Skipping Class.
Look, we want to talk to all the artists, indie or mainstream, or if you're an entrepreneur, come build your brand with us and tell your story to the world.
You'll also get the shot in our locker, and you'll get promo clips for all your fans. So DM us today or visit our website, tprmusicgroup.com. Get locked in with us.
Right?
That's crazy, yeah.
You know what
I
I'm
do.
saying? And so, and then they got their first like blog post on Joy Rich's website. Is this brand this band out of Atlanta? They wouldn't even make it. This band out of Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? So like in my mind, I was like, oh, this is how I'm helping out my homies, keeping them fresh.
Yeah.
How whatever, boom, boom, boom. And then they were recording in the house. How whatever, I found them a studio, a real engineer. How whatever, because I didn't believe in them hustling backwards. These my boys, you know. Anyways, in the midst of helping them, one of those sessions that I got for them early, I beat them there. They're late to the session. So me and the engineer sitting there waiting, how whatever. So shit, I just started writing lyrics or whatever, just writing. I used to write back in the day when I was a teen, how whatever. So I'm just killing time. Anywho's, I think I ended up recording that record. And then when I was done recording, they still hadn't got to the studio.
Damn.
Running late, right? Nigga shit. They get there. When they get there, obviously I'm just chilling, waiting. I don't say nothing. Or whatever, they get to doing what they do. I don't say nothing the whole session. After that session, the engineer brings up like, shit, y'all made him record. And it was like, oh shit, you recorded, so let's hear it. Played it for them, they liked it. Or whatever. So that felt good. Like, even though I didn't care, I wasn't doing it for anybody's approval.
Right.
I was doing it because y'all niggas is late and I don't got nothing to do and I'm bored.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They was like, I like it. I was like, all right, cool. I ain't really do nothing else. Anyways, to wrap this story up, through them, I started writing lyrics, and every time I would do something, they would really, really like it. One of my songs they liked so much, they took part of my verse and made that a hook for another song. So now we had three. Now I got 3 songs, and then the song that they took that part of my verse to make the hook, we ended up performing that song in a talent show off Buford Highway and winning the talent show with the song. How whatever. And right in that moment right there, the grand prize was $500, a chance to go to the radio station and maybe some studio time. And for me, it's 5 of us on the song. How whatever, mind you, I'm on my Wolverine shit. So I'm already hustling, already getting money.
Yeah.
I'm outside. How whatever, I'm like, man, it's a waste of time. We just did all this. I done put up all these fits. How whatever, and all we're gonna win is that.
1,000 each.
You know what I'm saying? No, $500 for 5 people.
Oh, 500. I thought you said 5,000. Damn, y'all had to split up $500.
I was like, what?
Damn.
Like, what? Come on now. So it was, once again, it was like, oof, this music shit a waste of my time. Let's go and do it. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying to myself
Yeah.
or whatever, because I'm about, I have to make this money. I have to take care of my mama, because once again, like I said to you earlier, when you're coming from an immigrant standpoint, the older you get is the more of like, damn, I can't depend on my parents. I got to take care of mine. And my parents split or whatever, so it's different. So boom, 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 that all happened. We do another performance. I get off work early, close the store down. I dress everybody, then dress myself. Go do the go do the show. Get to do the show. They cancel it.
Damn.
Or whatever. I said, I'm done with y'all niggas. I'm done. Or whatever. Like, I'm done with my contribution to the musical part of this. This shit is stupid. Like, I don't do that. Like, I'm efficient. I'm on point, and I'm about getting my money. I don't do things that don't get me money unless the relationship is actually really worth it.
For sure.
Or whatever. And my discernment is pretty damn good. It's been that way because it's had to been that way because I'm not coming from a normal perspective. I'm coming from a survival immigration perspective. Or whatever is like, damn. At any given time, anything can happen. Or whatever, but we outside, fuck it. Anyways, leaving them, let them do their thing. I'm not doing that no more. That's 2011. Coming to 2012 now, right? 2012 is the same year dog where everything comes out. So we start the year. I don't know how to start the year, but I know somewhere through the year I get locked up with my ex. When I get locked up, that's when I realized like, oh shit, getting locked up that's not me. Like I'm a boss. Like I'm not the person to get locked up. Like y'all get locked up and I'll get y'all out. That's you know what I'm saying. Not to say that not to say I want anybody to get locked up. But I'm not the person to be locked up because can't nobody get me out. I got me out. You see what I'm saying? So it's a waste of time for me. I'm the boss. Like you know what I'm saying. So and I don't like being in any place that don't have a clock. So there's no clocks inside of jail. So it's like I don't like that. Like it's just like it's not. If it had clocks, it'd be different. But it's no clock or whatever. So I get out and I was like, damn, this is trash. And when what happens next? I think I take that as motivation to figure out, what I'm gonna do. You know what I'm saying? And then in the midst of that, the dude who I was working for at the clothing boutique where I was a stylist and running that spot, he had said something that really hit me a certain type of way. Of like basically, he wasn't saying it in like out of malice. He was just talking in general, like we would talk because we got really cool. And like I was supposed to have my own store, like another store, and he would run that, and I would run the one I was in. And then he had a son, and it was like I would be working for his son. And then I had that vision in my head, like, would I be working for?
Right.
Oh no, I really, really got to do something else. And so that's when I was like, I got a lot of things to say. There's a lot going on. I'm in a weird place with my guys because of me leaving. Or whatever, so I'm only really, really cool with my best friend who is still in the group with people who are not my best friend, but we cool as hell. These were like the coolest people I'm cool with. And like now it's a weird divide because once again, once you're on Wolverine shit, that shit causes friction. Because it's like, nah, bro, we a team. And yeah, I'm a team, but I'm my own player. That's just how I came up. So it's like, it bothers people. And I get that or whatever, you know what I'm saying? That's why I do a lot of things myself. Anywho's, to go back to what your initial question is, it's like, what is that 2012 coming into the album? So we swing around. I hit my best friend. I say, hey, bro, I'm about to do my own project or whatever. He was like, shit, nigga, do that shit. You gonna do it anyway. He's like, just let me hear it when you done. I was like, bet. So shit, I started working on it or whatever. Started at the top of the summer or like spring 2012. I just started working on it or whatever. I ain't got no beats or nothing like that. So I'm getting like spare beats from my partners and this, that. Whoever I'm still really, really cool with, that's what I'm getting beats from, finding stuff online. Finally finish up the project per se, and I try and put out I'll Go Everything first, which is kind of interesting that I did, because I didn't know any better. It's not like I knew that like, oh, that's the hit, so let me put it out first.
Right.
I just was like, it felt braggadocious. And I liked the artwork for it that I had. It was like my coolest shoes at the time. So I wanted a way to put out like, I got better shoes than y'all niggas. Like you don't have, I got like Yeezy 2s, Galaxy Foam Posits, and Jeremy
Before
Scott.
niggas was wearing that.
Like before niggas even like,
for real.
you know what I'm saying? And I'm not like even like established rapper. Like I'm a street nigga with this stuff.
Right.
How whatever, I'm like, bro, I'm better than you. How whatever, like whatever you think. On this fashion side of things, I'm better than you.
I got this shit.
I got it, bro.
Yeah.
So that was kind of like me putting that card out there first. Well, that card didn't mean shit because nobody listened. Literally, 50 plays in a month on SoundCloud. Nobody gave a damn. Or whatever. So I got it off of there, erased it, or whatever.
They ain't took it down.
Oh, yeah, I took it. I was like, yeah, I'm not about being embarrassed. I'm not about that.
Never knew that.
I'm just not about it. Well, at that time. Once I'm giving you, you know what I'm saying? That time was like, it wasn't until I got into this game where I was like, oh, you have to understand that you will take L's publicly and you got to fight through it. Or whatever, the way that life is set up for people that are not in this game, or whatever, is like, bro, nobody know nothing about you.
Right.
Nobody give a fuck. Or whatever. The only people that give a fuck about you is the people that you fucking and the people that's your family. That's it. So, anywho's, boom, roll around, take that song down, or whatever, like, chill right quick, figure this out, regroup. How whatever. I think I kind of regrouped, and I was like, instead of putting it, just having it up on SoundCloud and expecting people to just to gravitate to it, maybe I need to work and push it and send it to people, or whatever. So I was like, all right, let me put some more work in. So I put it back up on SoundCloud, and so now I'm reaching out to like different like local people I know, people who shop with me, people I might have styled, or whatever, who know me from the shop, right? In the midst of that, I try to send it All Go Everything, or I send All Go Everything to this artist named Grip Plies. He passed away, R.I.P.
Yeah, R.I.P. Hell yeah.
Yep, he's from Atlanta.
Yep.
Legend. His son is in college now. Shout out to his son.
For sure.
He doesn't reply, but in the midst of it, it's a guy named DJ Dirty who knows Grip and follows Grip and was working with Grip and sees the link, clicks on it like, what the hell is this? Or whatever. And when he listens to the song, he DMs me the next day at work. I'm at work. He's in New York. And he's like, hey, blah, 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 blah. I run a underground down south radio station in New York City. I heard your song that you sent to my boy Grip. You the next voice of Atlanta. I was like, get off my phone. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, I don't know you, white boy. You know what I'm saying? Like, mind you, I'm in the South now and I've been around y'all, so I'm like, white boy, what you talking about? Like, I'm on that type of time. You know what I'm saying? Like, what you trying to do to me, white boy? You know, that type of shit. And, you know, it ended up really being the truth that he really believed that. He put his money where his mouth is. And when I say put his money where his mouth is, he's put his relationship and his own neck on the line with different people that would come into his establishment working or whatever, because he worked at a pizza place in New York City that was right next to the radio station that was owned by the dude who owned the pizza place, his boy. Whatever, it's called Little Frankie's. If you're from New York, go to Little Frankie's and get you some pasta or pizza. It's incredible. He worked there, but New York is a really interesting place. You been to New York? Yeah. You've been to New York, right? So, you know, New York, you can go into like some hole in the wall and you might see Rihanna in that bitch.
Right.
Facts, yeah. Facts. Right? So people used to come in there and eat with him because it's a known ass pasta place. Yeah. And people love pasta in New York. It's New York, come on now. And so he started pushing my songs to like different people. The owner of the Fader. A&R who works at Sony.
Big
Republic.
relationships.
You know, these relationships he's had forever because his musical knowledge. He's a DJ. His musical knowledge, people will come. That's what I like about New York people. Yeah. They will pick the brain of the common person to understand what's really going on in the culture, because that's who knows the culture, not the people at the top. Sometimes that giraffe view I speak about, it throws you off because you don't know what's going on with the lions.
So true.
You know, it works both ways. And so, with that being said and understood, shit, people just was like, bro, it's no way. It's not a real person. And whatever. It's like, the song is interesting. So I might have sent him like 3-4 songs. Obviously, I'm trusting him a little more, right? However, I sent him like 3-4 songs. He'll pitch it to these people. And then finally, I sent him the cover because I just got it done. My boy Corey Davis, who used to work right here, City of Ink. He has his own City of Ink.
City of Ink.
Right? Yeah, black owned. Shout out.
Oh, yeah.
Maya Bailey, all those good people. He did my cover. And when I sent that cover over, that cover changed everything, because I wouldn't know this to go back to 10 years ago, but it's things, and for any young person that's watching this, that's an aspiring artist, man, woman, whoever you are, in label world, in the industry world, and in this game, the real game, the things that make people want to say, who is that? Is first of all the talent coming through on the product. Whether your product is TV, jokes, music, whatever your medium is, the talent has to come through your product. Then it's like, what is the image behind this product? Branding. Branding. When those two things make somebody be like, ain't no way, then people want to come see you. And they literally did that. They flew out to my job right here at Ginza, Sony. One of those Sony record labels, one of the guys, and came and listened to the project while I was still working.
That's crazy.
Folding shirts and dealing with customers at my job, like broad day, 1 p.m. And so they wanted me to sign. I don't even know what that meant at the time. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, what? Like, I'm a street nigga who is like trying to figure it out, how whatever, and I'm using music as a medium to start building. Like, I was ready to put in that, like, all right, I'm in this goddamn local performance with y'all. All right, let's get it. It's my songs versus y'all songs. All right, you go, you go. I'm rapping to the track. Let's do it. I just paid my $150. Come on. I was ready for that. You know what I'm saying? It's like, shit, fuck it. You know? I know I could dress better, so I know I would excel. Yeah. And so, shit, when they came, I was like, okay, these people do a thing. They're from New York. They just spent their own money to come to my job to listen to this project that I just recorded in this whiteboard closet. Okay. So out of that came the plug to A3C. Shout out to A3C.
We were just talking
When
about
it was
A3C.
A3C.
Yeah, man.
Right? Shout out to A3C, man. I wouldn't be me without
Nah, that's fine.
Facts.
For
all
sure.
that. You know,
For
without
sure.
A3C,
For sure.
I wouldn't be me. So
For sure.
always respect and shout out to them. You know, when it comes to like starting the groundwork for me.
Dope.
You know, and that relationship through that person who put that together allowed me to shut that down over there by Wish at the Star Bar on the side, crushed that show. Or whatever, then I had a buzz going around the city with the hipsters and the hood niggas because I'm cool with both.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because I'm in the streets heavy, but I'm also cool with kids who weird as fuck if you think they weird. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
for the standard of America, like, oh, they don't fit into this, like, white tee Levi Air Force One.
Right.
I got the bomb in my pocket type. You know what I'm saying? They trade Yu-Gi-Oh cards and like Dragon Ball Z and listen to Gucci Man.
Right.
And Eminem,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? It's cool. It's all
Yeah.
right. I never judge people, you know what I'm saying? And I give you all that backstory because all this is happening and building a buzz. And like I'm still working this job, hustling on the side, or whatever. And just trying to figure out like, okay, what's next? And DJ Dirty started working the plays and everybody really, that cover really changed everything because the Fader posted the project when we dropped it.
Crazy.
That's huge.
Which was like, what?
The Fader?
I got a homie. His name is Wara, W-A-R-A. Wara from the Block is his full artist name. He's incredible lyricist, incredible. He's been incredible way back then when I'm talking to you. He's incredible now. He's dropping an album tomorrow, actually. Check it out. I heard it already. It's tight as fuck. He came down to my job, and he was like, hey, bro, how you getting Fader? He literally was like, because it was like,
That's
what?
crazy.
This
Fader?
is the,
Nah, that's like,
you know what I'm
nigga,
saying? It's like, this is the
Fader?
nigga who-
No, that's major.
You see me on top of, you see me in the underground almost every day.
Nigga.
I probably gave you some Molly or some
Yeah.
weird. It's like, it's not adding up.
Yeah.
It's like, what?
How are you in the fucking
Like,
Fader?
how is this dude? What?
Can't
Like,
pay to be on
you
Fader.
know what I'm saying? Exactly. You couldn't
Can't
pay to be
not.
on it. Literally. Like, I had a
That's
job
right.
and my manager at the time had a job. We had jobs.
Yeah.
You know
And
what
were
I'm
you
saying?
even talking about that you were in Fader, like to people, like, yo, go check me out. I'm
Fuck
in.
no.
Yeah, so it's
I
crazy.
don't
Like,
even
yo, you
brag.
ain't
I
even
don't
say
ever tell
nothing.
people about the things I got going on.
You definitely
Yeah,
not
that's crazy.
braggadocious and you don't care about money. I know.
Like that ain't like, you know what I'm saying? It's like
Yeah.
that's nothing. Or whatever. Because for me, even in that moment there, I'm still in survival mode. So that music shit is not paying me. This is just clout stuff. Like the dudes at Live Mixtapes. This one dude was at Walters. You
Shout
know,
out to
Walters,
Pesh.
like, Pesh, my dog, right? So my boy Propane, he works with
yeah, shout
with
out
Yo Gotti and
Propane,
them.
hell
Propane.
yeah.
Propane is at Walters. Shout out to my boys at Walters. When I got my first paycheck,
For sure.
I spent that all with them. I bought my first shoes from them. You know what I'm saying? They let me put my CDs
That's hard.
on top of the register or whatever type shit. And everybody was just coming. You know, everybody shop with them. Jeezy, Ross, all them older type of
Everybody
niggas who like
shop
white
at
Air Force
Walters.
Ones and
Facts.
shit.
Hell
And
yeah.
like 5XTs or whatever. They shop with them. At the
shade.
time, you know, and I'm just saying, I dress
know,
better
I
than
know,
these niggas, so it's like,
I know.
this is how I'm always looking at niggas.
I
It's like,
got
bro,
you.
if you don't dress better than me, we're equal. We're equal, because anything else that you got going on in life, this image of mine
got you.
balances it out, bro.
Respect.
So, Propane picks up the CD. He like, who the fuck is this? Asks him, the people inside of Walters. Like, oh, that's my boy. Oh, that boom boom. Shout out to my boy Kumite, Sean. One of them tell him, hey, give him my number. Or he give, no. This nigga called the store phone at Ginza and was like, hey, I'm looking for Trinidad James. So I answered the phone as like, you know, like what's going on with Ginza? I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I was like, who is this? How he's like, hey bro, I'm boom boom boom. Propane's like, hey bro, what's up with you? What you got going on? How whatever, where you at? How whatever. It's like, shit bro, I'll get you a deal right now. He ain't even heard the music. He just saw the cover.
Damn.
He just picked up the CD. I was like, once again in my mind, like, get on my phone. Like, you know, all these people are talking at me. Mind you, I've always looked at myself like a boss. I've never looked at myself as like anybody's worker because I ain't never worked for nobody in the streets. I work for somebody in legal world, but in non-legal world, niggas ain't told me what to do. I'm gonna go get what I get, and then I'm a boss. So it's like I'm not used to people talking at me or whatever. Like you gon' like, bro, calm down. It's a little weird or whatever, just based off my street mentality. Anywho's, he was like, look, you don't believe me? Because he could tell that I'm not fucking with him. He was like, shit, I'm gonna put you on top of live mixtapes.
That was huge at the
I
time,
don't even
too.
know what live mixtapes is like.
That's
I know what it
crazy.
is, but I don't know
At
like
the time,
Yeah, what that means.
what it,
Nigga.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like I know what it is because
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
playing everybody's mixtape on the shit in the
Right.
store. How whatever. Shit. The next day, it really was at the top there. How whatever. And so all these things are happening, but I'm not making no money. So it's not that important to me. It's
not
like this is
hitting.
cute. This is cool.
yeah.
Yeah, we got something there. I know it's something there, but my hustles, that's what I'm focused on. And then, I mean, long story short, mind you, the project is out now. We drop, two things happen. We do a show at MJQ, like we're about to do here for the 10-year anniversary.
We gonna get into that too.
You know what I'm saying? We do the show at MJQ.
Yeah.
It go absolutely insane. I don't. It's that a show at Santos in New York, and then dropping the actual video for All Go Everything, because that came out October 16th or 7th, so it just passed. So to me, I look at it, my real 10-year anniversary just happened. 'Cause
Facts.
that when I dropped that video, that's when everything really, really changed. And then I actually really was like, oh, I'm making a bag. Cool, okay.
Facts.
But I still, it took me a long time, even in the midst of making these bags, doing music, to leave my job.
I get it.
I didn't leave my job until like 2013. So all through 2012, I go do all these shows, New Year's, Christmas, Thanksgiving, or whatever, go make these bags and then come back to work.
That's crazy.
Or whatever, like ain't nothing happened.
You gotta make that money.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, I'm making money, but I was like, I'm gonna make more
Make
money.
more money. I
You know what I'm
feel
saying? Like, I'm finna
Shit.
get it all. I'm like, oh, I can get this out of them and then get this out the street and then have this legal, stable 9-to-5 thing. I was like, oh, yeah, I'm lit. Or whatever. Like, well, I'm finna get something for my mama. Like, we up. And in reality, all these things were done so that I could own my own shoe store. That was the point. Not to
Gotcha.
be famous, not to have a number one, not to be anybody's fake friend, or whatever. Literally just so I could own my own store and take care of my family.
Bam. And so I got like 1,000 questions into one.
Okay.
All right. So real quick. So like we are celebrating the 10-year anniversary. First I want to ask you,
Yes.
talk about your relationship with Rich Homie Quan, because he brought you out for his 10-year anniversary, and like I said, like during that time frame, like that was such a beautiful time for music. Like it was so fun at that time. Like I just really, really missed those days, right? So I want you to talk about coming out for his 10-year anniversary concert and talk about your mindset celebrating your 10-year anniversary concert, which is actually, by the time we release the interview, it's going to bend and happen.
Right. So, you know, it's different pieces to it, but the coolest thing is growth. What I love about, you know, Quan selling out, what venue that was, Jose, that he did?
What song?
Tabernacle.
Yeah, that was
Him
a
selling
vibe.
out Tabernacle
Was huge.
Was huge, first of all, in the city. Even if he didn't bring me out, just seeing it, you know, shout out to my boy Day Day,
For sure.
who helped me out in the beginning. His people, Tay and Almonte and all those guys, you know, just seeing their growth. But with the source, Quan, and even before we even get to Quan, Mr. Corey, his dad, you know, these 10 years, I would say honestly, 8 of them, consistently, every single day he sends me a scripture. For 8 years
hard.
straight.
That's
For
hard.
8 whole years straight. He sends me a scripture out of the Bible every morning. Every morning. And one of the most consistent people in my entire life. You know, so that's always, no matter if me and Quan ain't speaking years or whatever, we good.
For sure.
You know, so when 10-year anniversary time come around, you know, his dad was like, hey, well, of course you're invited, however, but I had already made a plan in my head, I'm coming to this. You know what I'm saying? Because I look at them like family. You know, we started together or whatever. I kind of jumped out there first or whatever, kind of like knocked down the walls, took the arrows in the back. Then Quan came and took that shit to another level. You know what I'm saying? Lucci came.
Man.
We know
T.I.G. days.
You know what I'm
Game
saying?
was
Jacquees.
lit.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
you know, we did what we had to do. We learned a lot of hard lessons.
Oh, yeah.
You know, but just it's beautiful, man. Just seeing them walk out there. You know, I was a part of their family prayer before he walked on stage, and it just felt good, man. You know, just to know that it's like me and him had a really good conversation at One Fest, and I just wanted to let him know, it's like, bro, I definitely want to use my next 10 years to just be a better friend to you.
Hell yeah.
Compared to just being like busy, because I was figuring it out. Just like, bro, I want to be a better friend to you. You know what I'm saying? We're literally gonna hit the studio tonight. But I was happy for him. Super happy. And then taking it back to Now Minds, you know, he has a show, so I'm not sure he would be able to make it to Minds, but he really wanted to.
Gotcha.
But I don't kind of live for this, like, oh, if I do something, you got to do something for me. I don't live for that.
Hell no.
But I think it's just for us to be, what matters the most is to make it to 10 years and feel like you can make 10 more.
Facts.
And so that's what I'm happiest about. And I feel that way about him, too.
And so, okay, so going into that too, so I know you are a Thug fan, a Young Thug fan,
Hell yeah.
and which we are too. Like, we seen Thug come up. I work directly with Done Deal, so of course I seen Young Thug come up.
For sure.
So how did you feel, like, you know, during that time, everybody was coming up at that time, seeing them fall out publicly, because like it hurt my feelings. But how did it impact you?
I mean, it's sad. You got to think about it. You know, when you actually genuinely cool for the right reasons with people, and those people fall out for legitimate reasons, and what does it put you in a weird place? And so I just treated it accordingly. If I'm around Thug, I don't bring up Quan, and I treat Thug with the respect that he deserves. If I'm around Quan, I don't bring up Thug, and I treat him with the respect that he deserved. And that's how I moved for all those years, which was a lot of years now that they've been not on the same page.
Yeah, just kind of stay out of it. Let them handle it.
Because it's not my beef, and also I'm not into the position to put them back together either. So I didn't want to be the fake, man, I got this, boy, let me roll.
Type shit.
No,
Right.
hell no. Hell no.
That's a big load.
How you feel about Thug's issues right now with his legal issues, and then also with artists, their lyrics being used against them when it comes to cases?
I mean, you know, it's free slime till slime free, right? You know, when it comes to Thug, he is an enigma, and his family is awesome. Shout out to Dolly and Dora.
Hell yeah, we fuck with them.
You know, Mama Duck, everybody, like, they just showed me hella love. I got a really good relationship with the family on a more of a family basis, not like really street shit or even music stuff. We only got one song together, 1 or 2 songs together. Just more of like the type of relationship we got where it's like, them my peoples. So I want him to be out to fight this case and be able to take care of his family and make music. Because recording is his passion. Recording is why he is a gift from God to record and make the music that people want and love. And outside of the consumer who gonna eat it up, his peers. He makes all his peers better. He challenges J. Cole. He challenges Drake. He challenges Kanye West. He challenges all these people. You know what I'm saying? Because he is who he is. So him not being around, it hurts us, I think. You know what I'm saying? Because he is a challenge that we love. It's like, you can't do it like Slime. You can't. Or whatever, but you don't even want to. You just want the energy of like, us as people should never stay in a box. And that's why I love it. I will always love him. Or whatever, you know what I'm saying? That's why I think we agree, is because we are not in anybody's box.
Facts. And so, okay. So going back to you and your music, and you know, that was an important part to bring up, just because, like, again, like, when I think about Atlanta, just remembering the things and how shit happened, you was a big part of just moving the culture forward, especially for that time frame.
Right.
So I want to go back to you signing to Def Jam, and I know you addressed this on a Drink Champs interview, but why was it a thing where people thought that you had got dropped? And I know you had tweeted that at the time too, but then you said, no, I didn't get dropped from Def Jam.
Well, what's it called? When I tweeted what I tweeted, it was for me to get the energy that was around me away from me. Had a lot of, to me, I felt like leeches and not snakes, but just leeches. And I was becoming not a dependency, but I felt like I was crippling the homies, or whatever. But I didn't know how to tell the homies that, or whatever, because it was so personal. So sometimes the best things and the easiest things to say are the hardest to say it to the people closest to us because of the consequences that you're thinking. I was overthinking the situation. So I was like, you know what? I'm the type of person where I was like, when I feel like it's just too much, I'm going to blow the whole bitch up. I would ever like, fuck it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it is just what it is. Here ain't nobody.
All or nothing type shit.
Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? So I was just like, you know what? Burn this shit down. All this shit is stupid. I don't like none of it. I'm depressed. And I, you know what I'm saying? And I'm the one richer than everybody, and I'm depressed. How whatever. I was like, this is stupid. How whatever. I don't like the business that's going on here with me and the label. And so that was I wasn't dropped by them. I asked, I requested to be dropped, and they approved the request because everybody who signed me in the beginning quit or didn't work there anymore. So the people that were there, they weren't fans of me.
Yeah.
That's something that I want kids to keep in mind is like, you can get signed today, and in 3 months that person can go get a higher position, had another label, and they're gonna take it. Fuck what you got.
That's
going
so
on.
scary.
You know what I'm saying? That's crazy as hell because once again, us as young men and women coming out of the streets, how whatever. Once again, I told you my parents split. How whatever. So we do look at these older people trying to do business with us as a father figure or as a person that I should be able to trust because it's like, oh, you are trying to help my family. You make yourself family when you try to do something that's helping out my family. So when you do something that's hurting my family, you hurt me, I'm gonna take you personal as fuck. You know, but that's just the game. You know what I'm saying? So I had to learn that the hard way. And when it was going around and they dropped me, I just didn't fight it. And the reason why I didn't fight it, because I know that I was going to request to get off, and I didn't want to come across as one of those people where it's like, I didn't want to give them any reason to want to keep me or to do spite by me. And like, hell no, I'm going to keep you shelf, bitch. You ain't finna do nothing. However, I just kind of like play like, yeah, I'm losing. But in reality, I was freeing myself of all the negative around.
Wait.
On some Kanye shit.
Yeah, it's great.
What they trying to say?
It's
He
great.
did it
It's
on
like,
purpose.
oh yes,
and
I'm
shit.
losing everything. Yes, I am. Everything that I want
Get away
to
from
lose.
me. I don't got
Got you.
shit.
Please, I'm broke, baby.
Yeah.
I'm broke, baby. I ain't got it.
And I respect that, and I think that's dope. And it's like what to the public ad and from a fan perspective, what made me happy, and we reported this too on the Progress Report, was seeing that you get money from every time that Bruno Mars songs, the Uptown Funk, is played. And I was just like, yo, this is beautiful, because before that misconception was cleared up, we didn't know what was what. So, you know, talk about just, you know, being a part of Bruno Mars' Uptown Funk and just finding out about that.
Well, you know, the Bruno Mars thing was just a huge play. Like, those are the legacy
That's a
plays.
chess place.
That's
No,
a
for
that's
real.
a chess
That's
play.
like, I'm good.
It's a
You gotta
legacy
ring the bell on
play.
that
Good, you know
bitch.
what I'm saying?
Right? So that's a chess play. It's a legacy play. Those are the plays that I always suggest to any writer, artist, you know, that's looking at this. Those are plays that you want to make. If you have 5 or more of those plays, you never have to work again in life. I'm just letting you know. How whatever. So I got 1 already. I'm working on 4 more. And it comes. It's beautiful. The beauty of it in reality, because I said this recently and I'm gonna say it again. Money is about how far you can throw it, not how much you have at once.
Got you.
How whatever is like just throw it and keep moving. Or whatever, and when you catch it, throw it again. Or whatever, because having all the money at once and not knowing what to do with it, how whatever, you're just gonna
real
blow
shit.
it. How whatever, but if you make it work for you and you keep pushing it forward, you'll always have money. And so with the Bruno Mars thing, the money was one thing and it was cool, but I took even a pay cut in what I could have made, or whatever, so that I could actually, I put in my deal where it's like, I'm gonna take less money, less percentage on the ownership of this, so that I could work with Bruno Mars and Mark Ronson, or whatever, because it's more important for me to work with people who are this good.
Facts.
If my song could be #1 in the urban market and go gold, and then you could take my song and be #1 on Billboard and go diamond with my song,
Yeah.
then I need to learn.
Right.
So I'd rather learn it from the horse's mouth than any nigga that's trying to be you. Or whatever. I'm not trying to talk to no fucking A&R. Nigga, you're not an artist. Stop talking to me. So I went and worked at Bruno first, and it was incredible because he taught me to do homework on yourself. Or whatever. A lot of times as artists and creatives or, you know, even interviewers like yourself, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's good to look at the game footage or whatever. That's how you get better interviewing or whatever. Like,
Absolutely.
There's nothing wrong with that or whatever. It's not that you conceited. No, it's that you want to be the best or you want to be an okay interviewer. No, you want to be the best. I think that you should do things to want to be damn good at it.
Damn right.
So in order to do damn good, what does Kobe Bryant do, RP? How do you look at game footage? What does LeBron do? You look at game footage. That's what teams do to win, to be the best. So that's what you need to do in yourself. And, you know, one of the things that Bruno kind of iterated to me was like, he had been looking what I've been doing since I came out. But all he really knew was the thing that came up to his draft, which is All Go Everything. How whatever, he didn't really pay attention to the other stuff because it wasn't giraffe level for him. How whatever, but when I'm working with him and we're doing the Uptown Funk remix, and I'm like, do like 60 something takes, like 63 takes, literally. Oh, he's like, do it again, do it again, do it again. And I'm looking over there in the booth, and he's doing me better than I'm doing me at the moment.
Said, oh, hell no.
Oh, whatever. I was like, oh shit. I'm always been on my Andre 3000 shit, where it's like, shit, I'm in the future, or whatever. But in reality, I left out a curriculum that still got millions left on it. That people have been tapping into my curriculum and made millions of dollars off of my curriculum. All Go Everything is the curriculum. If you study it well enough, look at how much has came from it. Look how many people got rich.
A lot of shit.
Look how many, because money has two sides of it. It's meta money and it's real money. And before there was the metaverse, you had numbers on YouTube, clout. How would it have been, the Instagram followers and stuff like that? So like, if you go look at how many parody videos were done 10 years ago, and look at the numbers that these people got, how whatever, if they were smart, they made money off of that. So that's all the parody people. And then obviously the labels. Then obviously World Star. Then so many, like, then you take the artists who like changed their style or was more free, and the artists that like now labels is like, oh, we can mess with like these weird hipster hood type of people. And then you had a whole slew of new kids who wouldn't have got a chance to be mainstream because now the labels understood that, oh, there is some diamonds in the rough with these weird ass kids in these different pockets of different parts of America. You know?
Facts.
So, you know, like for me, it's now talking to you, it's a blessing. You know, looking back at it, it's amazing.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Big blessings.
You know, but at the time it was just like,
Of course.
hey man, I just got my head down, I'm working. Got my head down, I'm working.
And so we were privileged enough to come to the unofficial listening session for the DBS2.
Yeah, both were there or just you?
Well, I was there, and then some of the other team members was there.
Okay, cool,
but
nice.
it was big vibe. So can we get into what can we expect? What release date are we gonna get? I mean, it was a few records in there. It was just like, what the fuck? Put this out now.
Right.
And also, what are your expectations for it as well?
Okay, good question. So I can't give you a date because I don't have the date, right?
Okay.
And I'm still working on it. I'm honestly enjoying being back in my bag.
Period.
You know, the pandemic threw me off of my personal bag, but it allowed me to focus on. I got my own clothing brand. I got my own sneakers. We sold out of my sneaker collab. My sock brand is doing well. Thank you.
That's hard.
You know, we got a collab coming up with the PGA Tour for Complex Con soon.
That's crazy.
So all those, yeah, it's crazy. The PGA Tour don't work with black people like that.
Nah, for sure.
hard.
You don't even ever hear no shit like
Yeah,
that.
never.
You know what I'm saying? So
For
it's
real.
like,
Nah,
that's
for
why I was
sure.
like, I'm very proud of
yeah.
my team, myself, my business partner, my boy Kyle, who we make our socks here in America. We have one of the only 5 black-owned factories in America. No, it's a big deal. I'm not downplaying it.
Hell yeah.
Niggas don't get a chance to have these type of things. So
Niggas ain't got socks, but I know what you mean.
that they make themselves. So to go back to your question, you know, of DBS2, Don't Be Safe 2, that's the name of the project.
Yes, sir.
Date I don't have for you. Expectation. For my day one fans and the real fans, right? The people who actually like know the lyrics to the
For
deep
sure.
cuts. It's great, incredible, amazing closure to our 10-year chapter together.
Hard.
We started together, and we just did 10 years. We just did a 10-year bid together. We was in this bitch.
That's
Or
crazy.
whatever. You was fucking with me every time I dropped. Or whatever. This
But you
project-
dropped a lot of shit
I
now.
dropped a lot of
You got like
shit.
10 joints
Yeah, I
out.
dropped a
Yeah,
lot of
facts.
shit. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? You
Hell
just got to
yeah.
do your homework to know what I dropped.
Facts.
How whatever. So for the person and the people, and they are people. Trust me, I meet them in the weirdest of
Absolutely.
places. How
Absolutely.
whatever
We
they come
already
up to
know,
me and
man.
they'll bring up a song that I don't even know the lyrics to
Right.
anymore. How whatever, but it helped them not kill themselves. Yeah, that'd be crazy when I hear stuff like that. You know, I got a song called "The Feels" off of a project called Father Figure, and I've had people come up to me and tell me, white, black, how whatever, like, bro, this song stopped me from committing suicide.
Wow.
How whatever,
some real
like,
shit.
psh,
Powerful.
that song don't even got 1 million streams.
Crazy.
You see what I'm saying? So it's like, I'm only doing the Lord's work. All Go Everything is a spiritual hymn for our culture. How whatever, that's why so many people identify with it. That's why you always will. How whatever, the thing about it here in Atlanta, you get a lot of spiritual hymns every 2 weeks because somebody's coming with some shit.
Yeah.
How whatever,
Facts.
because we in a great city for music.
Nah, that's facts.
You know what I'm saying? But I was able to make one of those
One of the
things,
ones.
like a different type of like, bro, that's like, you know what I'm saying, way by the water right there. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? That's like the Holy Cross type thing.
It's facts.
So once again, to go back to expectations for the Day One fans, it's just a beautiful closure to our 10-year chapter together, our bid.
Respect.
Or whatever, like, I know they're gonna appreciate the growth. I know they're gonna hear the bars. I know they're gonna hear like, damn, you always doing stuff I didn't expect. Like, you know what I'm saying? The singing, the reggae, the this, the that. Like, it's a musical buffet of everything I like because I like everything.
For sure.
Everywhere, everyone, all at once.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying? That's just how I roll. For the person who is like, Trinidad James, like, that's the all go nigga, right? However, for that person, I don't have an expectation with that person. I don't have for me, I think for that person, I know that my intention was to, because it's 10 songs. One of these 10 songs is for you. Whether you want to receive it, I'm never going to put a gun to your head to do it, because with All Go Everything, I never force anybody to like it. I wasn't just like, y'all got to listen to my song.
Yeah.
Please listen to my song.
That ain't the type of artist you are, though.
No, I'm just making art. Art
Right.
is like, it puts on a wall. And if a million people walk by, but then one person goes by and like, oh shit, that's my cousin. Boom, boom. That's a crazy ass picture.
Hell
I
yeah.
know what this picture is for. That's who it's for.
Facts.
That's how art
Facts.
works. I'm not walking around here waiting for you to tell me, oh nigga, you the truth.
Right.
Facts.
Nigga, you see my outfit?
Right.
I'm good. Like, I'm good. Like, real good. I've been this
Yeah.
way for a long way.
That's hard.
Kizzy.
For a
That's
long
hard.
time. So, you know, for that person, I really did try to put something on here for you. But if this still does not work for you, I'll catch you next time.
Respectfully.
Respectfully.
Period. And, you know, and that's the thing. I think, like, for me personally, that's why I've always been a fan of yours, just because it's like, once you get to know you and learn you, it's like, you don't care what people think, but it's also like you about the arts. And I respect that, because that's what we on too. It's like, shit, we want people to fuck with the progress support, but if you don't, shit, it ain't for you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Period.
Because you didn't wake up to offend them. You don't have
Right,
anything
yeah, it's
against
all
these
good.
people.
Right.
And they don't have anything against me. That's the main lesson I had to learn. Anybody who doesn't
nothing
like
personal.
Trinidad James music, they don't not like me.
Right.
They don't know me.
Right.
They don't like the product, or they don't like the media behind the product.
Right.
Or what other people have told them. If you met me, it'd be a different situation.
Right.
However, but you're not gonna get that chance for certain people. So it is.
It is what it is. That's fine.
Facts.
Yeah. I like how you put that.
So we definitely got to do a part 2 of sometimes. I feel like we can go on and on and on and on and on and on, right? So we got this question that we ask all our guests to hit the platform know, you know, to define the word progress, because that's our key word at the Progress Support, and, you know, you're a progressive person. So what does the word progress mean to you?
Don't use yesterday's excuses for today.
Damn, I like that.
I like that. That's hard as fuck.
That's hard.
That's hard as fuck.
I mean, you know, progress is personal. Like everything that you're going through, we're not gonna know it.
Right.
Even that.
You know,
Nothing to do
only
with
you
nobody
know
else.
what the fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, I
Right.
want my gauges to be bigger. I don't know that. Like,
Right,
you know what I'm
right.
saying? That's on you. Like,
Right.
you know, so it's like, just don't make excuses for the things you're not making changes on. Like, you know what I'm saying? And when
sure.
you stop doing that, you are making progress.
For sure. Hell yeah, man. This was dope. We definitely gonna have to do a part 2. But just, you know, again, salute to you, salute to your team, because I'm just happy to
My
see.
nigga Bentley.
Nah,
Yeah,
salute
sir.
to Bentley.
I fuck with Bentley,
Check
man.
out
That's
y'all
my
label
guy.
going on. Like, y'all organized. I just fuck with y'all, and I like what you're doing. So we got some gifts for you and shit. But first, we got a progress report for you. So
Yes,
you gotta hang
sir.
that up on your Frigidaire.
Oh, thanks, man.
Know what I mean?
Oh, wow.
Probably the
Hell
best
yeah.
progress report you ever had.
Oh, wow.
Hell yeah.
Straight A's.
Nah, for
you.
sure. But nah, this is the Progress Report podcast, man. We appreciate you fucking with us, though.
Yes, sir.
Thank y'all. Y'all keep doing it, man. You know,
Gotta
what
keep
y'all are
doing this shit.
Consistency is what makes you a GOAT.
Facts.
You know, we use that word a lot. I think you said it at the beginning of this
Yeah.
interview.
Because you definitely are the fucking GOAT.
I
Nah,
appreciate
straight
it.
up.
People need to
I-
give you your
and
flowers
the
more.
consistency, now that I put in 10 years, I'll
That
take
sound
it a little bit
crazy.
better, whereas like I really do appreciate it. Before these 10 years,
Yeah.
I just kind of like let it go in one ear and go out the other.
Yeah.
Because I'm just focused on like, bro, you don't understand. Like I've got a chance to, and I hate to be a name dropper person, but like I've seen how hard Will Smith worked. Bro, you ain't did nothing, bro.
We didn't even
You-
get to touch on acting and shit.
You ain't
but
did, bro. Like, bro,
Yeah.
bro. I've seen a nigga do
We was just
so
talking
many
about
We
big
just talking
things
about
at
Will.
one time.
We were
that
just
I was
talking
like,
about
bro,
Will
it's
earlier.
no
No
way. I thought I was
excuse.
doing like
Nah,
I'm doing
that
a lot.
nigga is a
I know
machine.
I'm doing a lot. Like I know I'm doing a lot. Like
Yeah.
I walked into a nigga spot and
sure.
he is handling family, doing a movie,
Yeah.
a multi-million-dollar movie.
shit.
Working on an album with us, built a studio in the garage, and doing the first face chat ever with a person in space.
Damn.
All at the same time.
Damn, that's hard as
Ooh.
fuck, yo.
Man, what? I'm like, oh, nah, bro. Nah.
Big Will.
Yeah,
Big
nah,
Willie.
Not the little.
For sure.
Whenever you think that you're
Willard.
busy,
Big Willie.
you got progress to make.
Facts.
Nah, Trinidad. Nah, this
Thank
is
you,
legendary.
man.
It was crazy. Like I said, I can't believe I've been here for 9 years. I can't believe this is our first fucking interview. So that's
be like that.
crazy to me. So
But it's the one that mattered, though.
no, it does. But it's just crazy. It's long overdue. That's why I'm like, we got to get this shit in. It's time
Yeah.
for that shit.
I'm happy we did.
Hell yeah. Well, this is a progress report, y'all. We out.
The Progress Report.
You know, I started out in the publishing business, and it was magazines particularly. You know, I got snatched up from a high school newspaper called New Youth Connections in like 85, 86, and came in under Leo Cohen, you know, and Russell Simmons in like 86, 87, and you know, just went straight into magazines. My area of expertise is like, you know, I have a lot of different firsts. You know, I was the first magazine A&R, like, you know, journalists, hip hop journalists, A&R. But my real area of expertise was really print. You know, that's writing is my #1 hat, and you know, phonetic spelling in this industry is pretty much, you know, been coined because of my particular writing style. You know, which I always call radio graffiti. You know, it's just became a brand. You know, it became synonymous with hip hop and with hip hop spelling. So, you know, that's, you know, I went on, you know, thank God, to do other things like, you know, when I got to the Source magazine and I saw how Dave and John, you know, how they got money together to get, you know, the Source van, you know, the first Source van. And then, you know, that was a beautiful van, man. That's, you know, you talk about 20 speakers, you know, 10 speakers on each side. And it was just banging. We had, you know, a mixer in the back, but you had all kinds of stuff. You had, you know, it was Sega, there was Sprite was a contributor to that, but, you know, it was the first of a kind. You know, that was definitely, you know, it was a prototype. And then, you know, years later, it got to, within 10 years, you're talking about like 8 trucks like that. The whole industry having, you know, different you know, trucks that have their brand and their identity, you know, the vehicles, the street vehicles, the street van. So, you know, it was a major influence, man. 'Cause everybody saw that before. One of the biggest brands in the history of the world, you know, for thinking small, they already was putting TV commercials out, you know, in '91. You know, Tribe Called Quest had a commercial. I'm sure, like, not PE, but several of Rush associated label artists, you know, which was primarily Def Jam and everybody else that was underneath Russell, had, you know, a few different joints, especially with Sprite. You know, Sprite was the first ones. Not that, even though it was a Coca-Cola company, it was Sprite, you know, specifically as a brand that was doing the hip hop commercials, you know. And so that's why when it came down to the Source van, you don't see the Coca-Cola logo, you see the Sprite logo on there. Because they were already like, you know, here's Coca-Cola, we want to protect our flagship brand, but here's Sprite. You know, let's use this to experiment. You know, Sprite, you know, this is, you know, for lack of a better term, and say, you know, we challenge the next generation, which is Pepsi. You know, let's go out there and it's like, yeah, we got the youth. Let's show them that we got the next generation too, especially in the urban areas. So they were already in that market. You know, it's just became very subtle. City was on fire. You know, crack had just taken a major stranglehold now. You know, now it was national. And we were late. You know, New York was late. So it had already swept the country from left to east. So, you know, by the time that it gets to New York, you know, DC already was flooded. Philly already was flooded. Texas was already flooded. You know, maybe Boston was already hit. However, although we had it only in certain pockets, you know what I'm saying? And, you know, just, you know, primarily, it wasn't like cocaine where you could get it, you know, more readily because it's a more expensive drug. You know, it's still, crack still came out in the urban economic areas, the ghettos, because it was, you know, hand in hand, $5, you know, little money, so you were able to control it. But the explosion was too big, you know what I mean? It spilled over. So the city now is just wrestlers. Plus we're getting an influx of the music was just ridiculous, man. We got all kinds of stuff coming out. Road to the Riches, Kool G Rap. You got, you know, PE dropping B-side Wins Again. You know, one of my favorite B-side records that they came out but their, you know, initial joint was Bum Rush the Show. They coming out with Bum Rush the Show. What the hell is this? And you got an image of like a group of dudes just bum rushing the DJ, stopping the music, you know, provocative. But, you know, they were really saying something and using hard sound to say it. You already got Run DMC, which is, you know, they have ushered in now rock and rap together. You got two of the hardest elements in music coming together. Shows with Aerosmith, Get Me on the Verge. Yo, this is huge. Then you got Salt and Pepper. Salt and Pepper over there, I Desire. Them chicks looking hot coming out of Queens, with the Dapper Dan, the whole Dapper Dan look. So here's the backdrop. Here's New York City, black and white. Graffiti all on the subways, kids crying, dudes smoking in the back. Last car, yo, where you live at, shorty? You know what I'm saying? Drinking 40s. It's like, yo, what you looking at, nigga? You know what I mean? Getting pulled out. Yeah, so what size you wear, kid? They're getting hemmed up back there. You had to have something, that you holding something to even sit back there. You know what I mean? I don't even think the conductor wanted to open the doors back there because it wasn't safe. So, but then here's the color. The color is the Dapper Dan outfits. The color is the music. The music is bringing the color. The color is the culture bringing the color. Now, you know, Sprite, we gotta get involved. Even though that this looks really dismal out here, there's some good stuff happening. You know, and it's the music, you know, and it's the culture that's driving it. You still got breakdance. You got Rocksteady crew battling other crews. You got mad other crews battling, coming. We got shows. There were hip-hop shows even far back as then. No fights going on. You know what I mean? People ain't out in front of the joint, the venue, you know, with a torch burning crack. It was not seen. It was not happening. Maybe, you know, you dip away, you know, smoke some pot here, there, or maybe something else, but it was not out in the open, and primarily these people were not about that. So you still had some good stuff happening. You know, you had the color there, you know, as far as like the culture, the progressiveness of the movement. Here, you know, there's peace, there's love, there's unity, there's having fun. And in the backdrop, it's like, here's capitalism. You know, here's this monster gray blob that's just gonna be, you know, little by little, it's gonna be taking over the whole country. You know, people just didn't see, except for the drug dealers and the suppliers. Like, yo, just wait, it's coming. You know, New York City having 5 families, 1 for each borough. More than any other city, you know, in the United States. We got 5 record labels. You know what I'm saying? One for each borough. You know, more than any other place in the United States, especially since hip hop, you know, universally is known for coming out of the Bronx. All right, you got these different, you know, labels. You got these different, you know, labels battling each other, different families, if you will. Your membership to each family is identified. You're identified by your jacket. You know, those jackets didn't come about until the late 80s, the early 90s. You know, out of all the labels, you know, Sugar Hill and Joy, you know, you had P-Long Records. You had Profile that had the you know, the major money behind it, and especially with Russell being successful of signing Run DMC to Profile, you know. So now you see, you know, the corporation can see it like, yo, there's big money here. You know, Run DMC is the first ones to break American Bandstand. They're in China. These dudes are in Russia. You know what I mean? This ain't, you know, we thought it was going to only last 6 weeks. You know, this is major. So all the corporations like Sprite, like we were talking about, as far as beverages and stuff like that, you know, now you got a whole generation, a whole culture to market to. But, you know, with that comes the challenge. You know, it comes to corruption of the culture. You know what I mean? Because things now are being settled with an envelope. Conversations happening under the table. Behind the scenes, there's more going on for the bigger picture. There wasn't no big picture to us, really, other than we could get a check for this. For a corporation, the big picture is we could corner the market in this. You know what I'm saying? Whatever it is, in several different markets across the, you know, the country, if not the world. This is going to be huge. We already have a world presence. Coca-Cola, Sprite, you know, Adidas. We have a world presence already. We're going to be selling product like crazy because of these kids, because of this culture. You know, even if it gets worse, you know, economically, where crack takes hold and this, you know, this backdrop of black and white and gray, dismal, you know, city life, this is going to be so bright and shining that we could be the ones that light up this beacon because of the money that we infuse into this product, you know, and that way we'll control the market. Now they're very smart, you know. You're talking about not only that, but you know, the creation of a business ecosystem. You know, imagine just a plant starts growing here and pollen over here and some seeds over here. Sooner or later, you're gonna have a jungle. You give it enough time, you're gonna have something buck wild out here. But the thing is that each one of those plants produces something that the other one needs. Okay? Now every other economic, any other ethnicity as well as economic group, you know, based on ethnicity, knows this. Black people are the ones who have the most difficult time wrapping our thoughts around it, you know, and seizing the opportunity because we have the lack of the funds. But every other group has created a business ecosystem. Koreans deal with themselves. Jews deal with themselves. You know, Hungarians, Polish, Russians, especially communistic countries, China. They're forced to deal with themselves because nobody wants to. Mexico, you know what I mean? Is actually doing both. That is the strength of the group. That is the mentality that the corporations brought to the table. You know, in my particular case, you know, I'm writing for magazines, but before that, and even for a while I was doing that, I'm still bombing trains. Like I'm still hitting trains. You know, I'm going to yards in the middle of the night. You know, cans of spray paint. You know, bottles of ink. You know, I'm challenging other writers. I'm robbing other writers. I'm getting it in. So, you know, rap to me, you know, meeting a rap or you know, hearing the challenge from somebody like Ice-T was like, you know, freedom of speech, watch what you say, because it was the West Coast, you know, as far as I particularly know of, that swung on a journalist first with D. Barnes, you know what I'm saying? And then, you know, I get a call and it's like, yeah, they're swinging on journalists now. And then all of a sudden I hear Ice-T, freedom of speech, but watch what you say. Well, my attitude was like, bring it. And I'm with this all day. I'm with this all day. I'm robbing other writers. You know what I mean? I'm in the dark doing that. Under the city in the dark doing that. Forget about somebody that I can't see. You know what I mean? I'm already home now. Like, they were already thinking about me. It was like, yo, Bones is somebody's replacement. This dude, he embodies hip hop. He didn't come out of college. He came out of high school writing for magazines on a national level. He changed the way phonetically everything is spelled. He's cornering his own publishing, piece of this thing, and with hip hop, and you can't do anything, with hip hop and rap, especially affecting rap music without magazines. So we were the gatekeepers for the record labels, and that was a position of tremendous respect that we were in. There's people like Puffy wanted to be like us, man. Even though you were doing A&R, I was doing A&R too. I'm over at Island 4th and Broadway. We had Eric B and Rakim. What the fuck you had? We had the best living rapper in history. What the fuck you had? You know what I mean? I'm coming over there with Mobb Deep. I had Biggie. I had Fat Joe. I had Wu-Tang Clan because I'm at the source. So I had Unsigned Hype with my man Matty C. You know what I mean? So I'm getting pitched anything that goes to Unsigned Hype, anything that came through the Fat Tape. You know what I mean? Check the history of the source, the Fat Tape. Who was behind that? These brothers is blessing me with music. I had the pick of the litter. I had anybody that I wanted. Puff didn't have that. There was nobody in the game. Andre Harrell didn't have that. There was nobody in the game that had that type of strength that I had. Plus, I was writing for the magazine and doing everybody else's bio. So I saw the corporations by the mid-90s, Sprites and the Coca-Colas and the Adidas and Nike and the different labels that now are, the Gambinos, the Genevieves, the Lucchese families of music, the big whopping niggas, juggernauts, throwing money at rappers to get on soundtracks for movies. Get them on a soundtrack. We're gonna just, we're going to make more money than we did before. Well, how did they know that they were going to do that? Because of the movies that's already been marketed to the urban market. Boys in the Hood. Menace to Society. You know what I'm saying? Juice, which was my first project that I did with Chris Blackwell. I was the script consultant for Juice. He asked me to read the script. He said, how much do you think we should invest? I said, what's the number? He said $3 million. I was like, do that. You make it in the first day. He's still making money off Juice. We didn't know the possibilities, but we knew it when Russell is the one that actually made it possible with Crush Groove. So the paradigm was there. Everybody had a piece of the action and had a piece of the contribution in the progression to hip hop culture and rap the business. But here is, the corporation that was looking down and seeing the overall pie and be like, let's take the most lucrative parts of it. So by the mid-90s, you got soundtracks going on. And even if rappers weren't any actors, which I don't believe, I think a lot of these niggas was actors from day one because them niggas is still soft. They put them on the soundtrack and in movies to generate more sales. It wasn't about you having chops and acting ability and able to listen. It was about we can maximize the box office even more, by having them on the soundtrack. But let's find a place to put them in, like Juice, like Crush Groove, Boys in the Hood, Menace to Society, which Ice Cube took that and ran. You know what I mean? Colors, which Ice-T took that and ran. No matter how you feel about it, and me and that dude, haven't seen eye to eye on the same page for over 20 years because of one situation. The dude's getting paid every day of his life. He'll never have to work again. He's in syndication. He's in a totally different place. So, that's what happens, you know what I'm saying, when the corporations came in. By the mid-90s, we had literally went from cassette tapes that cab drivers in New York City used to promote for the Cold Crush, for the Fantastic Romantic Five, for Busy Bee, you know, Love Bug, and you know, probably like Kool Herc and the Herculoids, playing it in the cab while you want to go over and catch a bag from the Hardest Hard, you know what I mean, over there on St. Nick, to having jet planes, man. We went from cassette tapes to jet planes. That's what it is. We would have never been able to do that had not we carried a bag across the street and not ask any questions, you know? You know, when a dude who takes off his apron and puts on his Brooklyn leather jacket and says, you want to make some money, the answer is hell yeah. That's what we're here to do, make some money. You had a lot of people who was writing about the culture, about the music, that loved it, but spoke about it and spoke about artists from a fan's perspective. And quickly, for anybody who's discerning, you know, in eye and ear, you'd be like, that person was bought, you know, just with the opening lines. I'm sitting in, you know, I'm sitting in the back of a Maybach with so and so, and it's just a usual day for them. You know what I mean? It's just, it was homogenized, a lot of the stuff. And, you know, there were some others who kept their integrity, you know, but that's a personal choice. But by that time, what I'm saying is that, you know, we're now already in a short span of like 10, 12, maybe 15 years from like the birth of crack, we're deep in it now, man. Journalism and writing is my #1 hat. By the time 2000 came around, you know, I was out of jail. The film that I wrote in jail had just won Sundance. We had won Cannes behind that. You know, 2 top awards, you know, the very top award in America and the second highest in France.
What film was that?
That was Slam, you know, and that was 98 when we tore that down. So going over there, in 2 different time zones, or in the same year, we're able to see 2 different places. Like the pinnacles of power. You know, I just talked about like how movies and movie corporations, MGM, Universal and stuff like that, how they saw the emergence of hip-hop culture and how it could be on their soundtracks to movies, and then how to bring them into movies. You know, with every advantage like that, you're creating bigger monsters. You're making a lot of money, but you're planting dangerous seeds in the minds of many people who can't handle that type of responsibility, don't even know what to do with that, you know, or at least know when to cool it down when it gets too far. Sharon Stone over there dancing with, you know, Lennox Lewis, you know what I'm saying? Like, wildness, man. Like, you're at the top now, you know? And nobody had no shades, man. You know what I'm saying? Vampires, that's when I learned up there, man. Vampires don't wear shades no more, man. That's the movies. That is the movies, okay? That's in Lost Boys. And something like, sometimes they come back, something like that, man. That's on TV. They wear shades. Real vampires look you in the eye. So we saw it trickle down from there, and by 2000, man, it had just got to such a you know, a level of hubris where it was just out of control. The attitude, the arrogance, you know, we were paying for our own hits, you know, literally. You know what I'm saying? We got a problem with another rapper, pay it to go away. We lost Big, we lose Pop over stupidness, man. Stupidness. I don't believe that it's because of jealousy, because they both were great. So somewhere along the lines, that, you know, like they say, you follow the money. You follow the money, you find out who got paid, you find out really, you know, what happened. You give it enough time, what happened. And a lot of stuff has happened. And you know, that was like snitch rap, or, you know, what I call rap music, rap music was really in effect. Now you're making songs incriminating yourself, man. You know, giving evidence of you being involved in serious crimes for entertainment purposes, you know, painting yourself a negative picture with the gun, the smoking gun in your hand, without no bandana, without no mask, for street cred. So you can sell more units. Now here's the same corporations that built you up, like, yo, hold it. We need to take a step back like we had to do when C. Dolores Tucker and Bob Dole came to town, putting on that, slapping on that, you know, that advisory sticker, want to go to the boycott and stuff like that. It's hold it, let me take a step back. If we do the knowledge of that, there was only one clear winner in that whole paradigm back, you know, 10 years prior to 2000, and that was Interscope. Interscope was the clear winner because they didn't pull out of shit. They didn't pull out of nothing. They rolled that gangster wave to the end. They're still riding it, bruh. Ted Fields, Jimmy Iovine, who's now running the ship over there, they seen wars, man. They seen storms. You know, forget about Jerry Heller and all of that, man. You know, they seen storms after Eazy-E and Jerry Heller is out of the picture. If you survive longer than Death Row, nigga, and they were on your label, you're a bad motherfucker. I'm telling you that shit right now. Those are some serious fucking gangsters over there, man. And they don't got no families like New York. So that whole mentality of, like, you know, we don't need no mob family over here type shit is very, very real in the West Coast, man. They don't need that shit over there. You can tell by the music. The music enough is hard enough to control. You must be out of your mind. You want to go over there and try to take some shit over. So by 2000, we're all corrupted, man. Everybody in this shit got blood on their hands, got dirt on their suit. It ain't Easter, man. You know, that's one thing you got to be real clear about. You know, this type of machine cannot destroy itself, or else it would have happened already. It's like the stock market or something like that. The whole, you know, the whole American financial system, or the World Bank itself. It would have happened already if it was able to just collapse. This shit ain't just gonna collapse. You have to smash it. You gotta smash it, man. You know, or else it'll just completely, you know, regenerate itself. It'll keep fixing itself, man. No matter how far down, it'll climb back out of that abyss. You have to shut it down. You gotta crush the whole thing for it to start over. You know, there's no way to clean it, because it was built on dirty money anyway. I mean, for people that have record labels, they don't just give Jeezy a record label. They don't just give Master P a label. You know what I'm saying? Baby a label. You gotta have so much crack and drug money to launder that shit that you're given a label. Now you can declare that shit on paper. You can tax the black money. That's what the Jews taught the mob to do. That's why they went into Vegas using Teamster money. You can't just fucking show up there with all this money. Where'd you get that shit from? You got millions. Nobody else has that. How'd you get that? Especially from the street. But if you have a record label in association with Universal, Sony, that's great. Columbia, that's great. Now you can declare it. Everybody's happy. Everybody gets a piece of the action. Money made the fantasy real. That's what Hollywood is all about. You know what I mean? Hollywood. It's magic. What makes that real? Money makes that real. Money made the lyrics real. You know, I did all of this in the street. Crack. I sell crack. Money made it real. The minute they got a label, made it real. My man from Rocksteady, the VP of Rocksteady, always said that it was the breakdown of the park jams. that was the breakdown of hip hop culture that created this entity that rap could just take on this whole different persona because we were no longer unified. It was no longer coming, you know, there was no longer a space, a development space where we could come together and make something. You know, scratch, cut, dance, sign graffiti books, tag up in people's books, get down with different crews, hear different news in the community, word on the street. When that broke down, you're talking to each other in booths from different locations. And then here comes the beef, and the beef sold units. And then the units make money. And then the hits go out, people show up dead. And then there's strip clubs popping up and chicks in the video. Money made all that real, man. Money made that all. Rap music is the biggest casino and the only casino that the urban community has ever seen. Everybody else, you got Aqueduct, you got Empire, you got Atlantic City, you got Vegas, Mohegan Sun. We got rap. We're taking in buco amounts of cash. We don't give a shit about regulation. There is no regulation, man. Boston is down. Chicago is down. Houston is down. Everybody is down. I don't care where you're from. Everybody wants a piece of this. It's a vocation at this point. Rap is a vocation. You go to school to master rap. If you want to be a master at rap and have a shot at being one of the top dudes in this industry, and it's less than 0.0001% to master rap, drop out of school. Ignore all academia. Smoke weed, get high. Bang chicks with unprotected sex. Then talk about it. You know what I'm saying? Sell dope to an undercover cop. Get locked down. Do 5, 15. Come out, then talk about it. You're in. You're in, son. You're gonna make so much money. Hell, I'll come back from the grave and I'll sign your ass, nigga. I'll tell you that now. That's what it is. That's what it always was. You know, it's never been no other fine print on the end of the contract. It was just invisible ink. That's all. You couldn't see it no matter what vision you had. It was like, there's a price to be paid. That's all. There's a price to be paid. But if you're willing to play this game, you'll get rich. You just probably won't be alive long enough to spend it all. That's a fact. We're gonna make ultimately a lot more, and it's gonna destroy your community. That beautiful shit you had going on back in the 70s and the 80s with the colorful radios and hats and shit, yeah, well, that's gone. You can forget about that. You know, and how your mama felt, you know, when you were holding that award, the tears were coming down, you finally made it. Remember that moment and shit? And, you know, you always said you was gonna do something good. Well, you can forget that shit too. That's gone. And remember that time that you was gonna give to the community and start companies and stuff like that, and you know, get people to create an entrepreneurial program and stuff like that, so they don't have to necessarily rap to become, you know, what you have become or even beyond that. Well, you can forget about that shit too, because there's cutbacks, and you know, you got to tax that money that you're giving away. You got to declare that. So that's coming out of your pocket in 2 ways, not just one. You don't really want to do that, do you? You don't really want to play this game, do you? It's much easier just to go along under the radar collecting than it is to try to be the one at the top. Because the one at the top is the lightning rod, and they're going to get hit sooner or later. It's too competitive not to. You know, now we got all kind of technology, and you know, just the stuff that they created and mixing alone is just unbelievable. I saw a mixing board that looks like an iPad, man. It was like an iPad. It was a console board, like a you know, an ASCII board, man, that big. That it was you know, two areas for turntables, and it looked like you were sitting on the deck of the Enterprise, yo. This is something that Sulu would be handling. Sulu was DJing like this. The sound was crazy. You see mad different colors, purple and yellow. Look like, like the stuff we put on the train in the dark, man. It's unbelievable, the sound. Pounding. It's like, this is the future of DJing. You don't even have turntables no more. There was no mixer. You got a flat screen for music. It's over. This dude was scratching like this, tapping a button. It's over, man. It's over. You don't see no Sega on that. Sega's gone, nigga. You got Call of Duty. You got some other mad, violent, wild game coming out. And you notice something? They ain't sponsoring no hip hop. They got their own market. They don't need us no more, man. They don't need us no more. Donkey Kong is over. It's no longer a veil like, this is what we do behind closed doors. You know that already. You can pick up any magazine, any book, talk to somebody, some gossip blog on the internet. Big deal. Big deal. We do coke, we do weed, we get blown up. We do all of this stuff. We got mollies out here. We can get anything we want. We're mixing drugs. You got a TV show on cable that is dedicated to making crystal meth. The whole show. I mean, how many years has that been on? It's in syndication. That's 5 years already? At least. This show is about a teacher in school who enjoys creating crystal meth more than he does teaching school. Well, what kind of society you want to paint this out to be? Because I can just strike it down and tell you right now, you're out of your mind, yo. This is about zombies. Yeah, zombie, get you, get some clothes, identify yourself as a creepy crawler, get out here, and get with the program. This is the movement that's happening. We're making it as we go along, but it's so decadent and so corrupt now that the music, not only are you snitching on yourself with rap music, you also got rape music. Here it is, I'm gonna throw a molly up in your champagne while you go take a tinkle, and when you come back, I'm pounding you, your mama, I'm pounding somebody else in your family. You don't know any better. Then I'm gonna do a song about it. I'm gonna do a song about it. No, but just wait. Hold on, it gets better than that. I got beef with a dude across town. You know what I'm gonna do after this interview? I'm gonna go over to my computer. I'm gonna jump on YouTube, use my camera, and put a hit out on this dude. And I guarantee you, by tomorrow, after the nigga's dead, I'm gonna come back on, get behind my computer and be like, I told you. And I bet you, before the week is over, I'll have over 1 million hits. All I gotta do that is at least twice to show you it ain't no accident. All I gotta do is show you that I'm not playing any games, that this ain't no accident, and I'm gonna have a hell of a lot of followers, man. And I'm gonna get checks from Google. Like this, son, cheese. Because I'm whacking niggas, and I'm telling you that I'm whacking niggas on the internet. I'm doubling down in hits. You can't stop me, son. I'm the real thing. I'm only 16. I'm just getting started. I'm a product of your environment. Y'all hip-hop niggas back in the 70s and 80s and the early 90s. Shit, I could be their grandfather. That nigga right now is like, yo, what's up, Pops? Good to see you. Want some mollies? He's walking around right now. He got him in his jacket. He got an army jacket on. with Molly's. Everybody knows, man. The question is, what are you gonna do about it? It ain't about, getting rid of it. You ain't getting rid of it. You can't wipe it clean. I always say, hip-hop, pornography, and organized crime come up in the same neighborhood. We're all from the same street. We just live on different sides of it. That's why we know each other. You walk to the store, I say what's up to you. I'm not running with you. I don't really rock with you like that, but I say what's up to you because, we're from the same block. It's all in the same neighborhood. We're all underground. And now we have all come above ground, taken the veil off. This is what I do. This is who I am. But I still got respect for the guy that has an apron, man, that's up in the pizza shop, because at least he's going to work every day, someplace that you can see. And I can see behind him that there's still that Brooklyn leather hanging up. That after he gets off, he ain't wearing that apron home. He puts on the Brooklyn leather and continues his life. You know what I mean? But with one condition, he tells everybody, you want to do business with him? He'll do business with you. But don't forget something. Never take the cheese off the pizza. If they don't feel what I'm trying to say, then what I say now
Don't make no difference.
don't make no difference.
Yep. So it's DJ Larry Love, man, and to wrap up this Black History Month, man, with this Black excellence, man, you got to introduce yourself to the world, my brother, man.
It's Devlin Carter, Saya Collective. I appreciate you for having me, Larry.
Man, I appreciate you, brother, and I got a few things to get off my chest first.
Yes, sir.
First, we worked the morning shift yesterday from 9 to 5 together. You know what I'm saying? We worked the morning shift at your pop-up shop. You know what I'm saying? And the second thing is, I refuse to wear sneakers in front of you until I got a pair of your shit.
Hey.
Like you see, I got my boots. Everybody see I got my Chuck Norris boots, right? You see, I got my Chuck Norris boots on today, right? So I'm not wearing sneakers in front of my man until I get a pair of his shits. Again, like, yo, I seen, and no bullshit, I seen 500 people in line, and 450 people had on your shoes, and other 50 people probably didn't see them.
No, that was crazy. And that was the first time I actually even did anything like that. So to see it myself too, I was like, damn.
So how many people know that you don't really do pop-up shops like that? Is this something that your fans know, that you don't do pop-up shops?
Well, yeah, because of so when we really started getting like lit, the pandemic hit.
Okay.
So we do what I call Saya Saturdays, and it just started. I started selling a shoe on Saturday, every Saturday, which as an independent brand is unheard of.
Right.
And then to do it, I've done it now. We're past 40-something weeks of every Saturday dropping a shoe and selling out in like a minute.
1 minute.
1 minute.
So by selling out, I'm talking about people go to a link.
Yep, go to the website.
They can't click it after a minute.
The first time it happened, right? Because before that.
What was you doing? Let's slow this shit down. Okay. So what was you doing? What was you sitting at when your first link sold out?
All right, so
what was you doing first?
So it was the first vultures. I had put them up.
Okay.
Right, but before that, I would put up my other shoes. They $400. So it take longer to sell because now everybody got $400 for a luxury sneaker.
Okay.
So this was the first shoe that I did that was at the $200 price point. So I put it up, and I work from my house. I'm in my garage. So I post the link.
Do people know that?
Yeah, they know. I work from home.
Okay.
Because when I made the company, the thing was I seen Amazon, I seen Apple, Microsoft, I seen all these companies. They started from their garage.
I remember the Amazon John. He had Amazon
on the banner. So I said that's what I want to do because I want I have younger kids, so I want them to see me, every day and not be stuck in traffic to come home. So I wanted to build this from the house from the beginning and show them like, yo, we could literally make a company that could be worth millions or $1 billion one day from our house.
So for the people watching, just because you have kids, don't stop your fucking blessing and don't stop what's meaning for you. And because sometimes people, how people be like, they got kids, they don't got time.
Yeah.
But I can tell. So before the fashion shit, but before the shoes, we got to go back a little bit, man. This is Atlanta. You came to the Mecca, man. This is Wakanda, man. You know what I mean? So,
it is.
You know what I mean? So for I see. Shout out to H. He brought us some the shorts. So did you start off with clothes first before the shoes? Like what? Was it all together first?
First, let me finish answering the other question.
Okay.
So what happened was I had posted on my computer the shoes.
The minute.
On the website,
just for the minute.
For the minute sellout.
Yeah, okay.
So I posted it. And my dad was visiting. So I walked from my house. From the garage, and I walked upstairs into my bedroom, and I told my wife, I was like, hold up, my phone keep vibrating. So I looked at my phone, and it was like $40,000. I'm like, I ain't never made $40,000.
1 minute.
I'm like, something is wrong.
So all the dope boys of America, you can make $40,000 in 1 minute selling some fucking merchandise.
She was like, I said, nah, something ain't right. I said, nah, it say like they gone, they sold out. Like it say 0 left. I'm like, but I just
How many pairs?
It was like. I think it was 200 pairs.
200
pairs the first time. Yeah, it was like it was 200 pairs. So
nigga, I got the juice after that, nigga.
Right, because it was the funny thing is I had made that shoe as like a joke, right? But it sold out so fast. We had the other colorway already ready, because I had made 2 colors.
So that's how you got to the every Saturday stretch,
right? But so people were mad in the comment section. It was like I tried to buy them, they sold out in my cart. They started coming at me like, yo, they sold out in my cart. How I'm gonna get them? And I was like, yo, this is crazy, because I've never had this. Like, that's that Yeezy success.
Facts.
So I was like, I was shocked. So I said, look, if y'all want me to, because I could put the other pair up tomorrow on Sunday.
Okay.
And then they was like, yeah, put it up. We won it. We missed out.
Okay.
So now, I said it was 3 minutes, right? The first shoe sold out from walking from my garage to my they were sold out, but I didn't even know that they were sold out because I didn't look at my phone.
Yeah.
But by the time I looked at my phone, it was 10:03. So I just said, I was like, damn, these shit sold out in 3 minutes. So the next day when I posted the next pair up, now I said, we gonna wash it. And literally, I watched it. It just go like it was a bling, and it was over. It was over, and I was like,
so these 2 pair of shoes.
Yes, and the second pair sold out. I said, now that pair sold out in a minute, less than a minute. So that's why we figured out the first pair definitely sold out less than a minute, but I didn't even know to check my phone because I didn't expect. I'm like, they'll put them up. They'll probably be up there for a week and then sell out or whatever. I wasn't tripping. And then after that, I said, we got something here. So
nigga, after that, you had something the first shoe, man.
Right.
Yeah.
And so because of that, and the thing, I always like building my people. I had took a picture of the shoe. I was like, yo, I'm gonna let y'all pick a colorway, design it yourself if y'all got Photoshop skills. And then these people started making all these dope colorways. And then we just started making them. We was making them. And then I got to the point where it's like, no, I need to put a lot of money into production.
So your colorways came out from you asking people what?
Yeah, because
I seen like 30 colors yesterday, bro.
We literally drop a new color every weekend, every Saturday. So we have over probably 40 colors at this point.
Oh my goodness!
Because if it ain't, we not selling that shoe. It's another shoe from my company that I designed that we're selling.
So when I was sitting there DJing yesterday, right, and we're gonna go back to the day one story. But when I'm looking at you, looking at I'm like, yo, he got to feel like everybody had on your shit.
It's crazy.
And you said that was your first physical. You know what I mean?
That was my first time seeing, which got me emotional, seeing people so prideful and wearing it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? There was so many beautiful black people on that line. And you could see the pride that they had in wearing. You had one dude had a yellow one on, and he had the orange one.
Those were 2 different shoes.
2 different shoes.
I thought that was a. Okay.
What he had on was a pack. It's called the birthday pack. I released those for my birthday. Okay. Right. So on Saturday I released like the yellow pair, and on that Sunday I released the orange pair. He must have been quick on the draw because he got both pairs.
And they usually don't happen. They usually don't happen.
There's some people that hit all the time. I don't know if they got bots or they got. Everybody say Apple Pay is the way to go.
Apple Pay is the way to go.
So all you gotta do is check out. You check out like in 10 seconds.
Oh my god.
So
when I seen that shit yesterday, bro, and I'm like, damn. I'm trying to look for some Nikes in the line. But what did it for me is when I seen that it was like a 60-year-old white lady that had like that black rock star shirt. You took a picture. When I seen that, I was like, that's a whole different. Yeah. This is a black man and this is a 60-year-old white lady. They ain't got nothing in common. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
No, I mean nothing. I'm just saying, like,
just like our age group and our upbringing is different.
And she wasn't, and she almost cried like when she hugged. I seen all that, bro. And that's when I was like, you know what? We got to get him to Live Hip Hop Deli.
Yeah, no, because it's real. Like one thing, the way I built my company, I built it through my interactions with the people. I don't like calling them followers. I call them supporters.
Supporters. I like that.
So the people that support me, like they really support me, and they protective of me too. Yeah. Like people will come in the comment section trying to be negative. They'll be on their head.
I haven't seen a negative comment.
They be like, we don't do that here.
I looked at your last.
We don't do that here.
So when I got, so they booked me to when I did the event, and I looked at, and I was like, so I'm hip. They was like, when I didn't see you, and you get 1,000. You got a real page too.
Yeah.
Shout out to the people that got real pages that don't buy the file. Like, yo, you got 1,000+ comments on every pic. I'm like, yo, this nigga got to be somebody. Like, I got to see what's going. Not one negative comment.
Yeah.
Not one negative comment. I'm talking. I've never
because I'll block them. I don't care.
Okay.
If you come in here with that stuff, you getting blocked.
Yeah, I like that. I
don't like negative energy.
Yeah,
so if you're here for the wrong reason. Like, and the one thing that people love about me is like, you know, like Lou, he said he's a sneakerhead. But
shout out to Groovy Lou, moving and grooving, baby.
You're a sneakerhead. The one thing you get, cause I'm a sneakerhead too. But I got tired of playing games to buy shoes. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you need to do this raffle, or you need to skateboard into the store to buy these skate shoes or whatever. You got to do all of this foolishness. So with my people, I'm like, yo, they sold out. I'll put them up for pre-order.
Yeah.
And the thing that people don't understand about the pre-order, sometimes I'll do $1 million in pre-orders. I don't touch their money. I have to take my own $1 million and put it into production. And then once everybody gets their shoe, then I can get the funds released.
So for the rap niggas that make albums and do digital sales, my man said he put his $1 million into his own clothing company before they even nobody cut the check. No front. It ain't no front.
No, I have to pay for it. So every time when they be like, yo, D, please do a pre-order, I'm paying for those pre-orders to get made. Some people think like, oh, I'm gonna use their money. That's stupid. You should never build a company on trying to do pre-orders to pay for merch. Because especially in this time, pandemic, say a factory worker gets sick and die, and that's your plug to China. Now he got all your money, but you're never gonna get the shoes because you don't know him. You can't fly to China because right now Americans are not even allowed in the part of mainland China is where all the factories at. So if you're American or a foreigner, they're not letting you in. So you would never be able to get that. You just took that L. So imagine if I took $1 million of people's money and they couldn't get their shoes.
Now you owe all these people. Now
I just ruined my company for $1 million because now I don't got the merch. I don't got the money. And then now they be like, see, this is why I don't fuck with black-owned companies. And you know, they be waiting to talk shit.
Yeah.
But that's what they don't understand. So every time I do a pre-order, they know I'm funding that. And I do it anytime I'll look at the comments. Some sell out fast. If I get like 20, 30 comments, I'm like, yo, I'm going to put them up for pre-order because my people want it.
Speaking of pre-orders, I wasn't the dude that had the upside down my man had the upside down Atlanta blue one.
Yeah.
But the story he told me about that, so I'm like, yo, this shit hard. Like, you got off his way. He was like, yo, I got this. He said, but what happened was you dropped the black one. They say you dropped the wrong color.
Yeah.
That one sold out.
Yeah.
He was like, fuck, I got to drop the right color.
Yeah.
They said you went back and dropped the blue one.
Yeah. What happened was when I paid them to make it was supposed to be navy blue like the black.
Like
the
Atlanta?
Braves,
okay.
Right? And then they sent us, I'm opening, I'm like, oh, these shits is black.
Okay.
Right? I'm pissed. I'm like, oh my God, I spent all this money. I'm like, yo, y'all messed this up. Yo, y'all got to send me my shit, the rules. I'm mad, right?
Yeah.
And then I'm looking at it, and I'm like, hold up. The Atlanta Falcons wear black and red, right? So I called it What the ATL. Because like I'm gonna mix the Braves logos with the Falcons colorways. Bro, that hoodie was my fastest hoodie selling out, the black one. The one that was a mistake.
The mistake
It sold out. That hoodie sold out in 1 minute. Usually our shoes sell out in 1 minute, but the clothes, they be up for a little bit longer. But that hoodie sold out in 1 minute. I was like, I said, listen, what I said earlier, I apologize. You did a good job. But I still need the blue ones.
Did they see your money back for that? Did they see?
No, they didn't have to.
Okay.
I said because they sold out so fast, I had to get more.
Okay.
Like, people really like the black ones. They like, please put the black ones over pre-order. So I can't be like, give me my money back for the black ones, but then let me order some black ones. So I was like, hey, that black one, the mistake actually made me money. So I need 100 more of those, and then now I need the 100 of the blue ones because I had made the hats to match it.
Okay.
So that's why I was mad because the hats was ready, but they were blue, and then you got a black hoodie that don't match. So I still needed it.
Well, people still buying the black and they didn't care.
Oh yeah, they love because everything is like that. I came from being here when I came the first time.
Okay, and that's what the ice cream. She told me. She's like, yo, he was buying a Rolex. She told me he was buying a Rolex, but
I was buying a chain.
Okay, she was like, yeah, he was in there buying a something, and he just came to my and said, I'm gonna make a shoe. And what's the name of it? It's called the ice cream.
It's called ice cream rolls.
Ice cream. So she was like, he's gonna make a shoe off my store, and she's like you was off it. We used to. So for the people that's watching, we used to cap ass shit in Atlanta, and by cap, we talking about fake. Yeah, so she told me that. Yeah, I'm gonna get. And when you actually, she said you sent it to her in the mail. She was, I believe this nigga. Like, I'm a believer now. You know what I mean? Yeah. So come in here, but so let's go. Now we can go back, but we got off the chest. So let's go to some day one shit. Was you usually fashion, sports, music?
Okay,
all that shit.
How I started, right?
So was you a hooper first? Was you a basketball? Because I heard you from I thought you were from Cali. No, you from New York.
No, so I started. I used to play basketball, but that wasn't my passion.
Okay,
I did.
You thought you was going to the league? Like, you thought you was going to?
Okay. That was
so we got the day one in here.
So that wasn't his calling. No, it was go. So I used
He wait for you to say the wrong shit. You know that.
It's crazy, right?
He wait for you to so you cap you down right there.
So in '97, when I had graduated high school, I went to Queensborough Community College, and I met this dude named Drew Cartier. Right, he used to work with DJ Clue and them, and he had painted his Jordan 13s.
Mm-hmm.
They was the red and white ones, the cherries, and he painted the royal blue on it. And I was like, bro, where you get the joints? He said the Olympic. He was like, yeah, it's the Olympic joints because the Olympics was that year.
Okay.
And I was like, yo, nah. I was like, yo, them joints is fire, right? So he was like,
you still talk to him to this day?
Yeah. Actually, when I did the Breakfast Club interview, like I had shouted him out. I told the same story. Yeah. And somebody who knew him was like, yo, this dude on the thing know you. He said he didn't remember me because I got a beard now. Yeah. And I was like 18.
Yeah. Okay.
So and then he was like, okay, yeah. But because he painted, he told me what paint he used. I just started painting all my Jordans. I was a barber.
Okay, so
so I was a professional barber. I used to work in a barbershop.
Shout out to the barbers of America, man.
So I used to always, so I had money to buy J's every week, so I would paint them and wear them at the shop. Like, oh, those are dope. But I always lie and be like, yeah, my sister in the army, they got these in Germany. They don't come out here. Because I just wanted to be fly. You know, that's back in the days when we didn't want to dress like each other. When we found some shit, we was like, nah, I'm gonna just keep that in the tuck.
Yeah.
So I used to just have dope ass Jordans painted, and then from there I started taking the shoes apart. Because
like literally
because everybody else started painting. I was like, I gotta one up.
I mean, so you ain't had no. This ain't no. I'm talking about you. Did you have like a tool? Like you was just ripping them? Like like with a of course you had a
right. So from there, I seen everybody was painting, and then I could paint and change the color, but you had dudes drawing portraits. I was like, I can't compete with that. I need to come with something else. And my mom was always a seamstress, so I always used to go with her to go fabric shopping. So I was like, yo, if I could put different fabrics on the shoes, can't nobody paint some crazy shit like you could get on fabrics. So that's when I started getting into putting the snake skin. So there's a shoe repair store right by my where I
and by the way, y'all, his fucking jacket matches the fucking shoes right now. Let them know what's going on in case y'all ain't think he was stepping in here right now with the snakes. Yes, I heard you say snake skin.
Yeah, it's real python. Yeah. So this shoe repair shop, Augie, that's my mentor. Okay. The older Italian dude. I said Augie.
And you do believe in mentors. You do believe in mentors.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And this is older white Italian dude, nicest person you'll ever meet. My mom always had a lot of heels, so I used to take her shoes to get fixed.
Okay.
So I knew to go to him. I said, hey, could you show me how to put different fabrics on shoes? He said, I'm not gonna do it for you. If you come here and do it, I'll watch you and make sure you do it right.
Yeah.
Like, so he let me get right on the sewing machine and start learning how to use the copy machine. And
that's
from there,
it was up.
And then that's what I really blew up the first time. Was remember the Gucci Air Force Ones?
I remember with the
Gucci check. Yeah, I started that in New York. I was the one doing all the rapper shoes with the Gucci Air Force Ones.
Who was the first rapper you made a shoe for?
The first rapper I did a shoe for, well, we did T.I., but we didn't know who T.I. was back then. And it went through like a proxy. Somebody got it for him. Then we did Jadakiss Knock Yourself Out video. But the first
I remember the Knock Yourself Out video. I remember the Knock Yourself
Out. I was in Cormega video. We did the whole outfit. We did the short set, the bucket. We did he had the Air Force Ones and the Timbs, because once I started doing the Nike checks, then other people started crazy gluing it on there. They wasn't sewing it, so I was like, you know what, I'm gonna do something I know they can't do. I said I'm gonna start doing the Gucci Timberlands. So I used to do the whole Timberlands in Gucci and stuff like that.
I remember saying, and you was the person with that.
Yeah, I would go to Canal Street, buy the bootleg Gucci trench coat for like $100, and that $100 coat would make me like 10 racks.
That's real for the hustlers that heard that. You know what I'm saying? And I like in a quick. I got a statement and a question. Yeah. So when was it? I'm pretty sure it was the time you was laying in the bed, you got on your fucking phone, or somebody texts you, and you see one of these bigger corporations biting your shit.
Oh, man.
So okay. So what was your first? What was the first? Can you say? I mean, for you,
of course.
What was the first item? Not the company that did it. But what was the first item, and how did you feel? How do you feel about companies? Because I'm pretty sure they wait for you to drop some shit.
Oh yeah. So you because I did a lot of Jordans and stuff. So I would see them do like the colors, but it was one that they literally stole. It was the Jordan 6s, the all reflective Jordan 6s that came out like 2 years ago. Okay. I had made those shoes in like 2014.
Okay.
I took the whole Air Jordan 6 apart and I remade the whole shoe. It was the black infrareds. Okay. I made the whole shoe in reflective 3M material.
That's
and
hard.
Then on the back I had my own embroidery machine. So I wrote the Nike Air on the back. Because Jordans, if they weren't the ones Mike played in from the 90s, they never put Nike Air on it.
Oh, okay.
So when Nike released these pictures, it was the exact as my shoes. Everything, nothing different. Even the back, they put Nike Air. And they never put Nike Air on.
And you were little like this. Was you a little?
Yeah, I was just a customizer still, right? Okay. But the funny thing is that before I even could see it myself,
Yeah.
I had my Instagram page was blowing up.
Okay.
And people were at me in the pictures like, yo, they stole that from FBCC Bay Area. That's his shit. They stole that. Look, go back to this shit. 3 years ago, he did that. Boom, boom, boom. And that was the first time they like stole something. Before they would take the colorway, but that one was where they took the whole thing. But at that point, I was like, you gotta think about it like this. One, it's a relationship, right? Why am I customizing Nikes or Jordan shoes?
True.
Because they're the most popular shoes,
the
right?
most especially in the hood.
And especially Jordans. Like one thing about Jordans, niggas know what Jordans is. They know the color. So if they see a Jordan in like a black and yellow, they like, hold on, how you get black and yellow 11s? They never made those, so they know it'll catch their eye.
You went to the flea market, nigga.
So at the same time, I'm using their product to boost my thing. So I always let them know that I know you're copying me, but I really don't care. I'll just say it so everybody else knows, like, look, they're copying me. And the one thing about them copying me, you say, like, how do you feel about it? And that's what when I was on Breakfast Club, they asked me that, and I was like, you know what, it's what it is, right? I don't think Nike is literally on my page looking at me like, well, can we copy from him? It's a worker, they work in the product development department. They like, oh shit, I seen what he did. I'm gonna use it as my idea because they don't know Instagram, So now what I do is, when I was in the military, I had a chief.
Oh, so you shout out for the people. It started off. Shout out to the armed forces, man. You know what I'm saying? The uniformed services of America.
Freedom isn't free.
Hey,
right?
Freedom isn't free. Freedom isn't free.
So, but when I had a supervisor, and he never wanted to hear no complaints. He was like, "Don't come to me with no complaints.
Okay.
If you have a complaint, let me hear the complaint, but I want to hear the solution at the same time you told me the complaint." Okay. Right, and I thought that was dope. So when people were like, "Oh yeah, Nike stole your shit, what you gonna do?" I said, fuck that. I'm not getting mad. I'm getting even.
Yeah.
So okay, y'all stole my Jordan 6s. So I'm like, that's some culture vulture shit.
Yeah.
So I started I started a whole vulture line of my shoes where I go back at people who try to steal my stuff. So if they steal my shit, I'll look at what they do and I'm like, oh, you do that? You know I used to make your Jordans look better. So now I took the Jordan 1s and I put, instead of the Nike sign, I put a dead vulture. Because dead vultures can't fly.
Oh, that's hard. That's why I seen the vote. I was like, is those not Jordan? I was seeing them. They had the different kinds.
So I did that, and then I said, you know what? I'm gonna kill it even more, cause I'm gonna do something they don't do. They, you know, Jordan 1s. They coming out every color now, right?
Color, yep.
But I'm gonna tell you how stupid they are with their own company. They got Jordan broke his ankle, broke his foot in the Jordan 1s. And they made a special Jordan 1 for him called the Broken Foot Jordan 1, where it had a built-in inside ankle strap for him. All these times they done made all of these Jordans, they ain't never tell that story. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna do the Broken Foot Vulture 1s, and I call them D1Y because I was a customizer. Instead of do it yourself, I could do ones yourself. And then I put the dead vulture on the side of it, and I put the ankle strap, everything the way his look. I did the same thing, but instead of a swoosh, it's the dead vulture thing that kind of looked like a swoosh. And then people be like, Nike's gonna sue you, and this is the thing that they don't understand. Trademark law. I don't have a swoosh on my shoe. I have a dead vulture.
You're right.
They have a swoosh.
Yeah.
And then on the other side it says Sire. So like they don't even like the whole model of the Jordan 1. Anybody can make a shoe with that. As long as you don't put their swoosh on it, they can't do nothing about it.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. A lot of people, they don't do their research. Because if you do, a lot of people will be making money off of their ideas instead of just trying to give critiques and criticism all the time.
Another thing is before we get to that, let's get to this part. I seen Montrez was wearing, So how did that situation come about? Because I know, he with Reebok or something.
Yeah. So Montrez is still with Reebok. Okay. He's under contract. His contract is about to expire, right? So he was like, yo, I want to do my own shoe. So he's been reaching out to me like the whole last season, but just all the times either he's busy or I'm busy, so we never got the link. But then when they had the after the bubble, he hit me. He's like, "Yo, I'm ready. I want," because he does fashion too. He has his own brand.
Okay.
I think it's called Underdog.
Okay.
So he has that, and then he's working on a more upscale brand. So he's like, "Yo, I want you to mentor me." You know what I'm saying? Because I really love this. I want to do this. And then he was like, I was like, yo, because he wants to make a skateboard type shoe, because that's like his vibe. You see how he dresses. So he wants to make his own. I said, yo, I'll help you, but I said, yo, let's do something dope where we make you a on-court basketball shoe. He was like, because Reebok didn't give him a signature shoe.
Do they get creative control? Do they really get creative control?
He told me no. He was like, he get like PE. He gets like a PE a month, and he wasn't even getting a PE a month.
And not just him. I'm just saying, like, you been in the game for a minute. You know how this shit go. Do they really get control of the shoe?
No. A lot of them don't.
Because I remember Dan Willett.
Somebody designs it, and I guess they go and be like, do they like that or change it? But a lot of them don't really have creative control. And I told him, I said, yo, you tell me what you want. You give me the ideas you want. If you see something on a shoe, on this shoe or that shoe, give me the idea. I'm gonna put it together and do my thing, and make it come to life. So that's what we're working with the Trez 1.
Once that happens, you go to. I guarantee you better do about 10. You already know how that shit about to go, right?
Man,
you already know how that shit about to go, right?
I don't know. One thing I don't do is I don't be like, yo, I'm going to do this much.
That's real.
Because I like to keep expectations low, so I'll never be I'll never be like,
keep you to the ground.
Keep
you to the ground.
You have to because I stay hungry too.
Yeah.
Like I'll live like it's funny. I live like I'm still in the military. Sometimes I'd be like, oh shit, no, I got more money than this.
That's your discipline though.
I still fly coach.
That's your discipline.
I still fly coach, and I flew first class one time, and the only reason why I did it, I paid $13 for one of them walking boots.
Yeah. Okay.
I bought that shit on eBay, and I got on the plane, and I was like on the outside, I put my leg out in the flight attendant head. I was like, and she was fake. I got shit on tape. I was on my documentary, right? So I was like, I need to. You think y'all got need leg room somewhere else? And they put me right in first class, and I was like, I take the whole shit. I was like, $12 get you a little walking boot.
I know off camera we was talking about the first. And my question is, why I don't, why you don't work with like, do you like working with celebrities? Do you like? Because I see you like regular. I seen you walking up shaking people's hands yesterday, bro. Like you was like, I don't like using the word humble, but you was really like welcoming the people. You was engaging. I'm like, is this the man? And because I was walking up and I'm like, it's got to be him. But yo, that's like, what keeps you at that fat the shit? Because I'm pretty sure you've been doing this shit. You knew that you treated as not new to this. You know what I mean?
So the thing is, people think like if you have a celebrity on your brand, like, oh, that means your brand is dope. You get that validation, like, oh, Future is wearing your shit, so he has to be dope, right? That's their perception. My perception is, I know for a fact no rapper is going to spend like $20,000 on a black-owned brand because they want the shit that everybody knows that's expensive. They want to have the Dior on. They want to keep making these Europeans rich. No, because I still work every day, so I ship the orders, right? So it's orders. I'll come up and I'll see a name that keeps coming up, and then I'll like, hold up, I seen this name a lot, so I'll look and I'm like, this person got 250 orders. Shout out to Ian Adams.
Oh, and I was about to ask you, what's the most somebody bought?
It's Ian Adams is my #1 customer, and Gas House Bo. He came out here yesterday. He had the blue sweatsuit on with the dreads. Yeah. Him already spent over 30 racks.
112 was there. I mean, Slim
Slim from 112.
Shout out to Slim from and he was sitting right there. I'm like, he was sitting there the whole time. I should have played it. Did I play it?
He's a fan. He's been supporting and shit like that. He had on the biggies and everything.
Yeah, okay.
But like Ian Adams, he spends over 30. He already spent over like 36 racks. He's over 250 orders. One person.
Oh my god.
So he's a nurse.
Oh man.
So I have people that have regular jobs. And they buy, even if you spend $5,000, I think that's a lot.
That's a lot, yeah.
That's telling you that person believes in you.
They fuck with you, yeah.
A celebrity's not gonna believe in you like that because they want that pseudo hype shit, right?
That's
they
real.
want, like I said, the Dior's, the Amiris, and all that shit. And I know all my jeans are made in the same factory as Amiri jeans.
Damn.
And he sells his shit for like $1,300. I sell my shit for $120. And since I'm an actual fashion designer and know how to sew, I get the better quality than because they don't know GSM weights. They don't know all of these terminologies because they can't sew. Like I tell everybody all the time, show me a video of Virgil sewing. And this is no hate to nobody. Show me a video of Virgil sewing something.
That's
show
real.
me Jerry Lorenzo sewing.
That's real.
Show me a Mary sewing. I seen him flick paint on shit, but can he sew?
That's real.
Like I can literally, any fashion designer, you could lock us in a room with a sewing machine, leather, denim, whatever. The only person coming out with an outfit made is me.
Is you.
They just gonna be sitting there like this. Well, can I call my designer to come in and sew this shit? Like
you done been to that test, I'm sure.
They can't do that, right? Yeah. And then people they'll see certain people, right? Like they'll be like, oh, Virgil's lit. Everybody know Virgil. I hate this shit when people like, oh, you the next Virgil. No, I'm not.
Nah.
Virgil's not even this.
Yeah.
And then because we had this talk, I have real talks on Instagram Live. Like right now, we probably got over 1,000 people in here.
Right, you do. We got a good number in there. How many of the group? How many we got?
How many we got?
How many Lou?
How many people we got in here? Look at the thing.
500, almost 600 something.
Okay, yeah, shout out.
Yeah, so right. So one time we was on live and somebody was talking about Virgil. I was like, oh, but let's look up his net worth. His net worth is $4 million. I made that last month.
And see,
and nobody knows me, but I don't care.
And that's and that's what I'm saying. And you don't mind talking about it. And that's what I'm saying.
I don't care. They don't gotta know me.
But you're accessible.
The bank know me. Right. That's who's supposed to know me. That's it.
That's right. That's real.
All I want. I don't need the blogs to be like, oh, Devin Carter.
Yeah.
Fuck what y'all talking about. I want to get to the bag so I can save and create generational wealth. Right. I don't care about if this rapper rap about my shit because you know, a lot of things with the celebrities and how they disrespect black businesses or black designers is that. And T-Pain has said this in the interview last week, and I reposted it.
I seen that.
He was like, so y'all can get on y'all Instagram Live and all this shit, be showing all this Gucci shit y'all got, but then y'all go to a black-owned business, be like, man, them t-shirts $30. But you just spent $300 on a Supreme shirt that's on the Gildan.
Facts.
That's $1 t-shirt. And you spent $300 for it because it has a box logo and you feel like you're going to get some hype or some followers off of a clothing item.
Right.
I don't do that.
So did you go to, did you take any schooling for any of this type of shit, of anything that people?
No, I'm a real people watcher. Like when I went to fashion school.
What's the name? Can you say the name of that school?
Yes, I went to the Fashion Institute for Design and Merchandising in San Francisco.
Okay.
And when I went there, I was still just doing shoes.
Okay.
So when I went there and I showed them my Instagram at the time, I probably had like maybe 30,000 followers.
Okay.
And the school was like, why do you need us? You already have this. You're making this.
Yeah.
I said, because I want to learn the terminology.
Yeah, okay.
Right. So I went to school for product development.
Hard.
I was the only student at that school that got 110 in marketing. Right, and then I also got a perfect score from one teacher that never get perfect scores on our final project to graduate. But every time they had a company come in there, they was like, look, I was like the star student, right?
Yeah.
They was like, they'll bring in like North Face, right? And they'll say, tell them a product, tell them any product.
Yeah.
And literally they'll tell me the product in less than like 10 seconds, I'll tell them how they could sell it.
Man, it gotta be in you, not on you. It gotta be in you, not on you. You can't teach
look at
that.
my page.
Yeah.
Like it's all. Look at the love. You seen that line?
Man,
that's marketing.
Right.
That's me even being real with people.
But the thing about me, like I said, I've been DJ for 17 years, but you don't see that often for anything, for no service, no product. That shit was longer than a club, my nigga. Like, that shit was long. Like that was a club. That was a prime for the people that's from Atlanta, Georgia. That was a prime time line back in the day. Like nigga, that shit was down the street, around the corner.
That was crazy.
You know what I'm saying?
That was crazy to see.
And it threw me off because I'm like, damn, like for this man to come from Cali, fly in Atlanta to an ice cream shop. And all these big people that buy billboards and all this type of shit, and they can't sell 30 shoes, or they can't, that shit's still sitting there from last season. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
And you sell out in a minute, like that shit. That's motivation for me.
You know why? One thing, we are the culture.
Facts.
That's one thing we need to realize. Our power, our buying power.
Why you think we don't? Not to cut you off, but
no.
Why you think we don't realize it? Because of the influence, it's the upbringing. Like, what do you think it is? What's your?
So I think the reason why for us is music.
True.
You gotta think about it. Everything we learn is through music.
True.
Like we learn about fashion, champagne, alcohol. We learn about all of it through our rappers.
True.
So we assess that greatness or what they assess as greatness, right? Like remember when Puffy had Sean John, but you always see him in Louis. You never really seen him in the Sean John stuff because he don't feel like that. He feel like this average people shit. Like anybody could buy this shit, but they will always want to wear the shit where it's unattainable to people, right? I call it the stunt on your own people shit. I don't want to stunt on my people. I want to stunt with my people.
Right.
And that's why that line was like that, because they'll tell me something like I got a membership thing, right?
I seen the membership, and you was telling me the free. You was telling me about the membership. So how the membership program works?
All right, so the membership, right? And I didn't come up with this. My supporters, they was like, look, so these people don't respect the process. Why don't you just make a membership for people that respect the process of a pre-order? Make it a certain fee, and then those people will be the people who should be allowed to pre-order.
Right.
So somebody came up with that in the comment section. I was like, and I was thinking about, I was like, I don't want to charge people to buy my stuff. So we did the membership, but we put a fee to it. It was like $150 the first time we did it, right? And in the membership, you could pre-order, whatever, but then I said, I'll give you membership exclusives that only people who are members can buy, but I also make everything cheap and I give them discounts. So the membership is really free. Not only free, I still have my first round of members from 150, and them dudes done saved like 4,000. Ian Adams, he's saved over 10,000 as much as he shops on just the membership. So he paid $150 to save, and this is the genius of that. I told my school that. I said, hold up. Because all right, this is my thing. I like Shark Tank, right?
Okay.
You ever watch Shark Tank?
I seen Shark Tank with Mark. That's the show that they give ideas. If you do good at paying,
and they'll buy. It's like hedge funds, right?
Right.
So I always watch Shark Tank, and the shit always mind boggles me. You get a company to go up there, they're like, we made $4 million, and we want to sell you 30% of our company for $100,000. All these companies, like, I made millions of this, I made millions of that, but for $100,000, I'll let you buy 25% of my company. I'm like, that math that never added up to me.
Right.
But then I realized what it is just by research. How did you make the $4 million? They made it because they paid so many different ad places to post their shit, to like spam your email with it, right? So when I told my school, I said, look, people paid me $150 to give me their email. They said, wait, hold up, what you just say? I said, people paid me $150 so they could give me their email so I could send them the shit that they want. That's the opposite. So instead of paying for ads for somebody to spam, buy some Saya shit in your email, and I'm paying them hundreds of thousands of dollars to put this in people's emails, I have the actual customers that want it, and they only want to buy the membership because they're going to buy a lot of shoes.
Shit. Right.
Just my members alone spend $500,000 a month at a minimum. So that's a guaranteed money every month because my members, they love this shit because they're like, I don't have to play those stupid games that Nike play, you know, and then they love, I'm doing way more creative shit. Right. You know, like I got a shoe right now. Remember Duck Hunt?
I remember Duck Hunt.
We call it Vulture Hunt, right?
Okay.
Because we can't use their name. We don't want to get sued, right? So the shoe comes with a mini Nintendo. It comes with the real Nintendo. It comes in a box that looks like a Nintendo. It comes with the cartridge that has the Vulture Hunt artwork on it. Okay. And it comes with the keychain that hangs on the shoe is the Nintendo gun.
Okay.
And
all that comes with
all of that for $350.
Damn.
With the Nintendo, and they got 600 games on it. So all the games with the two controllers, it comes in the box.
That's crazy.
And we got a Game Boy one that the shoe looks like a Game Boy, and it comes with a Game Boy inside the box too.
That's crazy.
Like
man.
This is bringing the fun back, and it's the fun.
Right, it's the fun. It's,
you know, like
it's the pride in buying. When you go spend my money, I got some pride in this item. That know
you
that.
Remember yesterday the ice cream box? How that was?
Yeah, that's that's like a real ice cream.
But think about this: when have you bought a Nike shoe and it came in a box like that?
Never.
When Nike does boxes like that, it's to give free to people on YouTube to advertise the shoe, but they never give their customers that's been buying $100,000 worth of their product over their lifetime. They never give them that box. They give it to somebody who might have 100,000 subscribers on YouTube. Me, that box, everybody who buys that shoe is gonna get that box.
That box is hard.
It's
too.
not cause
I wish we had that box, yo. I wish we
sold out.
Yeah, I wish you could show that box, yo.
But see, that's the thing. These big companies, they forget about the people that got them there.
Yeah.
You know, because it's not that YouTuber is not buying all of your products like that. Right. It's the people you using them as
they giving it to him. Right.
Has Nike ever sent you any free shoes?
Never. Not a goddamn day in my life.
Just this Christmas, our top 100 customers, we sent them the shoes that they always buy, a color that didn't come out, for free for Christmas.
It's to create. That's hard. It's creative. That's creativity, yo. That's hard. And I guess with you saying that, it shows the pride in like you being the CEO, the designer, the marketing, you know what I'm saying?
I wear all the hats.
Damn, brother. Like, when do you sleep? You know what I'm saying? Because my question to asking you is like, it's gonna have to be a day.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta be out that day. You know,
I tried to sleep one time. I ain't like it.
Damn. Nigga say he tried to sleep one time. He didn't like it. Nigga.
I ain't really.
And nigga,
I sleep about.
I feel bad for going to sleep last night, nigga. Because I dashed.
So the crazy thing about with the sleeping, I had my first daughter. She had passed away, and after she passed away, I developed insomnia. Yeah, so like it's like a gift and a curse. The insomnia, you know, it keeps me up longer than everybody else. So while I'm up, I'm using all my time to put into my brand. You know, so I'll probably sleep about 4 to 5 hours. And no matter what time I go to sleep, I wake up at 6.
No matter what. That's the military side.
That's the military side. I wake up early. You know, like even here, I said, what time y'all want me at 12? I'll be here at 11:30.
I bet you a lot of people don't know that you designed them shades that you got on right now.
Yeah, my shades, my watch, it's in the shop now because I got to bust down. But everything, my drawers, my socks, everything. Like, I don't want to wear nobody else's stuff. I want my customers to be able to be like, yo, from my jacket, from my hat to my toes, D got me covered.
Word. So that, and bro, it's like I said, I'm motivated, my dog. It's nothing but motivation for me. You know what I'm saying? It's nothing for motivation. So with you doing that, and you say you wake up every day, you create a design and all that.
First thing I do when I wake up, I design something every day.
What are you motivated by every day? That's my question. All right, so now that you're here, you know what I'm saying?
That's a good question.
Now that you in this motherfucker, so it's when you wake up to, like, is that and that's the process?
So my motivation is really the reaction from the people. It's not the money. I don't care about the money.
Okay.
My drug is making these people happy. When I design something, they're like, yo, this nigga did it again. How does he keep one-upping himself? So I'm chasing, it's a high, it's a euphoria, right? Because when I design something, I bring it out to the people and they go crazy, that's it, right? I do it for that. That high, I just made them, because every time I design something, I have all these people that are counting on me. Like, you see all those people outside, they are counting on me to do something that nobody from our culture has ever done, and I'm doing that.
You're doing it. You know what
I'm saying? Like, nobody has done that. So I have to keep creating, because there's some little kid in the projects in Brooklyn, like I was, who's gonna be like, yo, I could be like Devlin. I don't have to be like Steph or LeBron. I could actually make money making dope shit.
And how you came up with the name? That's the next question. How you came up with the name?
All right. So before I started Somewhere in America, that's what SIA stands for. Okay. I had FBCC, and that stood for Fly Boys Couture Club. But when I went to fashion school, first thing I learned, the worst thing you could do is have a gender attached to your brand.
Oh.
Because when you say Fly Boys, you just remove like 75% of the shopping, which is women. Women do all of the shopping, right? So I said, I need to come up with something that's gender neutral. And I said, I'm not going to rush it. And now, mind you, I went to school in 2014. I graduated in 2016. And I didn't come up with the SIA name until like the end of 2018, right? And one day, I was just driving and I was listening to Jay-Z and I was like, Somewhere in America. And I was like, yo, that's dope. That sounds like something that would be super dope as a clothing brand.
Somewhere in America.
So first thing I did, I called my mom. I was like, Mom, because my mom was a fashion designer. I said, what you think about this name for a clothing line? I was like, Somewhere in America. She was like, oh, I like that. She's like, I like that, baby. That's dope. So I was like, yeah, that's what I'm going to call it. So I made sure I got all my paperwork done and did all of that because, since he had the song, but you can't copyright the song as a brand because it's not the same thing. And Somewhere in America is a regular sentence. Right. So when I did the Somewhere in America, when I first launched it, I wasn't going to let people know that I was the designer behind it. I wanted it to be a brand literally where all the photo shoots would be done in the woods or somewhere on the street where you don't know.
Somewhere in America.
Yeah, somewhere where you don't know. Like, you can't see the Golden Gate Bridge then. No, he's in the Bay. Every picture would have had to be where you can't tell where they at in America.
Right.
That's how I was going to do it. And I wasn't going to have my name behind it. And I was just going to, like, have people like, yo, post this, post that, whatever. And then I did the T-Pain show. And after that, my wife was like, hey, you can't do it the way you was going to do it. So I was like, fuck it, let's go balls to the walls with it.
Damn, brother, it's just the creative.
It was supposed to be a secret brand.
Oh my God! And when I seen it, and it's like a secret society now.
Yeah.
I mean, literally, bro, it was 500 people that I'd never seen in Atlanta. Yeah. First of all, I've never seen none of them hoes that was in line yesterday. I never seen that one of them strippers yesterday. I never seen none of them. So it was but it wasn't just the hood. It was the Asians. It was
older people. Like, I didn't even know I had like one dude came, he's like 50 something years old.
I seen him.
And
African guy, right?
Yeah, I was like. I would have never thought that guy would be my customer. As my wife was saying, she was like, yo, your customer base is crazy because I would have never thought. She said he's like an OG like my dad.
You see them shoes he had on? You see them shoes he had on? I ain't gonna call him out on camera, but they had on some Under Armours, I think, or something. And I'm like, he got on some Under Armour shoes, but he buys some SIA. Like, this.
And one dude was on the line who was like my age, and he brought his mom out to meet me. She was like 80 years old. She was like, I just want to take a picture with you. And that's the first time I got to see this love and feel it. And I was just like, it was so overwhelming. I was like, man, I can't wait to get back. I'm like, look, I done had all these people. I got to design some more stuff for them because I look at it like I'm their personal stylist. I'm dressing, instead of people like dressing these rappers, I want to dress my people. And because of the pandemic, I had to shift. So right now we're doing a lot of athleisure type wear, like the sweatsuits because unlike Atlanta, the rest of the world closed.
Yeah, I like what you said. That's real. That's real.
Because but you have to know how to adapt. Because this whole year I was supposed to bring out my business suit line and my Devlin Carter line. That's like this jacket.
Okay.
So like this jacket would be like $3,500, but anybody else selling this jacket would sell it for $12,000.
Right.
Because it's real python and it's color. It's a custom color.
Okay.
But everything I do when I do it for the people, I always try to make it as cheap as possible.
Right.
Because I own my own clothing factory in Pakistan. So I have 15 workers there.
And you have to pay for. And that's the side people don't think about when you come up, because when you come up with a price, all right, boom, like you said, your first shit was $400 first before it went to $220. You said your first thing, that was an exclusive.
The first shoes that we dropped, we went for 200. Yeah, we did 200 pairs of the first color, and then the second color, and then after that, I was like, well, them shit sold out that fast. We had to keep up and up, and every time I up production, it hasn't been enough. Like we're going to 1,000 shoes, and they sell out in a minute, and we still like, damn, 1,000 in 1 minute. So we like, man, we got to keep making more to try to keep up with the demand. And that's another reason why the membership helps, because anything I'm about to put into production, the members are allowed to buy it, pay for it then. So they get it 2 weeks before everybody else.
Facts.
But they don't have to worry about that 1 minute sellout.
Yeah.
They stuff guaranteed.
Man, that's so creative, bro. What's up, Groovy Lou?
What you got to say to all of the designers out there?
Okay.
Shout out to Mike Sims in the building, man. My dog Mike Sims in the building.
Upcoming designers that's that got the mindset of giving a merch out to
celebrities and stuff. So I tell you, if you feel like that's gonna make you pop, I'm not gonna tell you to try your way, but rappers don't respect free shit. You give them something for free, you'll never see it on them, or you're gonna see them wearing it and they're not gonna tag you. But let them wear some Gucci shit, they gonna tag their shit. I never understood this shit, right? Because I've done it once. I gave some celebrities some shit. I'm not gonna say nobody name.
Right.
And then I never seen them wear the shit. So after one time, you're not gonna play me like a sucker no more, right? So I do it one time, and you know that feeling where you feel like, damn, motherfucker, use me. I don't like that. So I'm like, yo, I'm not building nothing off of them. Because at the same time, too, right now, if Drake wore your hat, people not gonna go to your website and try to buy it because nobody looks at Drake for fashion.
True.
We look at him for dope ass music,
right?
But nobody be like, y'all want to dress like Drake. So you might
think, I'm definitely not dressing like
right.
Drake.
You like, I'm about to give Drake my T-shirt. He gonna wear it. I'm gonna blow up, and he gonna wear that T-shirt, and nobody gonna want it because they don't look at him for fashion. So sometimes you be giving your stuff to people, but they don't even have the influence in what you're selling, right? They're not looking at them for that. You know, that's why I tell people like, me personally, I don't give them anything for free. You make them respect you. Do they do music for free? Right? If they play a sport, do you go out there and catch footballs for free? You don't. And this is when I first was coming up, you know, and I have, you know, not as many followers now. You'll get some basketball players or whatever. They like, yo, I'll give you a shout out. And I'll be like, I don't need your fucking shout out. My kids can't eat a shout out.
You right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
My kids eat off of the money I make. Same way you feed your family off of running, jumping, whatever. I got to feed my family through this. Your shout out, you know what I'm saying, ain't gonna do nothing for me.
You know what I think it halfway be the battle sometimes though, because we down here in Atlanta, right?
Yeah.
And you around your people, and you respect that organic support versus a lot of other places, you know. And celebrities come to Atlanta, right?
Yeah.
You can like the thing about Atlanta, like the average person can be your neighbor can play for the Falcons, your neighbor can come up with the hottest song next week, or your homeboy went to school with the Futures. So I think what it be is like, all right, this person's in the same vicinity I'm in. Let me just see because I can go make 1 million of these shit. So I can go make another one of these covers. I can go make some exclusive shit. But what I think, and I'm just trying to speak for the people, and I don't think it's a good thing.
Right, no.
But it's the same with me. I just think that sometimes people just feel kind of like, all right, this can be that one time. And they just do it, and it gets to a point that you think you insane or you crazy, and you're not. But it's kind of like, well, shit, I'm gonna make my money somewhere else. But I can do this. But you keep doing that. You never get that.
So I had a real good friend that I met on Instagram. He had a clothing line called Beyond the Pen. Right.
Okay.
He from Louisville, Kentucky. He makes some dope stuff. He actually helped me get my first Chinese clothing factory. He shared that knowledge with me. And even with the camera and stuff, he flew out and taught me how to use the camera to do my videos and stuff. But he used to give celebrities the free stuff. His clothing brand he's done. His clothing brand is done because the thing is, you know, like one thing I tell everybody, oppressor is not gonna finance your freedom. So I built my brand with my own money. I never went to a bank to be like, I got this dope idea. I'm dope at what I do. I got 100,000 followers. I want to make these shoes. All I need is a $25,000. They're not gonna give it to you. They'll give you $100,000 of school loan debt, but they won't give you $10,000 to start a business. They don't do that, right? Because why? Leverage. Why would I give you $10,000 and you're gonna buy your freedom with that? Now you're not gonna need my money no more, and I won't have that leverage over you. And that's the thing. So when you're giving, especially with a upstart brand, you're giving away all of this stuff for free. How are you gonna re-up? Usually when you buy stuff, you have an MOQ. Which nobody know. If you don't know, it's a minimum order quantity. So you might buy this hoodie or this crew neck, and they like, okay, but our MOQ is 100 pieces.
You gotta buy at least this many.
You gotta buy at least 100.
Okay.
Now you just starting. Maybe you don't have 100 people that's gonna buy it, but you still have to buy the 100.
Okay.
To get even just to sell 20. Right, you're hoping, and some people do that. Like, I bought this 100, I don't even have 100 people to buy it, so let me give one in the future. Hopefully, he posts it, right, and then I could sell the rest. But if you have 100 and you never sold that, so if you never sold 100, how are you going to re-up and get the next 100? And you can't re-up and build your business up if you're giving away all of your profits.
That's facts.
So without the profits, that's one thing people don't understand. That's why when you see a black-owned, up-and-coming black-owned brand, if you really believe in it, you got to support it, because they're going to need that money to re-up and to get the next. Same thing like the dope game. You got to sell the work so you can put 50 away and put another 50 back in some more dope. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it goes. It's the same thing with clothing.
Every concept, everything that relates.
It's the same thing, right? But I don't think that the people realize that, nor do the rappers even know that, because if you did, then you would know that you taking this shit from somebody for free and not even showing them love, even on your story, and not posting them and tagging them, you just killed a black business.
Yeah.
But then they get to this part where it gets trendy around this time of the year too. Support black-owned business. Tag 3 black-owned. You seen this post on Instagram
all the time.
But guess what? You never see. Or they'll have somebody be like, "Yo, tag a black-owned business. I want to drop a bag." What you never see is the follow-up post with them wearing the black-owned business.
Never.
You never see that because that's trendy. That's going to get interactions on their page. They do a lot of shit to get likes.
The clout shit.
No, it's for the likes and for the comments.
Okay.
Because it builds up their algorithm so they get to the Explore page. They're just using you to get to the Explore page so more people see them, but they don't give a fuck about what you're doing. I've never seen any of these people show the thing. And even with at one point when they had with the Gucci shit, T.I. was like, "Fuck that, let's we not buying them no more." 90 days. I'm like, why?
These
90?
niggas back in Gucci now. These niggas.
Yeah. I look at the BET Award like 2 years ago before the pandemic. Everybody had on Gucci.
Yeah, everybody.
It was like a smack in the face. Like so ironically, they put a blackface mask to cover your face up, man. And a year later, you wearing the shit. Look at the irony in that shit. And all of them, they're back to wearing that Gucci shit.
You're right, man.
But when T.I. had posted what he posted, I never saw him wear any of the black brands he was posting on his page. I barely see him wear the Aku shit.
Yeah. He right. And I wear his shit before he wears shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
If you don't wear your shit, I'm not buying it.
I'm with that.
Especially y'all up and coming designers, if you got a brand, you should only wear your brand.
Every
you know
day.
what I'm saying? Or wear something. If you want to mix, I'll wear other black owned brands with my brand, but everything I wear is black owned.
Everything, man.
You know what I'm saying? So if you got your own jeans or whatever, you wear your jeans, you could throw another t-shirt on. But if you run into me or you run into somebody, be like, "Yo, I got my own brand," be like, "Oh, word, what it look like? Hold on, let me show you on my phone. Hold up, dog. Let me show you. Look, this is shit I'm working on right now." Like, why you not wearing that?
Yeah.
Like, if your shit lit, you should wear it. If you not wearing it, how you expect anybody else to wear it?
Facts. That's facts. And man, before we get out here, we're gonna wrap this shit up, man. You motivated me, brother. You know what I'm saying? You motivated me. So for the young guys, like you just said, the high schoolers, the YouTubers that's gonna sit here, the fashion people that's gonna watch, I like to motivate the youth.
Yeah.
That's just my thing. I just came from a different. I like to. So what can you motivate? How?
Yeah, I'll tell the youth on some real shit. Believe in yourself more than anybody. But one thing you have to realize that my success or your success is not. Somebody else's success is not just success. Just because you see me making money, making shoes, but this is my real life, genuine passion.
Facts.
I started customizing shoes in 97. Mm-hmm. I didn't start making real money off of my own brand until last year. Mm-hmm. That's 2020.
Talk
That's 20
people,
years.
Man. Talk to these
That's
people,
20
man.
years of mastering my craft, quitting my craft, going to the military for 11 years, and then reconnecting with my passion. And it's only my kids, like, I want to say a story real quick. So I went to the post office. I was shipping shoes. I did like 7 pair of Kevin Durant shoes, and I was online, and I was shipping them out to the customers. And while I'm online, I'm in my Coast Guard uniform too, because I had to go to work. So I'm looking at the person on the register checking out all of the, selling the stamps. And I said to myself right there in the line, I said, I know when this person was a little boy, he didn't say, "Man, when I grow up, I want to work at the post office."
Nah, facts.
Nobody says that.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, we have to do whatever we could do to survive,
Got to
provide for our family. So sometimes we give up on our dreams just so our kids can live theirs. So I'm looking at my daughters and I'm saying, "Yo, I don't want to be." I don't want to be a hypocrite to my kids.
Right.
I don't want to be like, "Yeah, babe, you can do whatever you want," if I ain't do it. So that day, I said, you know what? I was in 11 years. Once you do over 10 years in the military, nobody gets out because you only got 10 more years to your guaranteed paycheck. So I did 11, and I was like, "No, I'm good. I can't." I told my daughters, I said, "I'm not moving no more. I'm gonna stay, and I'm gonna figure this out. I'm gonna do what I want to do. I want to do the shoes. I want to do the shoe stuff, and I want to do this fashion thing." So because of that, because of my kids, I gave up my dream. I came back to it. So I wanted to loop that back to it. So the young designers, don't give up on your dreams, but at the same time, you got to sacrifice. When I got out of the military, I only had $1,300 to my name because I got out a year earlier than I expected to, and then I had to front a move to come from Brooklyn to move back to Oakland. Okay. So I fronted that move. That was my whole savings account of $10,000, and then having to put the money down for an apartment and do all of that. And then I got out 3 months after that because they tried to give me orders in the military to get orders where they going to send you to.
Yeah.
They tried to send me back to New York, but I had made that promise to my daughters. I said, I promise, and I never break a promise. I said, I'm never moving again. So they was like, well, if you don't move back, we're gonna cut your contract short, and you could, Washington send a message, and you could be out of here in 2 days or 2 months. I said, well, that's what I'm gonna have to do.
Yeah.
So when I did that, I only had $1,300, and I said to myself, I said, I'm $1,300 away from being homeless.
That's real.
And at the time, my car note with the insurance agent was $1,000, and my apartment was $1,300. So I said I could either live in my car or live in my apartment.
What you do?
No, I said fuck that. I'm gonna start taking custom orders. So I started taking custom orders, and I started making my same pay I was making in the military, doing people's shoes. And I said I only need to stay afloat for 2 months because that's when I started fashion school. And I got out of the military in July, and I started fashion school September. The thing with the military is they'll pay, it's called BAH, Basic Allowance for Housing.
Okay.
With the GI Bill.
Okay.
So I'll get paid, since I went to school in San Francisco, it was $4,000 a month, just tax free to pay my rent. So I said, as long as I make it to September, I'll have $4,000 a month, right? From that day, I never went back to not having money. Like from that day when I told myself that, I literally started living as if I was poor. Like even when I was doing custom orders, and I had made up this dye called Soul Dye, right? It dyed the Jordan 11s, like the clear. Yeah. It'll turn to any color, like if it's red, blue. And I did that. And one day this dude spilled it on his phone posits, and he hit me panicking. He was like, yo, I spilled your dye on my phone posit and it won't come off. Now as a customizer, we never knew how we could paint the foams because it scratch off. Okay. So when the dye had painted his joints, he made a YouTube video, and that month I made $50,000 off of Soul Dye orders, right? It cost
somebody calling you, telling you
the Soul Dye was a half an ounce. It was a half an ounce bottle. I sold it for $25. It literally cost me 75 cents to make it. Damn. So that 1 month I had made that 50, and I never looked back because now I had 50 saved. And at this point, when I said I'm never going to go to this point of not having money, I started living as if I never had money. So even when I made 50, I would eat top ramen every day. And only once a month I would treat myself to like shrimp and steak. But every day, even when I was still making 20, 30, I still kept living like that because I said now, back to the Shark Tank, I said I gotta have $100,000 in my bank account so I won't be on Shark Tank trying to sell my company for $100,000, and that's where it started. Like Shark Tank started it. Like, and once I got to 100,000, it was just if I have less than 100,000, I feel depressed. I feel like, oh shit, I'm almost homeless.
But that discipline from the Army gave Coast Guard. I'm sorry, that discipline from the Coast Guard gave you that. I can live up there, like you said, and I like to see that, bro. But we got to get you out. But before I get you out here, what's new? Yeah, we got to ask you what's next.
Okay, so next we got the Saya Inverno. That's the new shoe. That's the first show I'm actually doing in Portugal. Portugal is like the new Italy. Okay. For luxury sneakers and all that. So right now, probably next week, my members, they're going to be able to pre-order that shoe because, like I said, I promised them any shoe that I'm about to pay for the factory to make, they get to get it first.
So shout out to the members.
So we got that. Man. And then, of course, from this trip and seeing all you guys killing in the line, y'all just inspired me. So I'm going to design something off of this trip. And we got the what's next out there? We got the Vulture V2s, the ones you saw me wearing yesterday.
Them shit is hard.
And then we got the Saya Sakran 2 and Saya Sakran Low V2. Okay. Yeah, man, it's this year is gonna be crazy, and I don't know what I'm gonna design on the airplane.
And this Black History Month, so have you anybody try to invest into your black company?
A lot of people like, yo, you gonna go? Yeah, they always be like, yo, you gonna go public? We want to pay. I don't want that.
You want to take no money from nobody?
No, I don't need it. Because at the end of the day, I look at taking people's money as giving away leverage. I'm 100% owned, operated, funded by myself, right? And because I learned how to live as if I didn't have any money, I don't spend reckless. Facts. And if I spend anything, it's a tax write-off. You know what I'm saying?
You was telling me some shit off the camera that I like. The guy ain't gonna give it on camera. I gotta say some of the juice for me. I can't give y'all everything. But now we're gonna get out here, man. Live Hip Hop Deli, man. The creator, man. It was FBCC
first. And now it's SIA somewhere in America.
Somewhere in America, man. And is it Delvin or Del? Is it Devlin? Devlin. Yeah. I was saying Delvin. Y'all niggas ain't correct me. You know what I'm saying? But now we're gonna get out here live Hip Hop Deli. Yes. It's the wrap up for my Black History Month, man. You know it's DJ Larry Love. This was the exclusive. Yes. Anything you want to drop your Instagram for the people that want to follow for the new or whatever, man.
It's SIA_collective.
Okay, word. And that's the only thing. You ain't on Black Planet or none of that type of shit.
I'm straight Instagram. I don't even do the Twitter. Okay. So it's Instagram is FBCC.
You ain't heard me say Black Planet. You ain't heard me say Black Planet.
Yeah, I did. Come on, Black Planet. That was back in the day. That was the fucking BlackBerry days and shit. Black Planet. Fucking.
We're gonna get out of here, man.
Hey, what's good? It's Done Deal, and I just skipped class with the progress report.
The progress report.
All right, what's going on? It's your girl, Lala Shepherd. We are skipping class, presented by the Progress Report. Today, I got super producer in here, Done Deal.
What's good? What's good?
How are you?
I'm great.
That's what's up, man. It's great to see you. Thank you for coming back to the platform the first time doing a skipping class.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. Still one of my favorite producers.
Thank you.
Period.
I appreciate that.
All right. So let's get right into it, Done. So for those that do know you, they know your tag. They hear Done Deal on the track when, you know, a song that you produce comes on. So talk about, you got 2 tags.
Yeah, I have 2 tags.
So talk about them drinks.
Okay, well, the first one was from Schoolie, Rich Kids. We did I See You, and he just said Done Deal on the track one day, and it was like, I was like, stop, that's it. And I cut it and used it for my tag for the next 7 to 8 years. And then the next one came from Thug, and I just chopped it off of one of the songs that he said something. So those are my 2 tags.
Okay.
Schoolie, Young Thug.
Nice. How did you get your name, Done Deal?
I got my name from Pastor Creflo Dollar.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. I used to make music at this studio. I forget what the artist's name was, but one day I'm making music in there and Creflo comes in and I'm making the beat and I do it in like 5 or 10 minutes. He was like, that's a done deal. And I was like, that's what's up. And they was like, Done Deal. We're going to call you Done Deal. That was it. It stuck.
Okay. When do you feel like you got like your first big break moment?
Ooh, I had 2 big breaks. I guess my first one was the underground Atlanta. You know, like Rich Kids, Thug. This is before they were popping. I did I Got It with Cash Out and Young Thug. All the Rich Kids shit. Future, a few other people. And then again, I don't know. I'd have to say like the Gucci Mane song, Guwap, was my first song that was like, oh shit, like it's Gucci Mane.
Hell yeah.
And so when Gucci did that, then after that it was like a trickle down effect. I was at the studio with Gucci every day, Thug, Rich Homie Quan, and from there it was like easy work.
Got you. Let's talk about that old Atlanta, because at this point, I guess you would consider it old Atlanta to a certain extent.
Definitely old Atlanta.
So talk about that feeling. I feel like, you know, for me personally, it was just a different vibe compared to now.
A lot more energy, a lot less money.
Right.
We weren't mainstream at all, so nobody really cared what we had going on.
That's facts.
People loved the music. It just didn't take us to that next level.
We want you to come skip class with us and share your story on our new segment called Skipping Class.
Look, we want to talk to all the artists, indie or mainstream, or if you're an entrepreneur, come build your brand with us and tell your story to the world.
You'll also get the shot in our locker, and you'll get promo clips for all your fans. So DM us today or visit our website, tprmediagroup.com. Get locked in with us.
Simple enough.
Yeah.
Talk about linking up with DJ Spins.
Oh yeah. Okay, so I used to have a group called Planet 9. We were a production group, and we did like Came From Nothing 2 and 3 and all that for Thug. And Rusty used to work at Guitar Center, and he met with this dude. He was like, yo man, DJ Spins wants to meet us, because he's telling them that like we're producing everything, but really it was me doing everything. He was just like the voice box. And so he went up there and worked with him one day, and they was like, this nigga don't know what he doing. They were like, it must be Done Deal that we want.
Yeah.
And so I came up to there, and niggas was like, yeah man, we trying to put you down. HPG, so Hood Rich Production Group. It was me, C4, damn, what's that nigga name?
The one.
Childish Major. Sorry, bro.
Yeah.
Sorry if you're watching this. Childish Major.
Yeah.
And Spins. And for about 2 years, we had every song that was like on the radio.
It's facts. Well, name drop a couple of them songs.
Sheets Working, Hannah Montana, You Don't Even Know It. Ain't Got Nothing on You with Gucci. Stoner, of course.
Of course.
Wiz Khalifa, Ty Dolla $ign. We just was like super circulating. Meek Mill. Yeah.
Crazy.
It was about a good 2 years of just nothing but hits. HPG 1, 2, and 3.
Okay. During that time frame, I feel like that's when like it was right before Sunny Digital and them was working, Metro.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
everybody was working out the same
808
studio.
Mafia.
We were all at Gucci Mane's spot.
Got
so
you.
every day you would see Honorable C-Note,
Yes.
Metro, Southside, Spins, me, C4, and it was just in and out.
Crazy. Talk about during that time though, like what was like, I know it was fun, but what was like those conversations like in the studio? Like, you know, was it competitive? Was it on some shit like?
So back then I didn't see the competition.
Got you.
But then I understood that like, if you're not on the song, somebody else is, so it is competition. I just thought everybody was like a unit working together, but you know, if a nigga can slide you out the way and put themselves in position,
Yeah.
that's what happens. So definite competition. I just was thinking like everything was peaches and creams at the time, but it, you know,
Right.
niggas be hating.
I got you. Who would you say was some of your musical influences? Like, who did you enjoy?
Growing up,
Yeah. Like, who did you enjoy listening to?
I was definitely on the Dr. Dre,
Of course.
DMX, Fabulous. When I first got to Atlanta, the first day I moved here, me and my mom went to Lenox Mall, and T.I. handed me his CD.
Damn.
Yeah, that's a long time ago.
The I'm Serious joint?
No, the one, What's Your Name, Pussy Poppin' #1.
Oh, shit.
Like, just a single CD.
Wow.
And so I was like, damn. I was like, this is hard. I was listening to it. My mom was like, Pussy Popper. Trying to stop the
I'm dead.
song and shit. But yeah, I was like 13.
Wow.
So T.I. was a good influence on me. Of course, Jeezy. Love that. And then it just happened to be the niggas I was around every day. Like Thug and Future and Schoolie. And I was just like, wow. Like, I'm hearing the sound change. So I got to experience it a little bit everywhere.
Facts. At what point do you feel like the sounds change in music? Because I feel like personally it's like every 4 years, but as a producer, what do you feel like?
Honestly, I feel like sound changes when the sound needs to be changed. I feel like everything can get redundant and monotonous. You can hear this same type of beat 25 million times and it just be like, okay, it's one long song, you know, and then somebody needs to come through and, you know, not to throw myself in the mix, but let me throw myself in the mix.
Nah,
you know,
period.
I'm Billboard Top 100, #1 for the song that changed the sound of Atlanta. So Stoner
Facts.
was the difference in music at the time. And people was like, what the fuck is this?
I agree, and I remember that shit.
Yeah.
Now, okay, so let's talk about Stoner then. I want you to talk about the energy of the city when the people did embrace the song. Like when all the DJs and everybody was really playing the shit radio, shout out to Swamp Izzo and everybody. Talk about that energy.
Man, it was so different. I never expected the song to well, I knew it was a hit because at the studio I was working at, everybody came in the room one day. You were there. Young Dro, T.I., few other people, like I'm playing Stoner and they're opening the door like, what is this?
Crazy.
And so that kind of let me know that I was on the right track. And then when Spence heard it, he was like, this is going on the radio tomorrow. And you know, being with Hood Rich, we was the radio at the time.
That's
so
facts.
boom. The energy was crazy. It felt good. It felt good to know I was part of the change. And you know, I had been pushing Thug for years and got a lot of no's before I got a yeah.
And that's so interesting because I know you was working with Thug long before, you know, I even came around, but just in general, you always been pro Thug before the public was fucking with Thug.
Yeah.
Talk about that time when people wasn't fucking with Thug, but you was believing in him. Like, what did that look like when you was trying to get his music played and stuff?
A lot of no's. A lot of niggas was like, bro, come on, bro. I'm trying to eat my food. Why are you playing this shit? Or like, you know what I'm saying? Like any reason to turn Thug off. And but there were a few people that understood. Like the younger generation was like, to go to Club Crucial and play some songs, everybody rocking with it. And just because my old head friends was acting like it was the worst music in the world, I knew what it was. So it felt good to see people change though, to put Thug in that top 5 category of rappers. So yeah.
Okay, that's what's up. Now, how did Thug feel about the Stoner record?
Wasn't happy. Not how he wanted to come out. And I took the shit over to DJ Nando. R.I.P. Nando.
Yeah.
And Nando at Onyx played the record and looked at me and he was like, who is this? I was like, it's Young Thug. He was like, come here, bro. He was like, I'm gonna take this up to the radio station too.
Crazy.
He said, let's put it on Make It or Break It, and it won Make It or Break It for like 2 weeks straight. And you know, R.I.P. Nando. I really appreciate him for like really taking the time to listen to the record. He also broke Hannah Montana too.
And we're gonna definitely talk about Hannah Montana in a minute, for sure. So talking about DJs, talk about the importance of being proactive. People think you're just supposed to make beats, but you got to pull up and do the work too.
Nah, I used to go to the strip club almost daily and play my records. It's funny because, you know, Lala behind the camera at the time was hot and heavy as an assistant. She was out there grinding the pavement, making sure my songs were playing in the club. And so it's the DJ really, you know what I'm saying? Like without the DJ, I don't think the records would have moved the way they are. Now the internet is heavy enough that you can do it all from the internet. But back in that day, it was like, I took that shit to the club at the right time, played for the right people, and it blew up.
It's true. Salute the DJs.
Yeah.
Now, fast forward. We get to a point where Thug links with Rich Homie and links with Birdman.
Word.
And we got this Rich Gang project.
Yes.
Super fucking hard.
Yeah.
And you and your production group produced majority of the project.
14 songs on the project.
But y'all niggas were not credited.
We were not credited. No, we did 14 songs on Rich Gang. And so I happened to go to jail during the time.
We're going to talk about that
right,
too.
that it got put out. And when I got out, I was like, yo, the shit dropped. I'm thinking I'm about to see like executive produced by Done Deal. And it says London. And I was like, the fuck? Like it felt like a slap in the face because, you know, I've been Thug's biggest supporter. Never made him pay for no studio time, no beat, no nothing. And it just felt like, damn, that's crazy. Shit happens though. It's the music industry. You kind of learn the beast and understand to roll with the punches. But that was a hit that like definitely made me feel like, damn, like niggas really don't appreciate you. So I stepped back.
Respect. When did you get to a point where you kind of got over that? Because that tape impacted the world culturally for so long.
I'd say probably about 4 years ago, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, where I just was like, I can't take it personal.
Right.
Like it was a better situation because London was signed to Birdman. So of course they can make it look how they need to. They got to push their narrative.
Right.
And that's how you build a conglomerate, a big business, something that looks good. So I understood.
Understood. And I respect that. I think that hurt everybody, you know. But niggas knew that knew.
Yeah.
So,
niggas who knew, they knew.
They knew.
But yeah, 14 songs on Rich Gang and didn't get no credit, no.
Crazy.
I played one song for a person, they was like, you ain't produced that, bro. Like a nigga wanted to fight me because he was like, London did Da Vinci, bro. I'm not gonna sit here and play with you. I was like, God damn.
Crazy. Nah, that was tough.
Yeah.
But yeah. So now you did just say during that time you were locked up.
Yeah.
So what happened during this? That's the whole situation was crazy as fuck. But from your words and your eyes, what happened during that situation?
I thought I got set up. I thought niggas wanted me out the way for this music shit, and somebody set me up to go to jail. And then I find out that it was closer to home. Like this girl that followed me on Facebook, I followed her back, and cops was looking through her shit, and she said she rented a car to a nigga named David, and they found me on her Instagram. I mean Facebook.
Yeah.
Facebook. So they found me on her Facebook, and they was like, you did a line of smash and grabs down the eastern seaboard and from Augusta up to New York for like $500,000. And I was like, nah, man, I'm one of the top 5 producers in the United States. I'm like pulling up shit to show them on my phone. They were like, yeah, that's what you want us to think.
Right.
I was like, damn. They asked me, they were showing me pictures of me and Birdman and shit. And I was like,
God.
I was like, that's Birdman, man. They was like, so how did he get the jewelry? I was like, you think he got his shit from Costco? I was like, come on, guys. So they had me locked up for like 2-3 weeks in Texas for some shit I didn't do. When I got out, the whole situation had changed. Thug and Rich Homie done fell out by the time I get out. I was like, what the fuck is happening? What's going on? So shit was weird.
How did that make you feel when you saw that Thug and Rich Homie weren't working together musically, let alone personally, but musically?
I'll have to say that Rich Homie hurt Thug's feelings. He did that interview with the Breakfast Club. And I remember Thug being at the studio like, we're not a group. Bet. And he's a Leo like me. Like, I'm very passive, nigga. You gon', oh, so we not together. Like, it's over then. Fuck you.
It's too many Leos in this damn room. Oh my God.
That's the energy. She a Leo too.
Oh shit.
You feel me?
Shit, there's so many Leos in
Yeah,
here.
I feel the energy.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, but that's what happened. I remember it just being like quick. It was like Rich Homie flew out to New York, came back, it was over. I was like, whoa, this shit happens like this. And it taught me like, don't cross Thug. Don't cross this nigga. Don't let nobody lie to this nigga and let him cross you out, which I think that's what happened to me. Like, I think somebody may have been talking in Thug's ear or some shit like that and made him feel like I was against him in some way, but never.
Because it was a time where niggas didn't know who was leaking his music.
Come on. So one day, Pee Wee Roscoe comes to the studio. Birdman, they were doing like that round table meeting, like, and
Mafia style.
Nah, for real, like Nino Brown, Dog, you know what I'm saying? Like, it was, right, all black. No, for real. And Birdman was like, he just asked me, he was like, you leaking the music? I was like, no. And then Pee Wee Roscoe comes out of nowhere, he was like, but you got the songs done. I was like, yeah, I got the songs because Birdman told me to mix the songs. And he was like, and he looking at Bird was like, yeah, I told him to mix the songs. And after that, it was just like, and then we find out that who actually was leaking the music was the owner of the studio because Birdman didn't pay the studio time. But they came at me. I was like, God damn. So,
wow.
Yeah, shit gets fickled in this industry, but somebody leaked 153 songs.
Oh yeah, I remember all that shit. That shit was ugly.
Yeah, shit happened quick.
How is it now seeing Rich Homie at where he's at versus where we all feel like he should have been?
Shout out to my brother. Me and him got one coming out on this project coming up. Rich Homie has always been a real supporter of me. Like, he was mad at Thug when Thug kind of like pushed me to the side. He was like, nah, bro, you don't do that. That nigga's your brother.
Yeah.
Like, he's been with you since the start. You gotta put, but at the time they was already not seeing eye to eye. But I'm so happy for him. You know what I'm saying? Like, he never gave up. He took a break. I think everybody needs a break from the music industry. I took my break from the music industry because it's stressful. It's very stressful, especially if you don't have like a management situation or anything. I always felt like people just turned their back on me. Like when I fell out with Hood Rich.
That was tough.
It was tough. And I went to, what was it, Art Basel in Miami. They flew me out there. And I saw Southside and Metro, and I walk up, and they kind of like turned their back on me. And we had been hanging out every day. Southside showed me how to make beats on Fruity Loops. You know what I'm saying? Like, it went from that to fuck you over he said, she said. So like, I feel like a lot of niggas try to do things to cross you out, and they'll put you in a position where you get crossed out so they can take your position.
No, this should be deep.
It is.
So let's go back to producing Hannah Montana for Migos.
Word.
I feel like that project was just like, man, that was crazy. Like,
it was definitely the start of New Atlanta.
Absolutely.
So it was a pivotal point in the music industry. I remember a lot of niggas hated, and then a lot of niggas loved it.
Yeah. Okay.
But I remember my mom was like, Hannah Montana, who's that? Why are they saying it so many times? I was like, the kids will get it. It was a good time. It was this, listen, this was all in a 2-month period that Hannah Montana, Stoner, and She Twerking came out.
Crazy.
So for me, it was like, I didn't get a chance to enjoy one song until, like, I was at the point where, like, all my songs were playing back to back on the radio. So it was enjoyable. It was definitely like feeling like, oh shit, point in my life.
Oh, we're gonna talk about that, of course.
Yes, love that song.
Of course. Well, so with the Migos though, you know, with that particular song, did y'all record that in person or was that?
So I sent the beat to Spins.
Okay.
He was like, I got the Migos at the studio. And at the time I had only, we did a song called Walk In With Me with Gucci and Quavo and Takeoff. So that was the only song we had together. And he was like, yo man, they in here working, they making some hard shit. And then I sent him that beat and he called me like 10 minutes later. He was like, oh my God, done, this is it. I was like, man, let me hear. And I went up there and I was like, oh shit, these niggas is hard.
Hell yeah.
But I also mixed all these songs and, you know, just
crazy.
I really put my heart into them.
So how does it, you know, how's it for you seeing them go their separate ways temporarily?
It's temporary.
Yeah.
For sure. They brothers.
For sure.
You know, I have a really good, long-lasting relationship with them. And I just feel like everybody has to grow up at some point. You know, everybody takes their time to choose themselves. And so that's what I think is going on. Sometimes you gotta choose you.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's any bad blood. I think at some point they'll get back together.
I agree.
Maybe a 5-year reunion. But sometimes that's another break that you need. Like
absolutely.
Sometimes you don't need the break from music. Sometimes you need the break from the energies that are being crossed up.
No, I respect that. So definitely getting back to Point in My Life.
Yeah.
You know, that was the song that I feel like connected us though. Cause
Yeah.
that was the one where I'm like, man, this is my favorite record. The beat is just so fucking hard. So talk about producing a Point in My Life song for Gucci and, you know, just talk about creating that and just hearing it when you first heard it.
Word. So I had never heard Gucci use auto-tune ever before, ever. And one night I happened to, like, Gucci's engineer had to dip for some reason. And Gucci was like, record me, Dunn. And so I'm like, all right, I'll record you. And we start recording and I pull up that beat, but I was trying to skip past it because it was like, Gucci not about to record on this. Nigga was like, hold up, go back. And so I go back and, you know, he's listening to the song. He was like, go. But Gucci records in 5-10 minutes. He's recording the full song. Stands up in the booth. He'll stand up and sleep until the next beat comes on. So we recorded Point in My Life, and it was a hit. We knew it. We was like, damn, this is a good song. Everybody came in, started dancing and shit. Niggas was dancing with their girls. I was like, damn, I like this.
Damn.
Yeah, that was a good time. So
So is it true that Usher was supposed to get on that record?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why didn't we get Usher on that song?
Because Gucci went through his rant.
I was gonna ask you about that rant too. Yeah.
It was literally 2 weeks, 3 weeks later.
Okay.
Like, he went on that rant and then got locked up and.
Damn.
Craziness.
How did it make you feel when you saw Gucci's Twitter rant? I think that was 2013.
We were at the studio. And he kicked everybody out. He was like, y'all gotta go. Cause somebody kicked over his lane. And we believed him. So everybody got in their cars. It sounded like skirts everywhere. So everybody dipped out, and then literally 30, 40 minutes later, he's talking shit about Rocco. He's like, yeah, pull up, pussy nigga, this, that, and the third.
Jesus.
And then started talking about Nicki Minaj, and we was like, oh, shit. And that was it. Literally, I think it was 2 days later he got locked up.
That was crazy.
Yeah.
Talk about that one song that Gucci, I think he did with Keisha Kayor and Thug.
Oh.
What
it was
yeah.
Keisha Kayor and Pee Wee Longway.
Got you, and Pee Wee, got you.
All right, so I sent him the stoner beat the day before.
That's what it was.
And Gucci was like, done. He was like, my girl got a hit to this song. I was like, I'm literally recording a hit with Thug right now. I was like, I can't do it. He was like, I'll give you 10,000 for it. And at the time I'm broke. So I'm like, nigga, wait, hold up. I was like, nah, man. I was like, I can't do it. I was like, it's a hit. I was like, I can't do it, bro. And he was like, all right, think about it. I was like, I'm thinking. I was like, nah, that ain't it. Like, he sent me the song. He was like, what you think? I was like, nah, man. So I think I made the right choice at the end of the day. But at first it was Gucci, Keisha, and Pee Wee. I was like,
crazy.
That's not it, bro.
So the stoner record was already recorded at the same time?
It was recorded literally, I sent it to him. I didn't know he recorded to it. It was just in a beat pack.
Damn.
And yeah, it ended up being a smash.
Crazy.
So, thank God.
Right.
I made the right choice.
Not facts. Okay, so let's talk about doing some work with Future.
Word up.
So you did the No Love joint for Future.
Yes.
And then you did a lot of work. We did some work on the Dirty Sprite joint.
Yes.
So talk about working with Future early on. What was he like?
We were actually recording right across the street. It was DJ Drama's old studio.
Okay.
So Rocco, at the time, like, he got me he was like, yeah, man, I want you to come work with Future, this, that, and the third. And at that time, my studio got broken into and all my shit got stolen.
Damn.
I didn't have no key. Like, I used to make beats on a keyboard and MPC. So, like, I didn't know anything about Fruity Loops or computers, you know, old school nigga. And, but me and Future had recorded like maybe 10 or 15 songs by that time. And then I didn't have my gear, and Rocco wanted me to produce all of Future 1000. He was like, I want you to do the whole thing, done. He was like, and I was like, bro, I'm missing all my shit. And the nigga just brought me an MPC without the keyboard. He was like, here. And I was like, but I need a keyboard so I can put keys on it and shit. He was like, if you can't figure it out, that's on you, bro.
Damn.
And I was like, damn. And so I kind of missed out on producing the whole joint.
Damn.
And shoot, after that, I was kind of just more focused on Thug. And then a few years later, working with HPG, Future came through and we recorded No Love. Shit was hard. Yeah, that's about it.
Okay.
Fuck with Future.
Now, what about the record that he was supposed to have, I think, with Drake at the time, the Beautiful
Beautiful
Child?
Child.
What happened with that?
I don't know. That's a good question. I remember Casino walked up to me in the studio one day. He was like, we about to change your life, little nigga. I was like, what's going on? He was like, yeah, man, you got a song with Drake. I was like, for real? He was like, hell yeah. He was like, it's called Beautiful Child. Anytime anybody hears it, people be crying and shit.
Wow.
I was like, damn. Never heard the motherfucker.
Ain't that a
Never came
bitch?
out. So some songs get buried, but
True.
yeah, that was quick.
Right. And that's crazy. They would later go on to work together.
Yeah.
Ain't that some shit? Okay. We'll talk about producing the cake for Trey Songz.
Okay.
And talk about that moment in your life too.
Word. So I made the beat on the airplane. On the way to LA, I was told that I was being flown out to work with Trey Songz. And so I made the beat, went to the studio and played it for Mike Caren. And Mike Caren was like, I don't think he's gonna like it. He was like, I don't think this is the type of record that he wants to do. And I was like, okay. And then Trey Songz actually hits me up and says, come over to my house. And so I was like, shit, I'm going to his house. And I play the record for him, of course. He loves it. We knocked the song out. But when I walk in, it's crazy. This nigga had like a harem of girls. Like 2 actresses walked in while we was in there. Went to his movie theater. He had one girl like braiding his hair and rubbing his feet. And I was like, damn. He was like, yeah, man, just meet me in the studio. I'll be in there in a little bit. And played the beat, and probably about 5 minutes, we started coming up with the song.
Facts.
Yeah.
That's hard.
That was quick. That was a quick one.
For sure.
Yeah.
That's dope. That's dope.
Yeah, Trey's a cool dude. He was cool.
Yeah. That's hard. So how did it make you feel when you was at the club and when K-Kim had to cut the Bitch Off remix and 2 Chainz said your name? But I don't know if he was saying Done Deal or if he was just saying Done Deal on the song.
So it's funny because when I was working with 2 Chainz, 2 Chainz actually was like, he was like, yeah, man, that beat was hard you did for Camp. I was like, I didn't do that. He was like, so I said your name for nothing.
That's crazy.
But yeah, that was funny. But I ended up working with Chainz a few times.
For sure.
You know, he's a good dude.
That's funny. Now, in terms of the music business, how did it make you feel when you finally were able to get out of your APG contract? Because I know that was something you've been working on for a long time.
Yeah, I've been working on that for a few years.
Yeah.
It was surreal. It didn't feel like, it still doesn't feel like I'm out, but
For
I'm
sure.
out. Honestly, it was just a big relief. Because I've been signed under, I forget what it's called, but I was signed with terms of albums instead of streams. So I recouped my money times 10 with them. It just was built around album placements. And I got a lot of singles. I got like songs on mixtapes. Raph went double platinum.
ASAP.
So, you feel me? So I had songs that like went really up. Gravity for NBA Youngboy.
Yeah.
Bunch of other stuff. And for them, they were like, well, you're still signed to what we were doing back then. So we just gonna keep you until you come out with another hit.
Jesus.
Yeah. And finally, I went on a Twitter rant and Instagram rant and was like, these niggas ain't helped me in the last 4 years. Fuck them.
Crazy.
And Mike Caren calls me probably an hour later. And I was like chilling and I was like, what the fuck? Like, what's going on here? And Mike Caren was like, so you want to leave? I was like, yeah. Okay. That was it. And he was like, we're going to send you the paperwork. We'll get everything going and you can get out of this deal.
Wow.
And I'm very thankful to him. I appreciate it. And I know it's not his fault that I kind of got put on the back burner. I feel like out of sight, out of mind. And I didn't go to California for a few years because of personal issues that I was dealing with. But that's how it goes.
Facts. So, what's been your favorite song that you produced so far? And favorite song just for any reason?
I don't have a favorite song.
Okay.
It's true. I just don't, you know, I have a lot of songs that I liked, but times change.
Of
you know?
course.
That's all. So. I don't necessarily have a favorite song. I have favorite times in my life.
All right, well, maybe discuss that just musically then.
I'd say when I first got in, because for me it was more about the music, and I didn't have to understand what was going on so much with the business. And then when I started understanding the business, it kind of made me lose the love that I had for the music. When you got to handle things yourself, you got to be on point with calls, and I'm an introvert. I don't like going out. I don't like niggas in my face. I don't like dapping up 20 niggas in a row. You know what I'm saying? I hate the fakeness of music. I hate like seeing the nigga in the club, he walk up to you, oh, what's up, brother? Yeah, we gotta get in, this, that, and the third. And then you don't talk to him for 2 months. So music is a very like fake realm to me. It's not my real life. My real life is I'm David. You know what I'm saying? I have my son, I have a mom. I like to live my life how I like to live it. And when I'm on other people's times, that's why I got into music, so I didn't have to be in other people's time. But, you know, that's the nature of the beast. And so I took maybe 4 years to understand what I was gonna do and take my time away from being in the forefront, or like I stopped posting on Instagram. I stopped being in the right rooms because I just didn't want to be around people like that, especially after going to jail for the shit I didn't do, and feeling like people were against me, because I only found out like the exact terms of my case 2 years later.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
So
crazy.
for 2 years I was like, I don't trust nobody. I
Yeah.
don't know who the fuck did this. And yeah, so I think now I understand that it's like I get to make my choices in this music industry. I'm independent. I can build. I can sign, and I never want to put people in the situation I was in. So yeah, that's my goal, is to really change the terms of how people feel about music when they get in it, because a lot of people get in and get that love-hate relationship even at the tippy top.
Facts.
Money isn't a cure-all.
Facts. So you brought up your son. So, you know, talk about seeing him become a young man now, and then what's that like for you? Does that, I'm sure it changes you, or does
Oh
it?
yeah, it makes me into a better influence.
For sure.
I have to kind of be a man, and when you're in the music industry, it's easy to still be a kid.
Absolutely.
You know, it's fast money, especially when you're at the level. Sorry. But yeah, it's fast money. You get to fuck off and be at the strip club, smoke weed on your job, get drunk.
Right.
It's a nothing industry. You don't have to do anything for real, except for be talented.
Right.
So now I understand, like, I want my son to do good in school. I want him to be an entrepreneur. I want him to make better choices. I don't want him to be so caught up in appearances and girls. I want him to understand that, like, find your goal first. See what you want to do in life, and that's the only way that I can show him is to be it.
Respect. Okay. So talk about this upcoming producer camp that you have, and talk about your studio, Death Star Studios.
Oh, word up. Yeah. 16th and the 17th. One of my good friends, Manny, he's day-to-day working with Key Glock, and so he decided to go ahead and put on a boot camp, a producer boot camp, where for 2 days we'll be working in the studio, making pretty much all the Key Glock's album.
That's all right.
So, super exciting. Death Star Studio, 741 Lambert Drive, Atlanta, Georgia. Y'all come through. Got the prices and all that kind of stuff. You want to hit my Instagram, Done Deal on the Track, all that.
For sure. And Dunn, you know, the name of our platform is the Progress Report. So
Of
how do you
course.
feel that you've progressed lately as a person?
I'm an adult. That's it. Getting old. I feel
Yeah.
it. I just turned 36.
Yeah.
So, I feel like not only that, but I have a mission When I was younger, my goal was to make money. Now my goal is not only to make money, but to put everybody that's with me in a better situation.
For sure.
So I've been running Death Star Studios for the last 3 years. Everybody's come through, Key Glock, Thug, Gunna, so on and so forth. Migos recorded most of their album there. We're always looking for more engineers, interns, all types of things. But I want to put people in better positions.
That's hard. So what's next?
I'm about to start this label up. I'm about to start a new production group and just keep my head on a swivel, stay safe and dangerous out here because, you know, Atlanta's not what it used to be.
It's facts. Facts. Okay.
I wanted to ask why you call it Death Star Studios. Are you a Star Wars fan?
Of course I'm a Star Wars fan. So one day, I just came up with an idea. I was watching Star Wars. I was like, a studio would be fine. It looked like this. And so that was my idea. I was like, Death Star. You know, Death, D-E-A-F, you know. Put the hood in it a little bit. So I got a little hood with it, and I was like, you know, Death Star Studios. Big fan of Star Wars. Also, I'm doing another studio soon, but,
Dope.
you know, when that comes, I love anime too.
Got you. Okay. Well, Dunn, this was dope. This was perfect. I'm always proud of you. I love you. I appreciate every opportunity. And, you know, let's get it.
Let's get it.
Thank you.
The Progress Report.
Your boy will catch more shots than a Spalding. They might have found Nemo, but they'll never find Marlin. Get it? Never find Marlin. Hit him when he's starving. The only thing I believed in that last verse was yo. I called up my St. Louis chick, like, what's the story? She said, who, Marlon Bell? He went to McClure North, one of the sweetest schools in Missouri. Not Killer Gorilla Ill, cock back, hit him up with the steel. Chill, everybody wild monkeys to that banana clip pill.
Welcome to the first episode of Rap Grid's new show. We're bringing something new to the culture, yet familiar, you know what I'm saying? This new show is called Don't Quote Me, and I'm here with my host. So let's get, man, clap it up for yourselves, man.
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying? To the right of me, I got my boy June Peas.
Yeah, man, June P the name, man. Rule the gang, man. Brooklyn all day, every day, but shout out to the A, cause that's where I stay. Let's go.
Right. Also, my guy, the last MJ.
Yo, I'm here and I'm gonna be here and I'm gonna stay here. The last MJ, yeah, boy.
Today, we have a special guest. Even though it's the first episode, you know we had to bring it in with a bang. Yo, let's give a round of applause to my girl, Hurricane D, man.
All right.
What up, man?
We see you, do we
Thank
see
you.
You popping, you heard?
A little man. Let's get into the real shit.
Nah, we got you on here because you popping, man.
You know?
All right.
You popping, dude. We are, first of all, shout out to Live Hip Hop Daily for hosting this wonderful podcast.
Absolutely. What up, H?
And also, sponsors. We are looking for you. Clothing sponsors, everything else. Shout out to my boy Muhammad from Lord Wolf Clothing. He held us down at Battle of the Bay X. And also, if you would like to attend one of these live, please hit up one of us on social media.
Yeah.
We film these every Wednesday in Atlanta. But without any further ado, let's get it. Battle of the Bay X was this weekend.
Yes.
Crazy weekend.
Great event. I'm biased because I was there, but I think the consensus is it was a great event.
It was
right?
fire.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Grind time in effect.
So, before we get into that, yo, June, let's have a discussion, my guy.
All right.
You a battler, right?
Yeah.
You've been on the scene, you know what I'm saying? You done battle from London to Hong Kong, and from there you was long gone, you heard? So, I thought it was important for you to get on that stream with Rome, and because we had the show coming up, and to really get people familiar with you. So, good sir. I think you did a great job on that
Appreciate
stream.
that, my
you know
brother.
what I'm
I
saying?
appreciate that.
How did y'all feel about how June did on the thing? Let's grade him.
Listen, June Van Gundy, great job, sir. We appreciate you and all you did for the battle rap culture.
For sure.
Yeah, it was amazing. I enjoyed seeing June up there. I said, look, oh, that's where they're at.
Thank y'all.
Okay,
Thank y'all,
yeah, it
man.
was good.
Nah, I'm definitely humbled. You know,
Professional.
shout out to my boy Direct for giving me the opportunity. And then to be up there with Rome, that's kind of crazy. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Shout out to his show with Pat Bev and all that. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, Ron is that guy, man. We got that fantasy football league coming up. You in it, right?
Yep.
So we got like a celebrity and battle rap fantasy football league coming up. Ron's in it. Me and Thesaurus are doing a weekly podcast on it. So make sure you check out for that because I'm just trying to be content king this year. Like,
Hey,
forget
I like
all the
that.
quiet
Get
shit.
it,
Like,
get
like,
it.
we
Taking over,
outside,
taking
you
over,
heard?
come on.
And I'm dragging Do outside.
I'm back.
So, Battle of the Bay X. Let's get into it. So, first of all, I think some people may be hip to it. A lot of people thought Avo was doing the production on the event, but actually it was the Rap Grid team. This is like my directorial debut, and I thought salute to my guy Paul, that boy 5, because I thought he did an amazing job capturing the grind time angles.
It was crispy.
Yeah, man.
It was clear. I thought it was avocado drops I spoke to you.
You thought it was Avo?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Absolutely,
I
it's
think
dope.
that's a good thing. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
And yeah, so listen, man. If you out there, if you have a battle rap event, and you need my directorial services, you need some Rap Grid production.
Yeah.
Make sure you holla at us. Just hit up the Rap Grid on social media or hit up me directly. But anyway, forget all that. Let's get into these battles, all right?
Okay.
Let's go.
Yo, so day 0, we did the outside card on the roof.
Okay.
And I thought it was dope. This is something that more battle leagues should do. We streamed the first day for free on YouTube.
Dope.
Because we wanted everybody to see, okay, the streaming works.
Yeah, that's a
You know
great
what I'm saying?
idea.
They put a
Yeah.
couple dope battles, but I was very thankful for that because we got to test a whole bunch of stuff on the first day. And I think more of y'all leagues should make sure y'all do that as a part of y'all process. How do we feel about day 1? I mean, day 0.
Day 0. I mean, from the ones that I saw, you know, I was in the Bronx. Shout out to Hip Hop 50th birthday. You know what I'm saying? Anniversary. We didn't shout that out. You know what I mean? That should happen on Friday. You know what I mean? But from what I saw, Johnny Storm and Cali Smooth, that was
crazy.
Like one of the top battles of the whole weekend. You know what I'm
love
saying? I saw Mike Phenom versus Sonic.
Yeah, Mike.
Incredible versus
Who the incredible battle?
Alpha the MC. or
Oh,
something.
yeah, Alpha MC. Yeah, hell yeah.
Those was all dope battles to me. You know what I'm saying?
So, yo, first of all, shout out to Mike Phenom because he did excellent in his battle.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? It was a no contest. Yo, Johnny Storm versus Cali Smooth was
Wow.
low key crazy.
Yeah,
yo.
for
When
sure.
they was talking, I said, oh.
Yo, it was surprising because as I'm sitting there, I'm like, yo, this is like a classic battle. But you said you got Storm clearly winning, right?
Yeah, I do. His third, I don't have it 3-0 though, because I was hearing that. But his third to me was crazy. Cali Smooth was going crazy too. Like I feel like Cali might have got that first, cause and then maybe it's up to the second. Maybe I don't know. Cali to me was going crazy. I feel like he was really talking to Johnny.
Yo, do we feel like the My Verse thing for Johnny Storm is a kryptonite, or we feel like it's asking to be hit with a rebuttal at this point?
Definitely rebuttal material.
You have to rebuttal.
You have to.
You have to rebuttal because it just, to me, it just looks like ouch, because she's just her. So it's
Explain
like-
that. I know. Explain that.
Like,
That's
okay,
what
so
that-
it's like maybe everybody doesn't even know, because that's like older news. That's like old
Right,
tea.
that's what I'm about to say. Like, that's
You
old
know what I'm saying?
already.
So then for someone to find that out, like, wait a minute, you was and then and what? So now it's like tea for the new people to sip on.
So you think bringing that back up is going to be something Johnny going to have to defend himself against for the rest of his career?
If
That's what
I
you're
was
saying?
an opponent of Johnny, I'd bring it up.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Now I will say this: what was hard was what did Johnny Storm say when he was like, when he was talking about like their resumes, and he was like, "You say you the hardest in Cali?" Is it? Do you remember that line that he had?
Yeah, when he was like, I had more battles in Cali versus dudes in Cali than Cali or something
Yeah,
like that.
that was crazy.
That was crazy.
That was
yeah.
crazy. But I thought that's what separated him, like the little creativity and lines like that. But Cali Smooth he's been having a lot of solid performances.
Yeah,
lately.
for sure. Shout out to him and Bags and Bodies.
Right.
I think he won that, right?
Mhm.
Yeah. So definitely.
Super solid.
RBE needs to grab Cali Smooth. RBE or URL, I think.
I'm surprised they haven't yet, neither. Yeah, for sure.
I don't know. I think there's just a long list of people in the top league lines. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, shout out to Cali. He the homie, man. Johnny Storm too, man. You know what I mean?
Hussein versus Fate, right?
F-A-T-E.
So Fate really put me on notice in the King of the Dot tournament, right? But I knew he was nice before that, and they was really pushing him. But yo, Hussein was crazy.
Killed him.
I don't know where
He
Lush be
was.
finding some of these dudes.
Killed him.
But Lush has a good eye for talent. Yo, Hussein was nice. You know what I mean? And I think the consensus was that Hussein won.
Okay.
Yes.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
didn't watch that, but yeah.
But
His cadence.
I think, I think the best two battles from day one was Hussein versus Fate and Johnny Storm versus Cali Smooth. So anyway, on to these day one battles.
Okay.
Are we going in order? Or are we going in reverse?
I
Because
think
you
we
know
should.
what
I think
everybody
that's-
want to talk
yeah,
about.
yeah. Bottom to the top, right? Pause.
Paul.
Hey,
Yeah.
I didn't say nothing. I didn't say nothing.
Get your man.
I didn't say nothing.
Talking about a lineup.
All right. So look, man, listen.
That nigga's crazy.
I'm gonna give y'all a disclaimer real quick.
Okay.
I love all the battle rappers and everybody in the community to death, but I be feeling bad because when I say stuff, it hit different. Like, you know how bloggers will say stuff and people will be like, "Yo, fuck you, da 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 da. Yo, come see me." Niggas will be like, "Yo, Direct, I'm disappointed in you, yo." I'm just saying how I feel about the battles because I want y'all to
You
be
don't
better.
even go hard though.
No, you
You're
don't.
just you give really good critiques. They're educational, like they're balanced. So they just don't like when it's not in their favor. Period. It's
true.
not you.
I mean, there's gonna be some not in your favor, but it's because I love y'all and I want y'all to
That's
do
what they
better,
need
and
to
I want y'all to be
understand.
better. And if you're surrounded by a bunch of yes men at home, how good do you think you're gonna be? It's too much. Oh, they don't judge the battle, so I won going on now.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I done talk. I'm not gonna say his name, but I done talked to a specific top tier rapper, and he was like, "Yeah, you know I be losing mad battles, but I'll never admit it. Fuck it."
Of
And I was like, "Oh my
course.
God, this is what's going on."
They have them fan
And
bases.
that's where I come in because I have no problem calling somebody out. If you
Right.
lost, you lost.
For sure.
Right.
You know, so there it is.
Reverse Live finally got him a win at Battle of the Bay. Congratulations, good
let's
sir.
go.
Reverse Live been fired for years, but he always lose to someone who goes on to become some elite,
Someone crazy, yeah.
top tier dude. You know what I'm saying? But I thought he started off the whole shit with a bang. I felt like that's how we supposed to start the Battle of the Bay joint. You know
I
what
felt
I'm
like
saying?
it was a debatable battle. You know what I'm saying? 2-1 either way in my eyes.
Oh, you didn't have Reverse winning?
Nah, I had Dev possibly 2-1.
Word?
Possibly. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Was
for
that
sure.
that because you applied nigga rules, or that was just straight off
That-
off the top?
Facts. That's exactly what it is.
Nah, I just felt like he was more witty with what he was saying. I like how he structured it a little bit more.
Okay.
I feel like Reverse Live's plan of attack was a little bit better. He was more direct. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, Dev overall, I think like ball for ball won the battle to me.
So you sound like you don't agree, sir.
I'm with you. I'll give it to him.
You know what I'm
With
saying?
a
You gave it
reverse-
to Dev?
It's
Reverse Live
It's
won this
debatable.
It's a
battle.
debatable.
I love
It's a
That's how I
debate.
feel.
No, Dev did good. but
Reverse Live's
Live
third
won the battle.
was crazy. I loved it. You feel me?
Yeah.
He was like, yo, he's like, I heard your last 6 rounds and you only finished 3 or some shit like that. Like,
Yeah.
that shit was dope. I like that.
I
Like,
thought Reverse won that. Sir, I'm gonna need y'all to tighten up. Sir.
Hey, sir,
You know what I'm
sir.
saying?
Okay.
Nah, but shout out to Forward Dev, man. Ellipsis and Nestle.
Okay.
Let's talk about it. Let's
man, shout out to Nestle first and foremost.
Shout out to Nas.
Atlanta. You know what I'm
Nes.
saying? All that. You know what I mean? King of the South and all that. But I think he won 3-0.
I did too.
Let's
Clear.
go, Ness.
Yo,
Ness 3-0.
definitely won 3-0. See, the thing is, Ellipsis, he's known for being lyrical,
Yeah.
but I hate the term lyrical.
But
So
with a
this-
name like Ellipsis.
Yeah, he sound lyrical, but like a lyrical miracle.
I seen him right, individual criminal, but
like reciprocal.
right.
Yeah.
I seen him do way
Individual.
better before. I
You
can say
seen
that.
what?
Ellipsis, I seen him do like way better before.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Well, the thing is that Ellipsis, like everyone thought that he was gonna be able to lyrically push Nestle, right?
Yeah.
Because usually, like, people look at his appearance and be like, "Oh, he can't rhyme," but he really is tight the way he rhymes his words together. You know what I'm saying? He weaves them together really tight, and it's impressive. But Ness has a charisma. You know what I'm saying? That a lot of people who are just lyric don't have,
got,
and that's
right.
hard.
Ness is one of the most poised battle rappers.
Yeah.
Poised
You
is
know,
a great word.
and you mix that with his lyrical ability and his experience. 3-0.
So let's stop using the
For you.
word lyrical, man. Because technically,
It's hard, but-
everybody is lyrical. Am I wrong?
We're gonna have to
Okay.
cancel out a few words.
Okay, I'm with you. Everybody is lyrical, but it's a way to do it that makes you, like I say, polished in a way that it's like, okay, we are rhyming. I'm being
Right.
lyrical right now on the microphone, but it's much different than if I was in here on some Brother Polite. you know, that's a different type of dictionary that we're using right now.
I like
it's
polished.
the wrong guy to use right now. But you feel what I'm saying?
Polished leaves too much room for pause.
I was gonna say there's things you could put around it to say instead that word that reminds me of linguistic, right? But
language flipper. You an elite
language
flipper of the English language, man.
I'm not ever mad at
Flipping
wordsmith.
words. Words
I feel
connect.
like
Words connect.
Words connect. Oh yeah. A wordsman, a wordsmith.
Wordsmith.
I'm
not mad at wordsmith. I like wordsmith.
Yeah,
I'm comfortable
He's
with
an
it.
elite level wordsmith.
It sounds like you have a gun.
Nestle is definitely a wordsmith.
So yeah, Nestle won that 3-zip.
Yeah.
Oh my God, man. Here we go.
Okay, what we on?
Caustic versus Coleslaw.
Oh my God.
Body of the night.
Let's talk about this. Okay.
Okay.
First of all, shout out to Coleslaw. Terrible name, by the way, but it's funny. It fits your demeanor.
I was gonna say it's fitting.
It does fit her demeanor. And shout out to
she vegan?
you, and shout out to your dad too.
I wouldn't say that.
Yeah, he was in the back holding it down. But Caustic, major pause. Caustic though, listen to me. Caustic was on another level. Like he was pissed, dog. Like I think he was pissed because Diz gave him a coleslaw.
Yes, I
But
love
he
that matchup.
came out. It was like Averb versus Hitman. It was that polished of 3 rounds, every bar. It felt like Big K wrote it. It was incredible. Caustic, you went up, and I heard low key you didn't want to do the battle because of the competition, but you went up in a lot of people's opinion, especially mine, because dog, that was amazing.
I appreciate that because no matter who you're facing, if you're putting your best foot forward and giving us 100% of
You
you,
get the win.
those are the I love to see those performances. Like, don't have your attitude just, oh, okay, you're gonna give me this bitch, fine, and just go in. I love that.
Dog, the Ace Ventura.
Yo, that was.
But let's talk about coleslaw.
The meat in your mouth.
Coleslaw, she felt like she was like in like musical theater.
So
kinda
who was
vibe.
what was that? Like, was she
Straight high
like
school
absorbing from Alice, from the original Alice in Wonderland, the Disney film?
she had to.
Like, where is she drawing from? That dress, it's Alice.
Yo,
Not gonna
nah,
lie,
he said
that's
it's
that
Ventura
Mr.
when he left the
Rabbit
mental
where you
hospital.
going
That
joint.
was crazy.
That's
Yo.
like laundry day, and this is the only thing that's clean. I don't know what she had on, but
Nah, she looked vegan. If vegan was a look, it would be that.
She looked like a girl from Brownsville. A girl.
yes, yo, when Caustic said, he said, "Yo, you like my jacket? It's organic. Like, don't quote me, like, dog." Amazing.
He said, "If you are what you eat, then you're an industry plant."
"Oh my god, this nigga was snapping."
Yeah. Don't ever bring your parent to a battle.
Well,
Parent
now,
or girl? What's worse, parent or girl?
Now, as Coleslaw said, she was like, "Yo,
we gonna talk about it.
Yeah, she was like,
Yeah.
"Yo, okay, I don't bring my dad to a battle. You don't do that, but like, look at me. Look what I have on. Like, you think my name's Coleslaw? You like that?
Her
embarrasses
name's
me?
Coleslaw.
Yeah,
I mean, I could have a whole think piece on that alone.
Oh my god.
Let's. I want to hear some of those thoughts.
I want to know, like, can you guys look? I want to hear your recaps of her bars.
Okay.
What bars?
Hold on, can I be real?
No.
Can I be real?
Not what bars.
I'm not gonna lie.
She had better freestyles than she had written.
So she came in
She
there
had
freestyling.
like 2 rebuttals, like 3,
Yeah.
like every.
Oh, she's a rapper. She was rebutting it.
Yeah, she was rebutting
freestyle. Oh, okay.
for sure.
Now,
Yeah, but it felt like spoken word though, more than anything.
I'm
I
not
mean,
gonna lie.
More
Y'all
like
gave
there's a lot of poets
She
in
went-
battle.
yeah.
y'all gave a lot of props.
To-
Let me take you all through my thought process. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
I'm very mindful of how people view grind time.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
And some of the stuff, even back in the day, the battles we did, I wasn't with at all.
Right.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? But it was just certain division. I wasn't bothering people. I wasn't saying, oh, no, don't put that battle on. Some of them battles I hated, just like everybody else did.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But I think battle rap is missing them funny, old school body bags.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying? And to me, this was one of them. It's not that I don't think Coleslaw has talent, but I think especially because the rounds were a little longer, like they both pushed the time limits, I was like, come on, son. Like, we can't have a half hour of this or we going to be getting killed. But I was surprised when I looked at my phone and people were like, this is fire. Like, it became like a viral topic of discussion.
Yeah.
I seen
Yes.
Averb talking about Coleslaw. I was like,
Coleslaw
I
straight.
thought people logged out.
Like Caustic was amazing, but Coleslaw straight. Like, and especially for her, this is her first big battle, you know, arena, and to go against somebody as good as Caustic, and then, you know, for a first time out, I mean, you got to give it to her. Like,
I love that
was
type
dope.
of matchup.
Yeah, that was dope.
I gave her a high five at the end of the day too, because I sat down and thought about it, and I was
Nice
like,
of you.
I was like, nah, that took me. No, I
mean,
talked to her dad at the
I'm about to say,
bar.
doing the interview with her pops is
Yeah.
kind of dope. You know what I'm
I gave
saying?
her high
Like, getting his perspective
Yeah.
on things and shit like that. That was kind of crazy. So,
But do
Yes.
let's go back to this, and this is a clip.
All
Remember
right, let's
this,
go.
right? When I had said you can't bring a parent or girlfriend to a battle, you made a face.
Yeah.
Tell me about that face you made.
No, I'm just saying because that is like the thing. So if you bring a family member or girlfriend, like you're opening up your family member or significant other to attack.
Sure.
And then as that person, you got to know that. So that's why, it just touched me because,
I know what I know, dude.
I'm just saying, I was in this, I'll be mentioned in battles. So it's like, it could affect things. So that's the most important part, right? So it could affect the outcome of the battle depending on what's said, how your reactions are, how your faces look, how everybody else is. Like, there's a whole bunch of things that come into play when those bars are being delivered.
Absolutely.
To sway what happens.
Because I got 3 words for you. Hey, yo, Big Gerald. Yes, sir. That's the way you talk to your son. Like,
Yeah.
that right there is the nail in the coffin. So shout out to her dad because he didn't get out of pocket. He didn't get too
Right.
mad when Caustic was going in on her. So, yeah, you're 1,000% right.
Yo, I
You
took
gotta
a,
be careful.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie. I
just
took a
keep the
picture of him
calm
and I
face.
posted it on Twitter. I'm like, yo, he's tight right now.
I'm sure
you
he
know
had
what
to
I'm
be.
saying? He
I'm
was
sure
like,
he had to be.
what is
pulling his pants up mad high and shit.
Right.
Rocking back and
You
forth
need to
and
be
all that.
prepared
Yeah.
for those type of things. Coming in as family members, just know you could possibly be dragged to
So let me
hell.
ask you this, because we know from the men's side, it's just
Right.
like don't bring a girl to the battle. From the woman's side, those moments, is it like, oh my God, or when you arrive, is it like I know what I'm stepping into?
It depends on who you are.
You.
No, for me, I know what I'm stepping into. So then I just have to keep the face, like. But my eyes are like, really, fucking dickhead? You're really this? You know what I'm saying? Like, but my face is like.
All right, dude, let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever, like, been in a battle with a spouse and you see him or an angle being used on him, pause, in a way that it makes
I'm sorry.
Oh, 1,000%.
I'm from New
it's in
York.
there, stamp it. Yeah, we can even time stamp it.
Okay.
That makes you kind of like, you know what? I really didn't think to look at him like that. And so now it changes the way that I look at him, and does it then put a different spin on the
that
relationship?
somebody said something to my nigga, and then I
Yep.
looked at my nigga different.
Like, you know what? I never thought about that about this nigga. Now, when we go home, now I might not say it to him, but now I might look at him differently. Does that ever happen?
No.
Okay.
No one,
Okay.
no one was able to capture that.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
Has there ever been a moment where somebody said something to dude's girl? Because we had a couple battles where like the opponent slapped his opponent's girlfriend.
No one ever touched me.
So Shorty got to go home and be like, yo, you're not a man.
You let me do that? Yeah.
Yeah. You
that's
let him
Oh
do
yeah,
that to me?
I never had one of those. Just like a bunch of, you used to fuck this guy and stuff like that.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Didn't we all?
Yeah, so in that way, that's how I had to like absorb it. Like, oh God, they're really doing this.
Right.
But yeah, like it's you have to go in prepared. I think you should prepare your significant others, and then you yourself be prepared.
Yo, they about to kill you when we walk in here.
Yeah, you just be prepared. And it doesn't mean anything. Like, at the end of the day, after it's all done, you're like, oh my God, are you really fucking mad at me? Or, bro, you're a casualty. Like, I've had all types of things said to me from before battles to after.
Got you. So speaking of being prepared, ATM versus O Solo.
Oh my God. First of all, shout out to O Solo. You know
Shout
what I'm saying?
One
He
nigga
is a
bring two
character.
niggas, and he
Two
drew the
niggas bring
niggas,
three.
the stick figure
He
niggas.
has figured out longevity in the game as well. And it's not all street stuff.
Yes.
It's just very much, I'm my character, this is my brand. I don't got to do nothing that y'all doing.
Yes.
I love it.
Yo, you know, O-Solo was on 106 in Park. He was like a 4 or 5 week champion.
Champion on there.
My
for
man
sure.
had
And
the
Fight
free
Club.
braids with barrettes in his hair. Acting a fool,
I
winning.
seen him on Fight Club first. versus
Really?
Jones.
Yeah.
Yeah. O-Solo walked, so Swave Sever, Head Ice, Tech 9.
And Dot?
These guys could run.
True.
He was first. He
There's
was
a little
like-
more flair and
A little more, okay,
charisma in
okay,
O-Solo.
okay.
Yeah, O-Solo reminds me of like a karate movie.
I feel that. I feel
What he
that.
say in Fight Club?
Oh yeah.
Some jujitsu.
Yeah.
Jab, uppercut. Ow, big
Absolutely. Don't quote me. Exactly.
Don't
That's
quote
where
me,
it comes.
quote O-Solo.
Yeah. So in this battle, when he said, he looked at ATM. Oh my God, I think it was in the third, and he said, "You got a way back bump on your lip that you don't get in 2023 that you don't usually get." I was like, "Yo, who thinks of this? This is amazing." So, shout out to O-Solo. That was
Original
amazing.
for sure.
Now,
Absolutely.
I thought ATM messaged me on Twitter a couple years ago, like, "Yo, if you ever got anything going on again, please holler at me."
Okay.
And we talked about this. I seen it and I ain't say nothing. You know what I'm saying? But I talked to Disaster, and I think when he booked ATM, and I was kind of like, yeah, because he hit me up, whatever, right?
Right.
See, now, ATM always came to the battle looking like he ain't know what was going on. And like 1 out of every 3 battles, he would be crazy. You know what I'm saying? And he kept getting booked. And I remember he battled this dude named Thousand. Shout out to Thousand. And Thousand had, a little oily, acne face. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And the whole battle, he was just like, "You pizza face, you greasy face," right? And it was hilarious. He was cooking him. And ATM had this line where he goes up to the side of his face and he goes, "Wait, that's not fair. You can't do that here. That pimple whispered a line into that ear." And that was like his moment.
Yeah.
And he went crazy. That was at, I think that was in Broward, the same night.
The Broward Beatdown.
Yeah, the
joint.
Broward Beatdown.
Yeah,
The same night,
remember that.
recognized battle, no
Yeah,
can
yeah,
do.
yeah.
So after that, I was like, oh, like, he got a pass. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
yeah.
He's crazy. You know what I mean? And I'm not going to lie, I was mad as hell at ATM.
His performance?
Yes, I was mad as hell because I didn't know if he was nervous and high. I ain't know if he, I ain't know nothing what my man's was doing. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like,
Yeah, he shit the bed, bro. Like he
He-
stunk up the place.
Yeah.
You feel me? The whole battle, like, you know what I'm saying? I was like, yo, this man is trash. He was saying gay shit the whole time.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, they paused him
He
like
paused
5 different
everything.
times.
Yeah,
Everything was
Lush
paused.
Low-key wanted to cut him
Yeah.
off one time.
Right.
But he has talent, so I see what you're saying. He didn't show up. June, like, I ain't
I ain't going for that. Yeah,
June,
yeah. I feel
ain't
like
going for it.
battle rap is so competitive now. Ain't no room for none of that.
Yeah,
Like, you know
it's-
what I'm
it's
saying?
like-
Yeah,
come
there's
on.
no space
You a gag
for the
character, your
bullshit.
novelty don't wear off. All right, kid, beat it. Like, you know what I mean?
Did you call him a gag character?
Yeah.
I ignored that dude. Come on.
Then he hit
I
him with,
ignored that.
and he hit him with the beat
Come
it
on,
at the
dude.
end.
Like,
Yeah.
Yo, relax.
Difference
Yo,
between a
y'all-
4.0 and
I
a
thought we from New York,
4.6.
dude. Come on, son.
Yo, young Hurricane, you wildin' right
You
now.
wildin' out here,
Listen,
son.
right? ATM, I want you to think we hate you, brother. But this is a message to all battle rappers on cards like this.
Okay.
Especially if there's going to be more grind time cards.
Right.
You have to come prepared.
Yes.
In 2009, it was kind of funny.
Right.
No, you can't do that no more, bro. You too talented to be playing with your chances like this.
That's a
because
fact.
at the
Agreed.
same time, there's a lot of people from that era of battle rap that didn't get a chance to get on a card like this,
Right.
and they looking at it like, "Hey, yo, you booked my man, and like I could have been on this card."
Right.
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
It's
I
crazy.
understand
It's a
that.
little
I
bit.
feel
It's a
that.
little bit disrespectful too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, no one's holding you to the fire. Like we don't really care like that. But come on, bro. Especially when you know there's competition.
Yeah, somebody
been
else
like-
could have definitely had that
Right.
spot if it's like
It's
that.
been like 12 years, right? And we thought that, like, you know what I'm saying, maybe he'd be sober now or something like that, come back better and shit.
Talk your shit, Jim.
He came back worse, like, if anything, bro. Like, I'm sorry, like,
You know what I'm saying? That
Keep
shit
banging.
was like mad, like, dude, where's my car vibes?
yeah,
You know
like,
what I'm saying?
I don't know.
He had a
He
little-
didn't write a bar. I think he freestyled the whole shit.
I don't know. I don't remember. I was just mad.
Oh, you got to do better, baby, on the return.
All right. So let's get into one of the greatest battles of the event. I don't think this could be any worse than the third battle of the whole event. I mean, the third best battle of the whole event.
Okay.
Okay.
Carter Deems versus Dirtbag Dan. Let's talk about
That was
it.
the battle.
Carter Deem, top 3 performance.
I
all
love
weekend.
Carter
Yeah.
Deems. And I'm an old Dirtbag Dan
Possibly
fan.
top
actually.
2.
Yes.
You know what? I want to ask y'all a question.
Okay.
I remember back when Grind Time was first starting and then other leagues would start popping up, I would talk to people, you know what I mean, on the URL side, and they would be like, they would say two things. They'd be like, yo, I can do a battle over there. I remember Good said this.
Okay.
He was like, I could do a battle over there. I'm not battling Thesaurus. That white boy nice, but I can't battle him. You know what I'm saying? And the other thing I remember was everybody used to be like, yo, Dirtbag Dan's a hood favorite.
Yeah.
And I liked him, but
Him
I knew
and Surfers was
I
battle
liked
sometime.
him back in the day.
What? Oh, Surfing Dirtbag Dan.
Yeah, you don't remember that shit?
No.
back then? Yeah,
I think
son.
that did happen.
It didn't happen, but it was supposed to happen. Like Surfer
It was promoted.
yeah, like Surfer was like kind of like pushing it out there. Like he's like,
I
yo, if
like that.
battle
There
one of
was
the
a
Grind Time
moment
dudes, I'm like,
Dirtbag Dan was
Dan,
really like buzzing for real in the
Aqua,
hood.
something
Why was
like that.
Dirtbag Dan the hood favorite?
He was
I don't
buzzing.
know.
I
He's
don't
got
know.
a
I
great
was
name.
watching that nigga on YouTube at one
He
point.
do got a
Like,
great name.
Great name.
Right.
this is my
A lot of
favorite.
people be like, yo, I don't like them white boys to be battling, but Dirtbag Dan, my nigga.
Him, Pat Stay. I had
Yeah,
like I
Pat,
had
of
like
course.
a couple
R.I.P.
of
Pat.
staple ones over there.
And your man, Shirt and Tie. Remember you
Shirt
remember
and Tie.
we used to be battling with the no shirt on, the big white dude. I think it was in Orlando. You remember
Like
Shirt and
Shirt-
Tie?
Big
Shirt
white
and Tie
dude
is
battle
off.
with no shirt
His
on.
name
And a
was- I think his name
tie,
was
It's not
freaky as
Flames.
hell.
What's his name? Shirt and Tie.
Nah, that's
No, he's
that's
talking
dude
about
battle Iron Solomon.
So you're thinking because they was on them Underground Sessions video. See, this is some knowledge y'all got to know about.
Okay.
So Underground Sessions
I don't
was
know what
that
they
league,
talking about.
was not a league, but they used to film battles in New York outside.
Yeah.
What happened was Iron Solomon battled a dude named Shirt and Tie, and he
was
said
it.
that line when he was like a white guy wearing black dude wearing white, a white guy wearing black, a nasty rapper looking at you, a white guy staring
Wearing back.
back. One of the craziest
Yeah.
off the top bars. But Flames battled with no shirt on against Iron Solomon on that same channel.
So
So
his
that's
name-
why you thought it was
his
Shirt
name
and
Talking about
Tie.
the dude with the
Shirt and Tie.
ponytail, right? He was
Yeah.
shirtless.
I think he
Spanish,
didn't have a
Puerto Rican
shirt.
looking
Yes,
dude.
yes.
Yeah, Flames.
Yes. Oh, that was his name.
Yeah.
Now,
Flames.
I'm not
Okay,
gonna
okay.
lie. I seen a dude this weekend that looked like Flames. And I said, "Oh, my man!" And I dapped him, and he starts. I was like, "This ain't Flames." Shout out to my man, but I thought
know
you
who
was
you're talking
Flames. You
about.
know what I'm saying?
Taking it back. Absolutely.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
you
And
know what I'm
shout out-
talking about?
I think it was
I think
Sonic.
he came from Florida.
Nah, that dude Sonic.
Not Sonic Sound Waviest. He don't look like Flames.
No.
It was a dude who looked like Flames.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Battle rap has the best names.
But
Absolutely.
Dirtbag
Anyway,
Dan,
yeah.
Carter Deems, amazing battle. I think Carter Deems won, but it was, don't matter. And this crazy thing, you know what Dodo is? The Animal Channel. It's like a animal Instagram page with like mad views. I don't know if it's like a channel thing or whatever, but they reposted Dirtbag Dan. So there you go. You know what I'm saying?
Fire.
It's the Rock.
B Magic and Low Pesci.
B Magic and
B
Low Pesci.
Magic. Yeah, I'm a
B
B-Magic
motherfucking
fanatic.
Magic.
Absolutely.
Yo, going into
Street
this
status.
battle, I had it being like my sleeper battle of the night,
Okay.
Okay.
but it didn't go that way. I feel like it was like a one-sided kind of beat down. A
Yeah,
little bit.
for sure.
You know what I mean? B Magic was like in rare form.
He was
Street
sliding.
status.
Street status, B Magic. You feel me?
And I'll go on record. I've been on record saying this. B Magic to me is the best punchline battle of all time.
He is.
Like, and I know people go Rum.
I'm sorry. Wait.
You going Rum?
Not of
Nitty?
all time.
You going Run? Who you going of all time?
Punchline?
It's hard to not say Rum Nitty because he is the most consistent.
With it,
Yeah.
Not only battler, puncher also.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, but he copied B Magic style.
He copied B
Yeah.
Magic.
That's a strong statement, sir.
B Magic is the only battle rapper. See, everybody knows this.
I think B Magic punches with flow.
I'm gonna tell you how.
He does.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna tell you how you copy being a puncher. As a traditional rapper, the punchline is always on the fourth bar. If you're good, really good, you can do it on the 2 and the 4.
Okay, because I was going to say.
Okay, if you 2 and the 4, B Magic is the only punchline battle rapper or any type of rapper from any type of grabbing a mic to do a punchline on 1, 2, 3, and 4.
I don't feel
Rum
like that's...
Nitty has copied that.
Why does it have to be a
But they don't
copy?
have the same style.
Right.
It's because B Magic is laid back and he rap with so much flow and rhythm. Rum Nitty like constructs it and makes you see it.
And it's
on
more
the
of an
way to the
attack.
floor.
Right.
I get
I
it.
feel like Rum punches on 1, 2, 3, and 4 as well.
But
I feel like when Rum's rapping, he's just hitting you.
He does do that, but he did that after B Magic.
B Magic has that flow
Yes,
sometimes
yes.
where I feel like there was a time when I felt like that flow was all it was.
Okay.
And
Yep.
that's where I felt like other people had the advantage over him because that flow wasn't breaking up. It was just like you're on the same beat every time you come battle.
I'm with that. Some people, some battle rappers have. I mean, at this point, it's almost branding, like Swave Seva or Head Ice or whoever.
You saying they can rap with the same flow?
Yeah, and it
won't
doesn't
get
matter
old 'cause
because
they the
we
only one that
love
can do
it so much. So what B Magic's what made his different from Conceited or somebody like that was he had believability with it. And it was a little bit more street. So yes, shout out to Grind Time and shout out to every other battle league. But I like when a battle rapper is authentic to himself. So you can be Dirtbag Dan and kill it. But don't be Dirtbag Dan and then be talking about, yo, I'm gonna come through with the K.
But what about when Carter Deems did it?
Okay, they're white. They're white. It doesn't matter. White people get a pass with that because that it's comical. Like it's like the New York.
What about Big K? He says it's serious.
No, but
I believe Big K. He looks like he drives
I believe Big K.
pickup truck.
Like I'm not
He has a
saying like
shotgun.
all these people are way too creative to be just throwing their lives away usually. So I don't think that all of them are doing that. But Big K is not the type of dude where you could just run up on him and just push him and he's just gonna be like, well.
But his
I'm
image
white
says that though.
Yeah, his image is like. I'm
He has a
a
beanie,
nigga just
he has
like
a
y'all
beard.
niggas. What's happening? I like that.
I feel like he wears
Love
a
Big
snorkel.
K. Shout out Big K.
We're going to get back to that in a little
Yes,
bit.
sir. Yes, sir.
But basically, I thought Lil Pesci was good. I thought there was nothing wrong with his shit.
Right.
He just didn't lead up to any
I feel
huge
like
moments
yeah,
to
like he
drop
was
any-
like right here. He never went up. Like he never like.
It's like
inclined.
all
He
his
never
filler
took
was
off.
good.
He never took off. Right.
All his filler was good. You know what I'm saying? But he didn't work up to a big punch. You know what I'm saying? And B Magic was on one.
Yeah, I feel like he showed like
You know what I'm saying?
ring rust for sure. You know what I mean? He hasn't battled in like 5, 6, 7 years. So no slight to him or whatever. But I hope next time he come back better. 'Cause I thought he was gonna do better. You know what I mean? So as a fan of him, you know what I mean? I just wish, you know what I'm saying? So
Speaking of somebody who came back and did better, your man T-Rex against Big K.
He did.
Ooh.
He did.
That was the surrogation T-Rex. You know what I'm saying?
Surrogation.
That was the I ain't coming to hear about waves in this nigga's haircut. If I give that blade a wave, I get everybody a haircut. Yo, that was that T-Rex that we got.
Yeah, he was rapping good.
But
Big K.
Let's talk about it.
Let's.
Big K, good lord, champion of the year.
Big K.
It's looking like he's up there
Yes.
for sure.
He's in. I think it might be between somebody else we're gonna talk about in a minute. And
I
Big
like
K.
what Big K's doing though so far. Mook, then Rex. I mean, in my opinion, I feel like he has the Harlem crown.
Has anybody ever done that too? Like battle Mook, then Rex?
No.
That's
No.
crazy.
It had to be a long time ago when they were just running around battling.
Running around doing
outside.
that shit,
Right.
right?
You know what I'm saying?
That's crazy.
Big K, I think he's the battler of the year this year.
For sure.
The thing I like about Big K is he feels like old Smack. He feels like DVD era. He feels very. I like his competitiveness to the point where it's almost he kind of feels like Dot Mob. Dot Mob has those same type. Kayshawn, Mook, and Rex. They almost don't like the opponent. I don't like to see battle rappers in the middle of it like, yo, that was a nice line. Nah, you're not getting that with Big K. It's
See how
like,
dude didn't dap you?
yeah, I
She
like
know
that.
what it
Yeah,
is.
she know what's up. Yeah, yeah, you know what time it is. Yeah. So I like that. Big K is like that, and he brought that. I mean, Rex, they had the same thing. So even after the battle, it was like, all right, we could be cool now. And I like that edge. I'm a killer, so I love that. Big K got it, dog. He got it.
Yo, Big K.
The
man.
angles is crazy.
You said everything there is to say.
The consensus has T-Rex winning.
Right?
It does?
I seen that too.
I seen
Yeah,
votes
the
like
votes
that.
was
I seen
60 to 40,
polls.
T-Rex.
Did it even out?
Rex.
I feel like the fact that Rex did good, that's
Yes.
exactly that.
Yeah.
Everybody like, yeah, he won.
Yeah,
Fuck
he
that.
did-
Like,
he
you know,
did better.
everybody was happy to see Rex like
I
in
feel
rare
like we
form.
got an 80% Rex.
Yes.
I feel like we haven't been getting that high of a percentage.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I
feel like
don't.
he got another level he could go to. still.
No, Pat, I don't care. Like, to me, like, whatever you're going on in the background, I'd rather not know. So it's just like, you show up how you show up. And Big K, to me, his rounds were structured better. It was like the intro, the body, conclusion, like, it was perfectly
Right.
written, in my opinion. So,
Bars of the battle. Any bar that stood out to you?
The angle about the underage.
Wow, that was
that
evil.
That was
mean.
ugly. That was.
People were a little upset. Why is he going there?
Yeah. They wanted to cancel Rex after that.
He's a guest.
Well, as people that consume
Guest
so
to
much
hip hop.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Had to use the white card on him.
As people that consume more battle rap content than the average person, are we like preconditioned to hear things that sound heinous and be like, "Oh, that was fire"? You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. Yeah. We're callous.
So how do we like? How do you really feel when information like that is presented? You feel like, oh, it may be real, or you just feel like, oh,
I don't feel anything. I just want to hear how it is put together, honestly. And then I wait till later if the tea, like, okay, so was it real?
Because the angle being real or fake does matter to me, though. I ain't gonna lie. Like, as far as like who I judge wins the battle, like you know what I mean.
So
you can't
when
win the battle to me off
Big
a
K
fake
was
angle.
saying those things.
It was true though. He did say those things.
He did say those things.
He did say those things.
Wow.
If she's old,
you know what I mean?
Across the street,
When he battled Math,
you said it.
He said that.
When he said
dirty dog.
I did the airplane noise when I tried to stick my dick in the mouth.
Yeah, he did all
He
that.
said that shit. Yeah.
So,
really?
Yeah.
So look, before
first URL battle ever. Yeah. Math versus T-Rex.
Just out there like a wild animal.
So before we talk about the battle, let's talk about Charlie Clips and DNA versus Satire and Dumbfounded.
Okay.
I was happy that everybody did well in that battle.
Yes.
I didn't want Satire to get caught up being the like people by default being like, oh, well, everybody was fine but Satire. But he looked so focused before that battle started, and I was glad because him and Dumbfounded is an incredible team, mad accomplishments under their belt. I actually think Dumbfounded and Satire started the battle off whipping DNA and Charlie Clips' ass.
They
in
did.
that first round.
First round, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And the DNA and Charlie Clips came back in the second or third round when they was playing off each other and shouting out like everybody on the. Oh, they was going through all the leagues. That was an incredible angle to take as a 2-on-2 team.
Guess what league I'm on?
Yeah, guess what
But
league
they're
I'm on.
so
That's
like
crazy.
seasoned together. They're
Yes.
friends. They've been overseas. Like that's a hard team to beat when they come together.
So I think.
For sure.
So did y'all think that Charlie Clips and DNA won that one?
I do.
I do as well, out of creativity alone. You know what I'm saying? I feel
Presence.
like Satire and
It was a
Dumbfounded
great
kinda,
battle, though.
They kind of showed that, like, it's crazy to say because DNA and Clips know each other for so long. You know what I'm saying? But they showed probably a little bit better chemistry than DNA and Clips did, probably. Well, probably because DNA and Clips probably didn't have enough time to prepare as much as they did, probably. You know what I'm saying? Like,
So you felt like
kinda
they was
rushed through
more.
something.
You feel like they was better prepared and their performance was more crisp, but DNA and Clips had a more creative angle.
Exactly. There you
Okay.
go.
Gotcha.
There you go.
Yeah, Clips was on one that night.
But great battle though. I always feel like 2-on-2.
I just hate like when you do a 2-on-2 and then like one person rounds like most of the round.
And DNA and
You know
Clips,
what
they
I'm
know
saying?
how to cater to multiple audiences. Like they
Right.
know, like they can go somewhere and know exactly what to do.
Season.
But it's like when Charlie Clips go in there, like it's crazy, but it's like, you know, it's a 2-on-2. Like this shows like, you know what I mean? Like it's supposed to be you and DNA rapping at the same time, whatever. Like it shouldn't be you going on for like 90 seconds.
So
on
you
your own.
still giving the win with that, even though you feel like it's a
You
team
don't like that
battle.
they
and
do
the
that?
chemistry
I don't
is
like,
better.
yeah, I'm gonna give him the win, but I don't like it. Like, you
I
know what
got
I
you.
mean? I can't agree with it.
That was real. I'm gonna give you a win, but I don't like it.
Yeah.
Don't do it
Like,
again.
like the material was
Yeah,
fire.
Clips, don't
The
let me catch you
material was
rhyming.
fire.
Right? It's
let me
some
catch you
mob
rhyming.
shit. Like
Yeah.
do what
But
you had
if
to
you're
do,
doing
but I ain't
2-on-2,
like
you
it.
keep it in that format. Like don't have it like, oh, I didn't write my round, so yeah, go ahead. You spit something. Like, you know, nah, I don't like that shit.
I can't blame you.
So here it is. This is what everybody is here for.
Okay.
Disaster versus Easy the Block Captain.
Easy
Let's
the
talk
Block.
about the battle before we talk about anything else.
Okay.
But Disaster versus Easy. Can I give y'all my opinion from being inside the ring? I was standing right by
Please.
Disaster in the
Okay.
ring.
Okay.
What you got?
It seemed like after the first round, it was like, okay, like they warming up, but this is a good battle. I didn't really have a definitive opinion at the end of the first round, right? So it's easier for me to judge battles when I'm watching from home or I'm like standing somewhere else. When I'm in the circle, it's like what y'all can't really tell from home is certain battlers got an energy. Like Disaster, Easy has the energy. Hitman, Sid Vicious is one of them dudes that had the energy. When you have a loud, commanding energy and presence, it physically affects the way onlookers feel in that circle especially if you're not up on the stage.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying? So Disaster and Easy's energy was both on 10. So it's like you really had to focus to what they were saying. So after the first round, I didn't really have like a clear opinion on who was winning. I was just like, oh, this is crazy. You know what I'm saying? Now, after the second round, I felt like Disaster said some stuff to Easy, and Easy shuffled a little uncomfortably.
Okay.
And he was looking like, and there was even a point where he was like, oh, yeah, that was fine. That one was fire. And I was like, I don't usually see Easy do that. So I was like, is this winner? And then the third round when Frat came out, it just seemed like it solidified it. But the thing that confused me, and so I'm like, oh, okay, it looked like Disaster edged the battle. But Easy's third round was so crazy, I was just kind of like, go ahead and watch this again. But my initial opinion from being inside the circle was that it was a mad close battle, but maybe Disaster edged it, and the Frack moment is what edged it. Now, you were also there. What did you, but you were in the circle, you were watching from up top, right?
I watched from up top.
So how did that transfer to you or no?
That Frack moment definitely transferred to like the whole building, I believe. Even up top, we was like, oh, everybody's going crazy and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
No, it was secret information. Disaster punched the hell out the camera, and the stream went black for like 3 seconds. We were like, no, the event is perfect. No, why he had to punch the camera? But it came right back.
I didn't even know that.
So I went upstairs and
I
they were
did
like, yo,
see
the stream
that.
went off.
That's
I
what
was
he
like,
did. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he
I didn't know that
punched the
either.
shit out the camera. Yeah.
But my opinion though is I had Easy winning 2-1, but the first round is debatable. It could go either way. Second round, I had Disaster. There was talks about Easy kind of stumbling or kind of choking and stuff. I don't think he was really a choking, nothing like that. He just kind of cut it short. You know what I mean?
The second round was when Easy cut it short.
Yeah.
So Disaster definitely won the second round.
I thought that he just did 90 the time, but he could have cut it short.
Right. And then the third, I think Easy got for sure. You know what I'm saying? So it's really up to the first round.
So the Frack moment. So you felt like Disaster had an okay round, and the Frack moment was like hyped it up a little bit.
Yeah, but I don't think the Frack moment won the whole battle though either.
Right.
You feel me?
Right.
To me, it was like this battle is so close.
It was a moment. It was a moment, but it wasn't like, oh, it's over. Like,
it wasn't that.
Nah, it wasn't none of that. It was more funny than anything. Like, you know, Frack coming, I got another one.
It was nostalgia.
Yo, you know what's crazy? This is mad funny, right? So when Frack, like, Disaster was like, yeah, and some dude kept picking Frack up. Like, yeah, like giving them noogies and picking them up. So Frack came up to me and my man Steve, and he was like, yo, I was about to punch that dude. And we're like, yeah, right? So we go back and we watch the footage, and dude picks him up, and Frack is just, you know what I'm saying? Then he picks him up the second time, and Frack goes like this to hit him.
Right.
And then we like, yo, he really went Frack the real nigga.
God.
You know what I'm saying? But he told us, he was like, yo, I turned around and looked at him, and I was like, oh, that's my boy I came with.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh, that's why he was picking him up all crazy like that. But I will say this, Frack, you get 10 real nigga points to Gryffindor because you actually balled up your fist and turned around, and I said, damn, my man Frack is about that.
He was ready.
Yeah.
Okay.
Salute, Frack.
Well, salute to Frack, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, man. Back to the battle though. I feel like Diz, I told you this earlier, like, you know what I'm saying, probably like bar for bar, like on a technical level, he might have won the battle. He might have. But Easy got this way of knowing how to win battles. You know what I'm saying? Like without having to be the most lyrical, he don't got to be the most of anything. He's just a well all-around approach to the battle. So it's debatable. It's up for debate. I can't really say like anybody clear. But if I had to choose a winner, I'd go with Easy 2-1.
Me personally, I go slight edge to Easy. I think kind of like what you're saying. I think what happens is when a battler has like a moment or has the light. Geechee had this at one point in time. Twerk, Tay Rock, Easy has it now. It's like battle rap is kind of his. Big K is on his heels, if not past him. If we're talking about what he's lyrically and actually doing, there's that word lyrically again. But Easy has the moment. So there was a point in this battle to me that like Easy started talking, and it was like, doesn't matter what league we're on, doesn't matter who he's battling, we just want to hear from that guy. And like when he was like, yo, I want to, like when he started like speak, he said like the word crack in like 4 different languages or something like that. He was like, yo, I just sold crack in any or whatever in all language. And it was like when he got into that bag, it's like, yeah, that's Philly. That's what we want.
Yeah, that's what we paid for.
Yeah, that's what we paid for. And Disaster did a great job for sure, but and I know we talked about this. Disaster loses the crowd, some of the crowd, sometimes with just his delivery, with his approach, because it's foreign, especially with a Clash of Styles. When you're talking about Easy, a nigga that's talking that street talk, and then this nigga is like, yeah, you know, it don't really match, and so you're kind of like gravitating more attracted to what you like, and Easy is more of a likable style than Disaster. So it's.
Are you
easy
saying
to
that to
battle.
you, or are you saying in general?
I think to the masses of the masses of actually what watches battle, people that watch battle rap, Easy style is more attractive to the natural ear.
Yeah, everything you said. There's like a couple of things with the battle that matters, right? Because it's definitely a style clash. There's Disaster, who has that particular delivery and cadence. You know, it's your body and your, you know, when the casket drops and your integrity's low, and you know he gets into that cadence. And when you're coming from my side of things, we don't ever get into that cadence, like ever. Like we're not even inspired to get into that cadence. Like when you were saying, there was the moment when Easy was talking to him. So when Easy was talking about math, and when he was delivering those facts, it gave me the same feel as when he battled Cortez. Like that might have been, to me, like one of the best writing moments in the battle. There was times when I felt like it was filler coming from Easy. It was times when the short round, but I thought the short round was just a 90-second round because maybe he was trying to stick to the time limit.
But it's all about how you end it. It's all about how you stick the landing. Right. He kind of fizzled out and just was like...
He did, and he has a way of delivering bars that I think is important. Like, I feel like Easy's strong suit is his believability, his acting abilities, like his delivery, his cadence, his timing. He takes a lot of time with it. He uses the star power to, like, deliver it, you know, because at that moment, everybody's waiting for him. Because he's a guest. This is his first time outside the league besides URL and Chrome 23. So everyone's excited. It's like, yes, he's here. He's on the West Coast. Right. So it's like, it was a bunch of factors. Disaster's likability is like on zero right now. Yeah. Like even when it comes down to the frack moment, I remember recapping Disaster first frack and thinking like, Disaster's a fucking asshole and like, you know what I'm saying? So it's like all of those things come into play.
He plays the villain role, and that plays into people wanting to root for him in battles. That's what it sounds like.
Because right now, Easy's in like the hero position. He's in the martyr position. Like he's leaving his contract. People know he's restricted. You know, there's controversy going on in the background. It's just all this adversity, and he's still winning. So it's so attractive to, like, America loves a comeback kid. Like he's doing that. So
speaking of contract, there's been a lot of NDA talk. A lot of legal jargon and misunderstandings and understandings thrown around. When Diz brought up the NDA, it created a conversation.
Okay.
You know, during and after the battle. Does this have any effect on the outcome of the battle to y'all?
Yes.
Expound, please, sir.
I think, like, Disaster, and I know it sounds like we're killing him, but at the same time, because of this, Disaster is a killer. So I think to, like, keep the training wheels on him kind of does a disservice to his performance, and I think that kind of held him back. Disaster's mind probably is all over the place with choreographing a whole, you know, card and battles and who's staying here and money and then I got to battle this guy, but then I can't say what I really want to say, and I really want to kill him and go in on this. So
here's the thing about stuff like that.
Yeah.
I was about to say, always feel like you said a whole lot without saying nothing.
When people take on those type of responsibilities, I never care, because I feel like if you can't handle it, you shouldn't be taking on all of these responsibilities. So I never want to hear about the background stories. Yeah. I just really want to see the execution of the rounds at all times. Disaster did great,
but he did get
He just has a delivery comprehension problem when he's battling certain opponents. When you're battling somebody from the East Coast, you need to think about your delivery. You need to rethink that funny shit. We don't want to hear that funny shit. We don't want to hear that funny ass fucking voice. We want you to
but let me
be
say
a gangster.
This. Let me say this though.
Yeah, facts.
with the whole argument about grind time, and June knows about this because he was on grind time. You know what I'm saying? The whole argument about grind time is like this is the anti.
You got to be
of the now popular style.
Right.
You could go on here and do different stuff, and people in the crowd are gonna take to it. People used to be scared. Yo, URL rappers used to be scared to go to grind time because they was
You
like,
just
the
gotta
crowd
be
ain't gonna
creative
mess with
enough.
me.
The style is it could work. It's just when you're going up against people who are rapping against you layered, aggressive, acting out their fucking bars to their fullest capabilities, you're gonna have to be smarter if you're gonna be funny.
Now, here's something that I want to point out because I didn't hear none of y'all say this, right? And this is crazy to me that at least 5 people have said this to me. There's people that have said, yo, Disaster won on paper. And that wasn't Eazy's best performance.
It wasn't.
And Disaster did good, but Disaster lost.
Yeah.
It sounds crazy to say all them things in the same sentence. And multiple people have said that.
It doesn't, because battle rap is half the writing, the other half is the performance.
Right.
So we just looking at on paper, yeah, I got Disaster on paper.
So you think Disaster won?
He wrote better.
He wrote
but
better.
But that's not everything that goes with a battle.
Now, are you saying that it's debatable, or are you saying Eazy definitely won?
I feel like Eazy might have edged it. Like, I want to say it's debatable because then, the more you watch something and you go back and look, like, you might sway. Like, people feel like that about Eazy versus Chess. Like, I feel like this, and then next time you watch it, you feel like that. Or another Eazy scandal breaks,
I watched the battle
and now
in the
you
building.
feel like the
I ain't watched
bars
it
are
on
hitting
camera yet.
different because something else is happening with Eazy. Like, Eazy has so many layers to his whole thing, so it's like, I don't know. It's super close though.
Here's an issue that I have, right?
Okay.
And it's gonna sound, it has nothing to do with Eazy. It's gonna sound like an issue with a whole style, right? And I don't even mean just URL, right? So the problem, like, this is why Grind Time was created. Because I sat there watching Smack DVD, and I was like, these dudes would be fire if they actually said something personal about you. Because every single time, you would see it at Scribble Jam and stuff. Every time the street dude steps up and spits something hard, and niggas is like, yo, what are those? Your shoes is trash. It's like they don't know what to say back. So I'm like, if somebody took the freestyle aspect or the personal aspect from this side of battle rap and meshed it with this side and vice versa, you would have something there, right?
It's a great idea.
So sometimes when I watch a battle like this and I understand what y'all are saying about Eazy's delivery and stuff, I'm like, well, all my friends that I had watching the stream with me that don't watch battle rap as much as us or as much as the average battle rap fan, all of them told me, I think Disaster won because he actually rapped and battled at his opponent. Like, I understand the other dudes
was more direct.
sell drugs or whatever, but is that like you can win a battle
now
without doing that?
See, when you bring up things like that, it makes me be like, yeah, Disaster might have edged it, because to me, Disaster was super direct every round. Like, one round he's talking about his character traits, another time he's talking about things he did, and then it's like, you did this, and then it's the NDA, and it's like he's just ripping into him, where Eazy might have been a little bit more on the braggadocio side, where he's talking about himself.
But that's what I'm saying, right? As battle fans, have we been conditioned to go with, oh, he sound, I wanted his mixtape, or because I think there's a lot of battles where I'm watching them say wordplay, and I'm watching them say cool stuff, but they not battling each other.
Right.
And I'm like, well, where are we at as fans? Like, because a piece of me I understand why someone would say Eazy won, right? And I'm not even definitive on what I feel about the battle because I'm thinking about, like, my live experience and just thinking, well, in the moment I thought Disaster took the battle, Eazy had a crazy-ass round, right? I get that, but also I feel like we don't do a good job as battle journalists or fans at acknowledging, like,
I agree,
this dude is not battling, he's just talking. You know what I'm saying? So you might win the likability battle, but are you winning the actual rap battle?
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Right.
T-Top fell into that at one point in time, where he would come in there and just do the T-Top, and you'd be like, yeah, that nigga talking that talk. Like, again, you just want to hear.
It got redundant after a while.
Yeah. But to his fans, and when he's hot, he won because he's just talking that talk that you can relate to. You have to have, a good. mixture of the two. I think Easy had enough mixture of the two to win this battle. But I do understand what you're saying. He had some when I think he said the line about the rim sleep, or like that was dope.
Oh,
that was dope.
Yo, he said he finally had his dream of sleeping with Rim.
Yeah, that was dope.
I don't understand. I don't know if everybody caught that
No,
bar.
they did not. That was dope.
Rim, is it? I thought it was called REM.
It is, but you know what he means.
Yeah, but like that's crazy.
You're right. You know what he means.
that was a crazy line.
It
you know
was
what
a
I'm
great
saying?
line.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like sometimes I look at a battle and be like, all right, yeah, this person won, and I'll be like, but were they battling? And then there's certain people that you know aren't battling, but you just like them. Does that mean they lose every battle, but you just like them? Or does it mean they're undefeated because you like them? Because this is what we're stuck in right now.
It means you're biased.
Well,
because
me?
No, not you
Oh,
personally.
yeah.
I mean, like people who are taking those type of perspectives when they're trying to judge a battle. Like, it could be a fan favorite. Fan favorites have an advantage.
For sure.
Fans want to see it. Leagues are forced to book it because that's who they want to see right now. Like you said, Easy's in his moment. This is what they want to see. Like, it's literally like they were waiting for him to rap. Like, yes, Disaster, do your thing. We was like, and then everybody else was like, yeah, let's see.
Did it look
what
like that in the building, or
it looked like that on
you taking
camera.
that,
It looked like
home?
everybody was anticipating for him. Plus, he's coming back from one of the biggest scandals we've ever seen in battle rap.
Oh yeah.
So it was that too.
Yeah.
See, I still think that I can find, based on what I just said, I can find reasons to say Disaster won, but I can also find reasons to say Easy won. The stuff outside of the battle. Oh Lord.
Child.
I haven't said nothing.
Me
I usually
either.
don't say nothing anyway. You know what I mean? But like, this whole NDA narrative, the fact that it's a thing, people that get in the paperwork, like, how do we feel about that?
It shouldn't be allowed in battle rap.
What shouldn't be allowed?
NDAs.
Why?
Because it kind of ruins the whole integrity of the sport.
So you were looking at it like you didn't like the fact that Easy sent Diz the NDA, but Easy said it's standard.
It's corny and battle rap to like have somebody sign something that they can and cannot say about you. Like, that's crazy to me. And that's basically like a handicap match, like wrestling terms and shit. You feel me?
Okay, what's the difference between an NDA that's technical versus
a contract?
Back in the day when you battling somebody who's like, yo, my mom is paralyzed, don't say anything about her in the battle. It's the same thing. I'm going through this situation right now.
That's different though. You feel me? Like, all right, when it comes to like parents and kids and all that shit, I get it. Like, you know what I'm saying? All day, I can respect somebody coming to me like before the battle, like, yo, look, you can say whatever you want, bro, but look, like, I had a situation going on, my mom's or whatever. Don't touch on that. Don't speak about that. All right, cool, bro.
Most people would be like,
yeah, Arsenal would be like,
that's
which leg she break?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry about your mom. What happened to her? Yeah,
but that's all about how
call the local
who you are as a
hospitals.
person, how you gonna be, like, if you got class or not. That's how I look at it. Like, you know what I'm saying? But on certain things you're gonna talk about, but when it comes to like a scandal, when there's some shit like that, like you damn right I'm gonna talk about that shit. You damn right. Like, you gonna tell me I can't speak about that shit? Like, that's crazy.
I'm
like,
with you. Well, because
niggas get punched every day, B. I can't talk about you getting snuffed. Like that's crazy.
I'm with you, sir.
Come on.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
That's wild.
Which is why I think if the NDA wasn't there, I think Disaster would have went harder and we would have gotten the best version of Disaster.
Oh, maybe this is what's going on. So you feel like Disaster left some info and stuff that he could expose on the table, and you felt like he said that he had the NDA to make people aware that I'm not gonna say everything, but I'm gonna rip it up, and it's gonna try to have the same
because
effect.
he's way more disrespectful than that.
So
He
you
was
think
pretty disrespectful to
No,
me.
he's second to Arsenal. He will get on you.
I think there's a point. Watch it. I think there's a point.
Pause.
I
Yeah.
think there's a point in that second round where Easy felt like Disaster was about to
He
say
did.
everything, and
He did, and
he
I saw
stopped.
his
He
face. He
said,
froze up.
You see,
It looked like he was bracing
You see
himself.
his face.
Froze up.
Yeah, you see
know what I'm
his
saying?
face. Like, he's kind of shook. He's like, oh
And
shit, here we go.
I was watching his body language, and he was like touching his face, like, "Yo, this nigga about to go in on me." But he didn't.
Right.
But I think that
Anytime now, Arsenal should be approaching him.
Oh yeah.
but that was I think that was battle rap is so funny because I think that was actually like tactful and respectful. It's like he showed respect to his opponent even though he was still going in. Yeah. That's how I looked at it.
Yo, Diz, you getting soft.
But see, that's why.
But he shows respect to his opponent, right?
Yeah,
so
like,
he takes it easy. But then afterwards, it's war now. So in my opinion, it's like it might as well have been war in the battle because now it's like there's nothing we can do. The battle's done.
You getting soft, Diz. Go back to killing people and apologizing later.
So this is how you feel. So I think with y'all, it's not. So you think Diz had covered more topics, was better on paper.
He said he wrote 9 rounds. Did he not?
He held.
How many rounds he said he wrote?
Knowing him, he probably did.
He said he wrote like 9 rounds or some shit like that.
So let's get into this day 2. I done already talked about Everybody Knows versus Pedro accidentally on purpose accidentally, and Fredo versus Unanimous. That was a good battle. Fredo was a grind time staple. He had to me like his highlight moment was the one arm third round
with Swave
against Swave.
That was on Mob, right? MLB.
Yeah, I mean I think Fredo was always one of them dudes that was like this close to being like a top tier, and man, him and Unan put on a show. I think Fredo got it. I think if somebody is going crazy, energy is up, and you kind of clowning while also hanging with him, it's kind of a little hard to beat somebody who's a little bit humorous, but they also rapping with you at the same time. So I had Fredo winning a close, great battle that I think was one of the best battles of the event.
Yeah, man. Shout out to Fredo. He a vet. Been doing this as grind time, you know what I'm saying? Fuck with him heavy. Shout out to the Philippines as well. I had him, I think 3-0, bro, in that battle, to be honest with you. Unan did good. Came from the UK, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, shout out to him. You know what I'm saying? He did good. But overall, I felt like Fredo was like kind of swagging on him the whole battle.
Fredo sauce.
Fredo.
Frank Stacks and Ryan Villaflor.
Shout out to Ryan, man. My boy from Florida, from Orlando. I shot him out real quick. Ozone, you know what I mean? What up to y'all? You know what I mean? He definitely did his thing.
Let's be real, June.
All right.
Ryan first round wasn't it?
Okay.
His first round wasn't it. He got a little bit better as the battle went on. You know what I'm saying? But let's see if June has the ability to do what I do. You just shouted out your man and all that.
Yeah.
Now, what do you think about the battle?
I think he won.
You think Ryan won? There's a consistent
Nobody. Just because he's my man, none of that. Like, I think he won.
There it is. Your man ain't it.
Get into it.
You don't think he?
I mean, look. I mean, you know.
He's doing his job as a friend. If that's your friend.
Okay.
Let's just leave it alone.
Yeah.
Also, the battle was trash.
It was like a comedy battle. It was one of those, you know what I'm saying, old school grind time comedy battles.
Hit or miss.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, I didn't go in there thinking it was going to be Rum Nitty versus Danny Myers or something.
Okay, June's selling it. Go ahead.
So, you know.
I mean, shout out to both. It was a funny battle.
It was a comic relief battle, bro.
And Ryan first round, I was like, oh, man. But they picked it back up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, for sure.
It wasn't, to me, it wasn't the greatest battle. But it wasn't
all
bad
right,
at
so
all,
if it was a comic relief battle, so you're saying it's comic relief, he's still saying it wasn't that good. Can't be both.
It's all right.
Like, it wasn't like super bar heavy or nothing like that.
They could have prepared better.
It was more so like cracking on each other, like
but
two like funny styles going at
just
each
for
other.
my sake of analytics purposes. Do you feel like they could have prepared better? If it was comic relief, he's saying it was just all right. What's the problem? Was it the timing? Was the lines falling flat? Was it a mid-battle?
I might have still been mad about ATM from the day before. So I think I was hypersensitive to everything going on.
I was like, don't fuck with me today, fellas.
Nah, son. But anyway, the real comic relief battle.
Okay.
Them bars, 55th Street.
Custer.
That's the
Hood.
That's the viral.
I'm not gonna lie.
I can't say that, but yeah.
This is one of the most. I think besides Disaster and Easy and Big Can Rex, this was the most anticipated battle.
Please bring him back.
You know what I'm saying?
It was.
I'm not gonna lie. I like Crip Mac, yo.
I do too.
I like his voice. I like the whole character.
Poise. He got everything in the battle rap besides the bars. You know what I'm saying? But everything else checks out.
I wasn't even introduced him as a rapper.
Right.
That you wouldn't have?
I wasn't introduced him as a rapper. I was like, let me look up who Crip Mac is because he's about to be on this card.
Oh, you didn't know about him before this?
No, I see he's a character on the West
yeah.
Coast, a Crip. Salute to them. And I Googled it. Yes.
She got her Crip.
If I had to choose a gang. But when I went and looked him up, and I went on Twitter, it was him like
Going crazy.
having sex with some girl to the side.
I ain't see that video.
That's the first time. Hey, listen, that's
yo,
what I saw. I
that's the
put
first- how's
Crip
that the
Mac
first
in the
joint you
search
saw,
bar.
What you type in?
Dude,
And
what you
he
search?
was fucking a bitch to the side.
Custer was?
The Crip.
That's what we
The
talking
nigga
about.
with all the tattoos on his face, that shit on his
55.
forehead.
Just Google search Crip sex.
No, not Crip sex.
You type
His
sex instead of Mac
name.
by accident. 'Cause ain't no.
I don't even know. Like it was on. Like he turned the camera.
Yo, Jude is like, what? The
What? I'm just being honest.
Oh, shit.
That's how I was introduced to Crip Mac. So no, I don't know him as a rapper.
He wasn't a rapper. He's just
type in Crip
He's
Mac
just,
or
he's
Crip
just like
Mac?
this super Crip
Crip.
dude. You know what I'm saying? That went viral for just being mad goofy and mental health and shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
Yo, you just said he went viral for being mad goofy with mental health. And shit.
Listen, and I'm the bad guy. All I said was I saw this nigga fucking to the side. He's retarded.
He's mad goofy with mental health.
Nigga said he's slow.
Shout out to my mental health.
I said he's
Listen,
bugging.
You got a mental health. She over here typing in Christy Mac. I don't know what's going on with y'all.
Yo, but I think the
He's doing it
consensus
all,
is
clearly.
that Crip Mac won 55-0.
Yeah, for sure. He
This
did,
is
he
what
did.
everybody is saying. in their
No,
Now how they judging this battle?
Let's reel it back in.
Let's reel back to real life real quick, right? All right, Crip
Active
Mac.
one.
That was real.
He
nice.
did.
Of course he did.
He definitely
Of course,
won.
Active won.
Okay.
There's no way he couldn't win.
Yeah, but we were pleasantly surprised and pleased
entertained.
by entertained by Crip
By
Mac.
Crip Mac.
Crip Mac is a star. Okay, so
Yes, obviously.
that's what we like. Now, if he
Yes.
actually wants to take battle rap seriously,
Okay,
he
so-
has potential.
He do.
All he needs to do is to get better, a little bit better bars. His delivery is great. His voice is excellent, and just slow down because he's so likable. If he would just slow, he doesn't have to cater.
Likability. There goes that
He
word
just
again.
to,
That's
like, stop it for the
political.
crowd
Yeah,
and all
yeah,
that,
he
like-
He
doesn't-
can't
he
even
doesn't-
rap.
doesn't
I
know
just
that
want to
yet.
play
That
devil's
crowd control,
advocate
he
really
doesn't know that
quickly.
yet.
He can't even rap.
He can't.
And he gets a slot. Likability. That's political.
He wasn't bad at all.
He was
I heard he didn't rhyme.
Oh, okay.
Yo, okay.
I
First of all,
Now,
Wanna-
his timing was like a rapper's, which would sound like he was just rapping on the beat, which is why I say he needs to slow down.
Was it like
But-
talking to a rhythm? Black people do that good.
Yes, but you're right. He did not rhyme. Sometimes I was waiting on it to like
Right.
catch up to
He
No,
English.
he wasn't.
He was just
I was enjoying
charismatic.
it with it.
He was
No, he
preaching
said-
to us.
what he said,
You know he
I
like a
think he
preacher
bitch like
man.
that.
Oh, yo, he
You
did
know
it
he
to
like
the
a preacher
side.
man.
When he
And ain't
jived
nothing
it-
gonna be better in 2023
That's
than
what
the
he said.
Crip preacher man.
Oh my god, I agree
Ain't
with that.
nothing's gonna be
I
better
agree
than
with that.
that.
You said, hold on, what?
I said nothing's gonna be better in 2023 than a Crip preacher man. Black people love a preacher.
Yo,
Yeah.
yo, son.
He wasn't rhyming.
Crip Mac said.
But to Crip Mac personally, I like you. You have a cute ass voice.
Coming to battle rap, like he ain't even have to do this.
He's
battle at the end of
wild.
the
He
day.
reminds me of a West Coast ODB.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
He sounds.
He's fucking wild.
To me, he sounds like the Cookie Monster.
For sure.
Like,
Yes,
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
love a
I'm
Cookie
finna get no
Monster.
crap. But it's dope though. You know what I'm saying?
He ain't had to come.
Yo, look,
He be meaning it to in the way that he can, and I think Charleston White says this is like definitely autism. The way he can like switch out forever with five ever and five because you know what I'm saying? Five because like to do that like that's a talent. Like how can
It
your
is.
brain just do that automatically? So shout out to Crip Mac.
Yo, Crip Mac is hilarious. Salute to him. I want to see him battle again. Obviously,
Me too.
Active win
I
the
want
battle.
them to be
Yeah,
doing
for
more.
sure.
Yo, and I will say this:
Period.
both of their cars, cause Oakland is crazy.
I saw he said his car got broken.
Both of their cars got broken into, and they
Wow.
still did the battle and made it through.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying?
Dope. And shout out to Active. We're not saying that
Sounds
about
like
you,
Atlanta.
But definitely the ATL.
Active obviously won. It's just Crip Mac is the show. This
The line he said though that was dope, but he was like, I would slap this yuck mouth in the face, but it already got five
Up
on
on
it.
it.
Like, that
Yeah, that was crazy.
Nasty.
Now that's
That's
a bar.
Yeah.
Nasty.
Here
That-
we
yeah,
go,
that's a
Crip. You
nasty
got
That
one.
was
Nasty
hard.
work.
There you go, Crip.
So
Shout out to Active.
Yeah.
let's talk
Shout out
about
to Active.
Marv 1 versus Lunacy.
I'll let y'all take that one. 'Cause I watched some of that battle, so I can't really give an honest
Luna,
judgment.
Lunacy did, like, yo, listen, when I listen to UK rap, the flows be so crazy. So a lot of times, a lot of them rappers from over the pond Just they natural cadence is crazy. And Lunar C came out the gate rapping like that. But Marv One is just so poised and so concise.
Just like Ness.
I feel like he dissected Lunar C while Lunar C was just rapping really good. You know what I'm saying? Which is kind of like what we just talked about.
But I was just gonna say the same thing. Like, so battle rap, attack. But then you need to do the comparison at some point. But the focus really needs to be on tearing this person down.
So you think you need to? I'm gonna rap and get back to it before too much time goes by.
Yes, you definitely have to like do the comparison. Like I did this, I did that, and you're this and you're this and then that. But your this and this and that need to be like,
yeah,
like you know what I'm saying, shooting them down.
I agree, and I don't think Luna C didn't get on the offensive enough. He was just
yeah,
looking, you know what I'm saying, shoulder rolling. Kicking his feet
yeah,
and all
you
that.
gotta talk back. And you gotta lift yourself up in them raps.
So basically, he should have went. They just gonna be a bunch of coulda beens like Joe Hammond. Not back to schedule program.
You just wanted to say that.
Shout out to the GOAT Murder Mook.
Oh my
always
God,
throw you in there. Don't quote me. That's one of the, that's the greatest.
Now, what I think might have been battle of the event: QP Quantum Physics versus SoulCon.
I know it's hard to take in, but
you gonna be pausing this whole replay.
Gaze into my eyes.
Yeah.
First of all,
for those that don't know, SoulCon basically, he was one of the most ruthless battle rappers. He was calling people all type of names,
saying they're dropping the F word left and right.
What SoulCon did was he released a video on Facebook where he was basically saying that like. He like lost himself and like
he lost himself.
And he needed to find and he felt like he was lying to himself for years.
Yes.
Basically saying he was bisexual.
Right, tell us,
and that's
reveal.
the reason he had
Come
so
out the
much
closet
pent
with
up
us,
aggression
SoulCon.
and would say certain things that he would never say now.
Not
right?
with us, but like we're with you.
Right. So basically
Not,
he came back and battled disaster after all that, right? And it went terrible for him. And it wasn't because
wait.
Can you imagine?
Slow down.
Yeah, okay.
I'm trying to absorb it too. Okay, so it went terrible.
Yeah.
Pause.
You trying to absorb bisexuality.
I'm sorry, I didn't even.
So let's take
Pause
pause me.
You can pause women too. Okay. So he battled Disaster, and Disaster just killed him.
Right.
And I was sitting there looking, and I'm like, SoulCon memorized these long ass 5-minute rounds, right? So I'm like, it's not that he can't battle no more. His voice sound the same. The choice of things that he's saying, I could tell he was struggling with just sounding like vegan, liberal, nice man, and I have to battle you. I don't know if he's vegan. I just threw that in there. You know what I'm saying? But basically, then he battled Frack. He did a little bit better against Frack, but it wasn't the SoulCon that we knew. So it kind of felt like that person might just be gone. But in this battle with QP, I don't know if he meditated on it. I don't know what he did, but he found like that balance of, okay, like I said what I said about myself. I'm accepting who I am, but I'm still SoulCon. Fuck that.
Yeah,
you know
embrace your shit. Let's go.
But QP.
That's
I never
a funny
seen
motherfucker.
somebody drop so many lyrical hints.
Yo, that was so creative in the
great.
faces. Like that's the
Right.
thing about performing the shit out.
And I think they were so happy to battle each other too. Like before they were like,
we was talking the word wordsmith. You know what I'm saying?
Wordsmith.
Oh, yeah,
If you want to talk about wordsmith, you gotta put quantum physics like right there.
Yeah, QP is a wordsmith.
Yo, like nobody flip and bend words the way he do.
And
like,
so
I feel.
gracefully.
So gracefully.
So
yeah,
gracefully.
Like, oh, man.
With the faces, everything to match.
charisma,
I love
yeah.
the act. I like when
I think
people really
QP
bring theater to battle rap.
QP and Loaded Lux are the only two battle rappers that can be that wordy and that magical with the shit they're saying and
Yeah,
have so
Lux,
much
man, I
charisma
still-
at the same time.
doing it right.
You know what I'm saying? Everybody else is going to work hard to get that line out. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
for sure, for
Them
sure.
two just seem like they in another universe rapping.
Because I feel like they really understand. Like for me, I know what it's supposed to like. I know when I see moments like Lux and Calico or even this QP and SoulCon, it's like those moments you really get it. And there's only like a couple of battle rappers that like could balance it like that to give us those moments. But it's the theater part that really carries the rap part.
Exactly. And with that being said, I think the consensus is that Soul Khan won the battle.
Yeah.
But people were just happy because it was such like a creative.
It was so
clash of
good.
styles.
It was so
It
creative.
was both of them rapping at that pinnacle. But why are people saying Soul Khan won? What have I been saying the whole episode? He was more direct with his approach.
For sure.
He
You have to
won the
attack.
battle.
Won the battle, right?
You know what I'm saying?
He
QP was going
the line of the
though.
battle
Yeah.
too.
QP was going.
QP can go here and go there. and
Yeah,
go
yeah,
upside
yeah.
down
What she
and come
said
back
that, like, you
here.
know what I'm saying? 12 years ago, your girl was in the 2nd grade or something like that.
Oh, that was
Yo,
crazy. That was an
that
amazing
was it.
angle.
Yeah, it was.
Amazing
Right.
angle. But QP like just wouldn't go away.
No.
And it was entertaining from beginning to end. So
Really entertaining.
that might have been my battle. That or Disaster versus Easy, I think, was my battle of the whole event. Reed Dollars versus Pass.
I'm gonna make this quick.
Yeah.
God.
Pass in
Yeah.
Oakland.
Hold that. Hold that.
Monster with the A's hat.
Facts.
Shout out to Reed, he put out the A's hat too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
But Pass 3-0, man. You can't
Yes.
fuck with him in the Bay, man.
I think when you talk about home field advantage
Career performance.
and people, because Pass is dope everywhere.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? But he gets in the zone.
Yeah.
When he's at home, he looks like
Town
a
business.
top
So
5
I
to 10
didn't
battle
see
rapper
it.
every time. he's
Like
on.
quickly compress. Like what did Pass? What angles? What did he do to just take it so clearly for y'all?
Everything.
What didn't he touch on? Like, you know what I'm
It
saying?
was
Yeah,
one
like,
of them performances where someone just does everything and it's
he
like,
had the
damn.
flow, the
Reed
cadence,
was
the
good.
directness, the lyricism,
The punches.
the punches.
Yeah, he
like,
had it.
He just had it all. Like compact
And
in one.
Reed.
Reed was good too. Reed was good. You feel me? But just
Yeah.
Pass was just in that bag.
Just that much
Pass
better.
was like literally at an A+ level.
He had
Okay.
that glow. You know what I'm saying?
To me, it was the same Pass that Battle Hollow.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's the same one. Like you said, every time he at home,
Yeah,
he,
home was different.
he
Yeah.
gets crazy. Now, A Ward versus Frack.
Oh,
Good
my
Lord.
That was probably
goodness.
This was
my
sent
favorite
ripples
It's
through
so
the
much to
culture.
say with this.
Because A Ward, I've been the last few years, I've been standing on the fact that I think that talent-wise, A Ward and Ill Will are the two best battlers, and I was so happy when they battled, and it was so good to where people were arguing over who actually won. Because I'm like, that proves my point.
My point, yeah.
But I just think that talent-wise, them two can do everything. But you know, when you playing Street Fighter in the arcade,
Yeah.
and you playing a computer, and somebody come up and hit the button, what it say?
Here comes a new challenger.
Oh my God! Yo,
Came with it.
yo, what?
Crazy.
Yeah.
Came with it.
Yo, Frack has had an incline like this.
Fresh off of Wildin' Out.
You know
He
what I'm
came
saying?
and wild out.
He
I
gets
don't
it.
think he's allowed to say that yet. I don't think he's allowed to say that yet. But you said it, so whatever.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll say
If you caught it, you caught it. If you didn't,
Viacom. I apologize.
yo, that's crazy.
Nah, for sure. But I had that on my battle of the weekend, personally. Like, I loved it. It was back and forth, all 3 rounds. I love both angles on both sides. I like A Ward with the grind time angle he had, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I'm hollow with the ball fist. I'm this and that.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I'm mad ills. No, I'm not. Like, you know what I'm saying? That shit was hard, you feel me? And then, yo, even the angle he had towards Frack, like, I think it kind of hit hard because it kind of hit hard for me. I was like, oh, word? Like, him talking about that Frack's, like, dad is like a fucking billionaire. Not a billionaire, like a Harvard fucking professor or something like that.
Yeah.
He come from a good ass background and all that crazy shit. You know what I mean? That he never seen struggle his whole life or whatever. But then he come to the rap
wow.
battle. Yeah, that kind of hit hard for me, like when finding that out. But shout out to Frack too, man. You know, so he came out and went crazy. bro.
This goes like a little bit for me in my mind. Like Frack really did great. When it comes down to A Ward and he has this A Verb battle coming up, and like Frack really, you know, in my opinion, like winning that battle. It's just like now I'm thinking, can A Ward beat Verb? Like, I know we're not there, but it's just that's exactly where my mind went because now I'm watching A Ward very closely. I do
Right.
have A Ward beating Verb originally. Now I feel like this space.
But see, I feel like that's a whole different type of battle.
It is
You
definitely.
feel me? Like the angles and like the way that battle's gonna be approached on both ends.
You
But
know
A Ward
what?
and A Verb is gonna be totally different from him
You know
battling
what?
Frack.
Verb better come with it.
Yeah, for sure.
Because
Yeah,
he's
for sure.
You made me think about something because Frack versus A Ward is a white boy versus a white boy.
Type shit.
So it is a different type of feel, like when you're a white boy from.
feel like they're
I
battling-
struggled and you didn't. Like you're an asshole, fucking. You're a fucking asshole, Brad.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like
Dude,
so,
ain't
it's a
going
totally,
forward.
it's a
Platform.
totally different
Yeah.
argument and culture. You're right.
Right.
Dude ain't
I don't
going
even
for
know
it.
anything about that for real, except for the things I read in books.
Now, someone walked up
But-
to me during that after that battle, and they said, "I don't care if what somebody dad did or whatever. I just care what they did in the battle.
Right?
Do we care or like? Because you said that was a good point. And
I don't
usually-
care about what somebody's dad did. That's just like when they talk about Charlie Clipp's dad. Like I never care. Like what the fuck is what?
But see,
what
in the battle,
does
like
he
he
have
used
over
his
that?
dad as an example of kind of saying that he's like a guest in
Yeah,
his
yeah,
culture.
that he just
like,
do-
you know
he
what I'm
was
saying?
saying,
Oh my God, your dad went to Harvard. Like I would be like, suck my fucking dick. Who fucking cares?
Yeah, he's like
He
a
was saying
best-selling
it like
author
it's
or some
like
crazy
you,
shit.
like you just this is just like something for y'all to do. Like you're not really true to this.
True to this, right? It's like more like a
Yeah.
hobby for you. You just come in here, you
and
come
it-
down.
And
from
then
campus
I'm
and
gonna
shit.
say, what's wrong with that?
Well, it hits harder because it's coming from a white dude. So a white dude automatically gets that role. So if a white dude is telling you that you're a visitor, it's like,
Yeah, he's like,
God,
whoa,
like, yo,
like,
yeah.
like,
Just like
I don't accept
just
it.
like Caustic told Coleslaw, like, yo, it's like, yo, you're not a visitor in hip hop, you're a tourist. It's like, dog, like, that's
Yo,
cold.
Caustic-
Caustic,
It's like
you
levels
need
to
to
these
retire for the
fucking
rest of the
visiting
year, dog. That was
passes
nasty.
and tourist levels, and you're here and you're
That was-
there.
that was crazy.
It's so funny to me.
Now, I will say this. Battle rap has these narratives, right?
Mhm.
And I think people don't know how to think for themselves.
Exactly.
Because they'll jump right to the narrative. And the narrative in this was, A-Ward lost, he got killed. What is he
No,
going to
he
do
didn't.
with
He didn't
what's
get
he gonna
killed.
do with
He didn't.
A-Verb? People, even if you think Frack won, people are downplaying the fact that A-Ward was fire.
Fire.
The battle was incredible.
It was.
Frack had an incredible third round.
He did. And A Ward is fire. And when you do think of Verb, it almost had me there. That's what I'm saying. Like I'm thinking in real time right now. And then when I think about Verb's angles sometimes he's corny. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes he doesn't have his angles
agree.
all the way together.
New Verb.
You know what I
Verb.
mean?
Yeah, new Verb.
Yeah,
Very
new Verb.
corny.
Like
This
sometimes
VZ
he
motherfucker,
doesn't
whoever the fuck
always
he is,
just
bro.
Vegan
knock
Verb.
it out
Vegan
the
Verb,
park.
like, yeah, nah, he
Yeah,
ain't
sometimes
with
he
the
don't
beef.
knock it out the park. And
Question mark.
the little things he was saying had me like, I just hope you don't come with this white boy angle because I'm not feeling it coming from you. For some reason, it's something about him that I don't want to hear it from.
Who? A-Word?
Verb.
Oh, Verb.
Like sometimes when us as black people come at the white boys with the race car, it don't hit for me. Like y'all don't articulate it in a way that makes me feel like, makes me want to raise my fist. I'll be sitting there like, nigga, shut up. Like for real, like on some intelligent shit.
So we're going to get back to that in RBE. Prediction battle.
I know, but I know
Yeah, 'cause
that's what people are
I
thinking.
got something to say about that. For sure.
I know that's what people are thinking, like, because that's the battle. Like, we're going to talk about that, though, when we get to RBE, but.
Yo, the last battle of this event,
Okay.
the Din and the Non
You better show
versus
that.
Thesaurus. To me, this is like one of them like grind time championships battles.
Yeah,
that we
that's
all
what it
laugh at.
feels
This could
like.
have been for a championship
For sure.
10 years ago. You know what I'm saying? I think it seemed to me like, you know how every once in a while there's a battle where somebody's first round is so good, you like, oh, he won.
Yes.
It's over. Even sometimes when the other dude don't go. Thesaurus's first round was so masterful, peak level Thesaurus. I said, damn, he just beat Hollow. The battle just started. That's how. Did y'all feel the same way, or was I was like,
I
damn.
definitely felt that same way. You feel me? The first feeling, like the source took it very clear. I was like, oh shit, he's really in here kind of kicking his ass a little bit. I feel like Hollow's first round, it was very nostalgic.
Yep.
He brought back a lot of
Brought back grind time.
grind time feel to it. A lot of quotes that he said in the passwords battle, awkwards battle.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? It was great for the setting, but I feel like his energy wasn't at 100. Like compared to the Thesaurus, it's like what you were saying earlier. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like somebody that's actually like coming directly at you. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like the Thesaurus was like coming at him while Hollow was kind of just, you know, just
Dancing.
dancing.
Rapping.
And, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, he's
Pause.
just, you know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I can't let you go out like
bothered
that.
He was
You
out there
You my man.
entertaining
Yeah,
Cam and Mace
yeah,
changed
yeah.
the game
and
for
not
us.
attacking.
Yeah.
Dancing.
He was dancing, not
Yeah,
attacking.
yeah,
and I feel like the Source was kind of in there throwing more hooks and you know what I'm saying, haymakers and shit.
Right,
and,
he's hitting you.
Yeah, he's hitting you.
And you
shit.
over here.
And you over here just dancing
back-
around
you-
that, like you know what I'm saying, looking cute.
backpedaling.
And shit. Yeah, you pretty
Look-
boy
look
Floyd.
out here looking like
you know what I
Piranha.
mean?
I think it definitely
Green Ranger,
goes.
shout out to Green Ranger.
It definitely goes with what you're saying. Thesaurus engaging in combat basically, and and Hollow basically kind of doing the Hollow, like where you want to hear him. You know, he's such a creative and unorthodox battle rapper that's like, you know.
But he didn't do that with Ill Will. Like, you know
Will
what I'm
is a
saying? Like,
monster.
sometimes they do what they're supposed to do, and then
Sometimes.
sometimes you get another setting and you rethink your strategy, and it's all wrong.
I think his was kind of like the nostalgic grind time.
Yeah, he
Like,
thought he was just gonna dazzle.
Yeah, some of it was.
Is that a
dope,
little
though.
bit of ego, Direct? What is that about? Because why wouldn't you just?
I think that's Hollow style.
Yeah.
But he attacks when he's ready to attack.
Sometimes.
But here's the thing. I always said that on grind time, you know you can do certain stuff that you might not do somewhere else. So maybe you'll be like, I'm not going to get a chance to do this.
do
in
this
another
anywhere
battle,
else, so we
So
do
let
it,
me
yeah.
go ahead and do that. while
And then
the
that's like a
moment is here.
mistake, right? Because we're in a whole nother era. It's not only a certain demographic of people watching you at a certain time. Now it's everybody watching.
Well, I think it leans to what you said earlier, where it's like you gotta do it and then attack, and then do it and then attack, attack. He would do it for like a minute straight.
Right.
He's
and then
dancing.
Say a couple hard bars. And then
He was
go
dancing
back.
for too long.
See, the funny thing about this battle with Hollow and Thesaurus is that even though I felt like Thesaurus just killed it and it was over in the first round, I feel like the second round, like Hollow might have got, and then in the third round, Thesaurus, I feel like maybe he just picked that angle that wasn't the most effective in that moment. It wasn't bad, but it wasn't like he started off. If he ended it like that, people be saying he smoked Hollow. But I think the way he ended it, and it kind of looked like maybe he took his foot off the gas a little bit out of respect too. I just feel like it ended it like, oh, that was a good battle.
Yeah.
But it started off with Pete getting crazy.
Yeah, he definitely did.
You know what I'm saying?
I got the Thesaurus 2-1 and a good closeout battle for the night. You know what I mean?
I feel like even if you look at it and be like, well, I think Hollow got the second and third. Even if someone were to say that, I feel like it's just disrespectful to how Thesaurus put all
shit together.
Because what do you say about the different hands, like vitiligo and all that?
Oh yeah, he said you'll get a different tone.
Yeah,
with like these hands like vitiligo was like that was nasty.
That was crazy.
Yo, look, I fuck with Hollow, but if he coming like that versus
Oh, yeah.
Twerk,
That's the GOAT.
Summer Madness, you're in
One
for a
of 'em.
long night, my boy. And you got to go out there and kind of just recalibrate your rounds a little bit. You know
and that's what I'm
before
saying.
you-
When you look at these, and that's the approach. Like, what is your strategy going to be if this was your strategy for this?
Right.
So
Agreed. But that was Battle Bay X. I want to go around to all of y'all. I guess I'll go last. And top 3 battles of the event and performance of the event.
Damn, top 3. A Ward versus Frack. Big K versus Rex. And the third, the Carter Deems, probably the Carter Deems and Dirtbag Dan, yeah.
Okay.
And then my performance though would be either pass. I give it the pass, matter of fact. I give it the pass unanimously. Yeah.
Okay. Top 3 battles for me. I'm going Dirtbag Dan, Carter Deems. Big K, Rex, and I'll go last with. I'm gonna go with. Pass did such a good job.
Right.
Pass,
That's further
Reed
come to mind,
Dallas.
right? Yeah.
But clearly the performance of the night, Caustic. Caustic was perfect.
My
I feel like it
top
was the body
3.
the other night, but like I
Caustic.
can't say performance of the night because it was a layup. It was like
Yeah,
like,
but
you know what I mean?
he tipped it off the glass to himself and then cocked it back like that junk was
like NBA Street Volume
Oh
2
my
or
God,
something.
it was
Yeah.
ugly, dog.
All right,
That
I
was
got you.
beautiful.
Let me see. I got
Dope.
T-Rex versus Big K.
Okay.
Quantum Physics versus.
I forgot that. Yeah, I'm tripping.
Oh my God.
Soul
Soulcon.
Khan.
And
That's in my top 3 too, y'all. My fault.
wait a minute.
Let's take out Carter and Dirtbag Dan for that one.
No, it wasn't them. It was Oh my gosh, I'm sorry.
Dude,
I
did you
forgot.
come to
T
work
Rex was
fried
Big
today?
K.
Showed up fried. That's
Tears with
crazy.
BK. SoulCon and this one, and it was the other A-Ward and
A-Ward
Frack.
Frack,
Yeah.
yeah.
Those are my top three.
Okay.
And then performance, I'll give it to SoulCon.
I'm gonna break out the notes for this one.
Okay.
My top 3 battle: QP and SoulCon first.
Let's talk.
I'm gonna say Disaster and Easy,
Okay.
Okay.
and I'm gonna say I'm gonna edge it to Big K and T Rex over Carter Deems and Dirtbag Dan. But my
Okay.
5th would be Johnny Storm
And Cali Smooth.
and Cali Smooth.
sure.
I think the best round of the night was the Source's first round against
Okay.
Hollow, and I think performance of the night, I give it to Pass.
Okay.
I think I give it to Pass. So all in all, great event.
It was
Shout
a
out
good
to
event.
GTX, man.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Someone texted me and told me that they had so much fun watching that they didn't have that much fun in a long time.
But you know when your boy come through and direct
All right
the show,
now.
you know,
Yeah.
Talk
it's
heavy.
true to my name, you heard?